Hey guys, this is God Harry. How are you all? Please support to subscribe this channel for watching new interesting stories. So in this video, we will see what if Harry changed the fate of the wizarding world forever. Here is short summary. What if Harry Potter uncovered hidden truths and made choices that reshaped the future of magic and the entire wizarding world? Discover how one decision could alter destiny forever. But before we start, if you want more stuff like this, then be sure to subscribe and like this video. And if possible, share this video with your friends. Now let's start the story. Harry snorted and pushed that thought out of his mind as well. At least he didn't have to worry about not being busy during the day. It was the nights that got to him. During the day, Vernon and Petunia gave him a rather long list of chores, all of them expected to be finished before Vernon got home. Harry was reminded briefly of his second year all over again, without Dobby of course. But despite the small similarities between the summer after his first year and this summer, it was different, much different. He stretched, wincing as he stretched the fresh bruises Vernon had inflicted upon him only hours before. Harry closed his eyes and focused on how summer had been, anything to avoid thinking about Sirius. Vernon had been furious with him when they had gotten home, Harry knew. Even Petunia had thrown her husband wary glances, but his uncle had remained strangely silent for the first few weeks into summer. He had been forced to continue his chores, which he hadn't had to do since the summer after his first year. In a way, Harry had been rather grateful that they had given him something to do, even if it was to be their personal house elf. Not that the Dursleys knew of Sirius's death. But life had gone on for Harry, much as he had wanted it to cease. He continued doing his chores in a dead, zombie sort of way, finding that he held absolutely no feeling toward whatever he did. He received letters from Ron and Hermione. You know who's lying low now, mate. Mums begged Dumbledore to let you come stay with us, but he keeps saying you're safer with the Muggles. He had gotten the Daily Prophet, this time actually reading the thing. At least Minister Fudge has finally stopped posting lies about you and Dumbledore, Harry. I don't think he will be in office much longer, nor will that horrid Umbridge woman. And he sent the once every 3 days letter to the Order. Unfortunately, his strenuous, yet composed schedule wasn't meant to last the whole of the summer, starting with 3 days ago. With nightmares of Sirius's death still plaguing him, and the constant strain of the prophecy hovering over him, Harry had found himself exhausted, barely able to finish the tasks his aunt gave to him. He had watched with slight fear as Vernon grew increasingly irate with him for not finishing his chores on time until the man had finally snapped when Harry had stayed in his room to sulk the whole day after a particularly painful nightmare. Harry never even saw it coming. One moment, he had been in his bed, trying to catch a little shut-eye and desperately shoving the horrid nightmare he had had the night before from his head when the door had banged open and Vernon had strode in looking enraged. How dare you laze around while your aunt's over a hot stove to put food in your ungrateful stomach? How dare you disregard the small chores we've asked of you? The man had roared, steadily growing red. And Harry, being exhausted and grumpy, had sluggishly replied, by asking me to do these chores you give me the freedom of choice, you know. The moment the words had left his lips, Harry knew he was in trouble. Vernon had stared at him for a moment before striding over to the bed, grabbing Harry's shoulder in a death grip, and slamming his meaty fist into Harry's face. Harry frowned at the memory and sighed, looking hopelessly down at his essay. He remembered clearly how panicked Vernon had been after the first blow had rained, evidently thinking that Sirius was going to come bursting in the room to turn him into a slug at any moment. He had then dazedly told him, "You will tell that godfather of yours that you're being treated right or you'll regret it, freak." In a sorry attempt to regain his composure, but made no further move to hurt Harry with fear of Sirius. Sirius, who was dead. Harry's heart gave another throb. Only a few hours after the first punch, an owl had arrived for, surprisingly, Vernon, and, after the man had ranted furiously at Harry, had finally read it only to find out, from Albus Dumbledore himself, that Sirius Black was indeed dead. Mr. Potter has suffered a terrible trauma involving the death of his godfather, Sirius Black. If you would be so kind to ensure that he does not leave the house and mind his mental state, we would be most grateful, Vernon had read in a trembling voice before turning his piggy eyes to Harry, who almost cowered. So, Decided to leave out that little part, did you, boy? Vernon had hissed before he had thrown himself into a bout of rage, which he seemed to deem fit to take out on Harry in a rather unpleasant way right in front of Petunia and Dudley. He shivered at the reminiscence that had happened only a few nights ago. He recalled the look of shock on his aunt's face even as she had disguised it expertly and resumed eating her breakfast, completely ignoring his pleas for help. Harry had always been verbally abused by the Dursleys, degraded with words of what a disgusting creature he was, put down because he was the son of his mother, and hated because of something he didn't understand until he was 11. Dudley's gang had always beaten him up, but his aunt and uncle had never outright abused him before. Not like what Vernon had done, out of cold-blooded loathing with fury and hatred enough to cause him to bleed and actually enjoy the sight of it and the sound of his cries. Harry closed his eyes and let his head slump against the desk. He rubbed his eyes again, absently noting that he didn't need to wear his glasses anymore. Many things had been changing during the summer. His hair had grown at an even more rapid speed than usual, falling just below his ears, though Harry was sure it still had more than a few inches to go. He was paler as well, though he didn't know if it was because he didn't go outside as much. His mind wandered as unconsciousness started to overcome him. The last thought in his mind was that he desperately hoped he wouldn't dream of Sirius tonight. Morning came far too soon for Harry. He found himself stretching stiff muscles littered with bruises and felt as if his eyes were made of cement. Nevertheless, he awoke to his aunt's screeches as usual and slowly, painfully limped downstairs to help with breakfast. "Set the table," she snapped from the stove, where the bacon was sizzling. Harry complied, his movements automatic and time-consuming. Aunt Petunia dished the bacon into a large plate and turned to set it on the table when she gasped, nearly dropping the bacon. "What?" Harry asked blankly. Petunia was staring at him as if he'd grown 3 heads. "What the hell have you done to yourself, boy?" she snarled, her pale eyes narrowed in familiar anger. "What have you done to your hair? And your glasses? You haven't broken them again, have you?" Harry's hand automatically reached for his hair at his aunt's comment. He felt surprise well up in him as he touched rather straight, tamed hair that was now past his shoulders. It was impossible. A person's hair didn't just grow that much overnight. And how could he see so well? I don't. Change yourself back now. If Vernon sees that you're doing that abnormal stuff here, then he'll be in a bad mood all day and I don't feel like putting up with him." Petunia hissed, looking highly insulted. But before Harry could respond, the telltale heavy footsteps were heard trudging down the stairs. Harry felt an involuntary shiver travel up his spine. Petunia pursed her lips, but turned back to where she started making eggs, obviously knowing what was about to take place. Vernon entered the kitchen and immediately purpled. "What the hell did you do to yourself, freak?" he barked. "How dare you use that freak nonsense in our house after all we've done for you?" "But, Uncle Vernon, I didn't." He was cut off as he fist connected with his jaw and he stumbled back, smacking his head on the table. One of the dishes fell off and shattered on the floor. "See what you did," Vernon roared. "More money wasted on you, you damned freak." He drew back his leg and kicked Harry in the ribs before the young wizard had time to regain his bearings. Harry let out a yelp as the foot connected with his ribs and bit his lip to keep from howling. He reacted in defense mode, and curled into a ball to prevent Vernon from cracking any more ribs. Surprisingly, the man halted his assault, and when Harry cautiously peeked up, Vernon was staring at the calendar on the wall. "Here," he said gruffly, thrusting a paper and pen on the floor next to Harry. Tell them we're treating you right and you're fine." He straightened his suit that had gotten rumpled during his attack and sat heavily in a chair, pointedly ignoring the fact that Harry hadn't gotten up yet. "And make sure to say that you miss your godfather as well," Vernon grunted lazily, helping himself to breakfast. Harry swallowed painfully and struggled to pull the pen and paper to him, though his wrist was aching horribly. He looked up at his aunt, who walked by him to set the eggs on the table, sparing him only a single glance. Harry almost let out a sigh of relief. All letter days were a bit easier than others, though it was only morning. Carefully he wrote the message, taking caution to make sure that his hand didn't shake too much. "Hey guys, I'm fine, you can say. Mostly I've been in my room doing my homework since the Dursleys won't let me out of the house. Haven't been getting much sleep lately, but hopefully the dreams of Sirius will fade a little like the ones with Cedric did. Hope to see you soon. Harry. Short and simple, easy enough. Vernon snatched the paper from him as he set the pen down and scanned the letter. Fine, he grunted. Get that ruddy bird to deliver it and don't forget boy. Harry nodded. Hedwig was out hunting, but he knew she'd be back today. She always came back on the letter days. Where's Dudley? Vernon asked Petunia. Out with his friends, dear, Petunia replied breezily as she settled herself in a seat, trying not to look perturbed at the sight of her bloody nephew still lying on the floor. Happy birthday to me, Harry thought dully to himself as he went upstairs to start on cleaning Dudley's room. He felt his heart throb as he realized that neither of his friends had even sent him a letter for his birthday. He recognized the place as soon as he arrived. The same ragged veil was thrown across the archway, the same giant cavernous room with the same people. He was at the Department of Mysteries once again, as he often visited the horrid place in his dreams. Once again he was in the same position he had been in on that fateful night mere months ago. He was standing on the stone steps of the death chamber, Neville beside him. Everything seemed to go in slow motion as he looked down to see Sirius and Bellatrix dueling near the veil. No, Harry tried to yell. His voice seemed to echo throughout the cavernous room but no one seemed to hear him. He saw his godfather, laughing at his cousin. Come on, you can do better than that. He yelled tauntingly at her as a jet of red light flew over him, missing him by inches. Harry tried to run over to Sirius, tried to save him but he couldn't move his feet, as if they were stuck to the floor by some force. No, he tried to yell once again but to no avail. He knew what was coming next. Harry watched for the 8th time as the second jet of light hit his godfather in the chest. He watched as Sirius' eyes widened in shock, as he was thrown back away from Bellatrix, his back going into a perfect arch, and finally he tumbled through the veil. #end dream sequence #. No, Harry yelped as he fell off his desk and onto the floor with a dull thump. Harry sat there, panting as he tried unsuccessfully to recover from the horrible nightmare. He rubbed the place between his eyes tiredly, much like Snape did, and slowly got up off the floor, wincing as he rubbed the bruises on his back, which had been hit by the desk when he had fallen off his chair. What happened? He asked himself. He had been reading his potions book for about the 50th time because he had already finished his summer homework and was bored when he had fallen asleep. Harry groaned as he realized that he probably had been yelling his godfather's name in his sleep again like he always did when he had that nightmare. Harry flinched slightly and froze, waiting for the expected roar of fury from Vernon. He couldn't bear to call the man his uncle anymore, but it didn't come. Harry let out a sigh of relief as he remembered that it was a weekday and Vernon most likely was out job hunting. Dudley was probably out with his friends beating up smaller children or stealing food from the store down the street. Which meant that Aunt Petunia was the only one home, which really wasn't that bad. His aunt had, surprisingly, been a lot more nicer since Vernon started beating him, and for some odd reason, Harry felt like his aunt didn't like Vernon beating him, but that was impossible, wasn't it? Harry had gotten a few letters from Ron and Hermione over the summer, which thankfully, didn't leave him in the dark like it had last year. Voldemort was, apparently, laying low for a while now that the rest of the wizarding world had finally acknowledged his return. He definitely wasn't attacking anyone, that was for sure, since Harry hadn't had any visions. Of course, now he was having nightmares about the night at the Department of Mysteries, just when he had stopped having nightmares about Cedric. Harry blamed himself for Sirius' death. Not Dumbledore, not Snape, himself. If he just would have practiced occlumency or listened to Hermione about going back and talking Snape into giving him lessons again, then Voldemort wouldn't have fed him that false vision and he wouldn't have tried to be the hero once again, and Sirius would still be alive. He hated his life. Well, Harry had learned his lesson. He cleared his mind every night before he fell asleep, but it still didn't help him escape the nightmares about Sirius' death. Harry checked off another day on the calendar he had made that counted down the days to September 1st and vaguely wondered why Ron and Hermione hadn't sent a card or anything that he usually received at around 12 in the morning on his birthday, which was today. Strange. He usually got his Hogwarts letter, which would contain his OWL results, at that time also. As if someone had read his thoughts, there was suddenly a tapping on his window and Harry turned to see. To his surprise, at least half a dozen owls hovering by his window. He recognized Hedwig among them, who had been on delivering his once every 3-day letter to the order. The raven-haired boy hurried over to the window and opened it, and the owls flew in one by one, dropping their letters and packages off before flying out of the window once again. Hedwig and Pig were the last ones to come in, and Hedwig dropped her load and flew over to her cage without the usual affection nip as she looked at him strangely. Pig darted around like a furry snitch as he nearly flew into the wall in his excitement of the accomplished delivery. Hedwig clicked her beak in an annoyed way and puffed up disapprovingly as Pig perched himself by her food dish and started to peck at her food. Harry shook his head, smiling slightly as he stared at the pile of letters and packages before him, deciding to start on the familiar ones first. He picked up a letter attached to a package in which he recognized Hagrid's untidy scrawl on. "Dear Harry, happy birthday. Can't really say much except I think you'll find this useful. Dumbledore chipped in a bit, so it's from both of us. Have any problems with the Dursleys, then tell the order. All the best, Hagrid." Harry smiled slightly at the letter, feeling touched that the headmaster was willing to get him a present also. He then carefully picked up the package and nearly dropped it on the bedspread again. It was rather heavy. He undid the flaps of the box and pulled out a stone basin with a see-through lid on it, and in it was a swirling silvery liquid. He gasped. It was a pensieve. Harry stared at the swirling silver as if hypnotized. This was the answer to his problem. All he had to do was put the memory of when Sirius died in the pensieve and he wouldn't have any nightmares. It was perfect. Harry felt a warmth spread through him like never before at the thoughtfulness of the gift. He found a small slip of paper attached to the see-through lid. It read, "Harry, to put your memories in this pensieve, simply put your wand to your temple and think about a memory, then place a hair in the pensieve and it will be stored in there. This also does not count as magic, so you may use it during your holidays, as I am sure you have been experiencing some rather unpleasant dreams. And a very happy birthday to you too. Sincerely, Albus Dumbledore." Harry smiled again and put the pensieve aside as he picked up Hermione's. "Dear Harry, happy birthday. How has your holidays been? Have you gotten your owls yet? I got mine and I got all O's. Mom and Dad are so proud. I am taking new classes in Transfiguration, Charms, Astrology, Herbology, Ancient Ruins, Defense Against the Dark Arts, Arithmancy, and Potions. I know it's going to be hard, but I think I might manage. Have you finished your homework yet? Ron is putting his off till the last minuet. He can be so immature. Well, don't put your off to the last minuet like him. Hope your summer is going all right. Love from, Hermione." Harry rolled his eyes. Typical Hermione, always thinking about homework. He then unwrapped her present to find a book. Hogwarts, a history. Harry shrugged. At least he had something else to read now. Next was Ron's letter, which was rather short to his surprise. "Hey Harry, happy birthday. How's your summer been, mate? Are those muggles treating you all right? If not, you could threaten your cousin with one of Fred and George's candies. Mom and Dad have tried talking to Dumbledore about letting you come over, but he keeps saying you're safer with the Dursleys. Look, I'm sorry to cut this short, but I have to help Ginny, Fred, George, and Mum research spells to unstick Mrs. Black from the wall. Have a good holiday and don't let the muggles get you down. Bye, Ron. P.S. Fred, George, and Ginny say hi and happy birthday." Harry sighed and shook his head. Everyone seemed to be walking on eggshells around him whenever anything to do with Sirius was mentioned. He was hurting, yes, but this was getting on his bloody nerves. He unwrapped the gift to see the newest products of Fred and George's shop. They looked delicious, but he wasn't taking any chances. The next was from Professor Lupin. "Dear Harry, happy birthday. First of all, are you all right? Are the Dursleys treating you right? I guess I may be a little worried. I just wanted to tell you one thing though, Harry. Do not blame yourself for Sirius' death. I know you and I know that you're blaming yourself, so don't. I've got good news though. I will be teaching Defense Against the Dark Arts this year. It appears that Dumbledore convinced most of the parents that I would be safe, so I'm back. I will see you at school and tell me if the Dursleys do anything to hurt you. Sincerely, Professor Lupin, Remus." Well, at least that's one good thing to look forward to, he thought idly. He picked up the second to last letter, the Hogwarts letter, which was rather thick. Dear Mr. Potter, please note that the new school year will begin on September the 1st. The Hogwarts Express will leave from King's Cross Station, platform 9 3/4, at 11 o'clock. Also, your lifetime Quidditch ban has been lifted and you will receive your Firebolt after the welcoming feast. Your OWL results are enclosed. A list of books for next year is also enclosed. Yours sincerely, Professor M. McGonagall, Deputy Headmistress. Harry nervously pulled out the next sheet of paper. Dear Mr. Potter, your OWL scores are as followed. OWL's Year 1996 Student Harry Potter School Hogwarts Headmaster Albus Dumbledore. Results. Charms. Practical exceeds expectations. Written outstanding. Overall exceeds expectations. Transfiguration. Practical exceeds expectations. Written exceeds expectations. Overall exceeds expectations. Potions. Practical exceeds expectations. Written outstanding. Overall outstanding. Defense against the dark arts. Practical outstanding. Written outstanding. Overall outstanding. Astrology. Practical acceptable. Written acceptable. Overall acceptable. Herbology. Practical exceeds expectations. Written acceptable. Overall exceeds expectations. Care of magical creatures. Practical exceeds expectations. Written acceptable. Overall exceeds expectations. Divination. Practical poor. Written acceptable. Overall acceptable. History of magic. Written acceptable. Overall acceptable. Number of owls received 6 out of 9. Congratulations, Mr. Potter. You have completed the ordinary wizarding levels. Also enclosed is a list of new classes that you will be taking next year. Yours sincerely, Professor G. Marchbanks, Wizarding Examination Authority. Harry stared. How on earth did he get an O in potions? Probably because Snape hadn't been constantly breathing down this neck the whole time. He glanced over the results again and smiled. He could actually be an Auror now. And he could finally drop divination too. He took out the last sheet of paper. Mr. Potter, the following classes are the new classes you will be taking next year. Charms, Transfiguration, Potions, Defense against the Dark Arts, Herbology, Care of Magical Creatures, optional. Sincerely, Professor M. McGonagall, Deputy Headmistress. Harry sighed once again and glanced at the last letter before checking the time. It was 9:30. He glanced in the small mirror on his desk and did a double take. Was that him? No wonder Hedwig had given him such a strange look. He looked like a completely different person. He was taller, something he hadn't noticed before. He looked as tall as Ron. Maybe even taller. His skin was paler, that was for sure. Not as pale as Malfoy, but still, paler than he usually was. His eyes were still the bright emerald green, but they seemed slanted almost and were now surrounded by dark lashes, his eyebrows arching slightly above his eyes in a very familiar way. His hair, something he had been amazed that he hadn't noticed, was now past his shoulders and was now straight and silky, curling around the tips. His features were now more sharper than they had been when he had last seen his reflection. His fingers were now long and slender, his knees no longer knobby. He no longer looked like James Potter, he looked like Severus Snape. Harry felt bile rise up in his throat at the thought, but he looked so much like the greasy git, though he, Harry, didn't look that greasy, and he didn't have his nose, thank the Lord. Harry continued to stare at his new look. He could pass as the Potion Master's son. What if I am his son? He asked himself, shivering at the thought. No, he was acting stupid now. He snorted. Him, Snape's son. Now that was a laugh. He really needed to get a decent night's sleep. He carefully headed downstairs to see Aunt Petunia sitting at the kitchen table, a pensive expression on her face. Aunt Petunia? He asked cautiously. His voice sounded deeper. Her head shot up and she shrieked. Who the hell are you? Get out of my house, you psycho freak. Get out. No, Aunt Petunia, it's me. It's Harry. She didn't listen. You're not Harry. I know what he looks like. You don't look anything like him. Out. Her voice rose to a surprising volume and Harry winced slightly. Harry desperately tried to think of a way to prove his aunt that he was, well, him before she went on a rampage. How does everyone identify him in the wizarding world? Wait, his scar. Aunt Petunia was now in the process of picking up a frying pan to club him with. Wait, I can prove it's me. He quickly lifted up his now curtain-like hair to reveal the lightning bolt-shaped scar. Aunt Petunia froze and peered at him closer. Harry, she whispered. He nodded and she slowly lowered the pan. What did you do to yourself? He shrugged. She stared at him for a little bit more before she jumped slightly and said, you need to go pack your stuff. He arched an eyebrow, another habit he had recently picked up. Why? Because I said so, she snapped, but then closed her eyes and took a deep breath as Harry shrank away slightly. I used your owl to send a letter to that free school and told them to come and get you. Harry blinked. Why? His aunt sighed and shook her head. I may not like you and I may not have liked Lily, but I won't let her son get abused, especially when I know she wouldn't have let any of that happen to Dudley if she was in my situation. She said that all in a whisper, as if telling a deadly secret. Harry openly gaped at her, but before he could even form a thought about what she had said, she murmured, now go and get your stuff packed, they said they'd be here to pick you up. She gestured at the letter on the table that she had been reading. Harry nodded and hurried upstairs. He quickly put his books, gifts, parchment, quills, homework, robes, and letters into his trunk, his wand already being in his pocket. He glanced at the lone unopened letter, laying on his bed. He still didn't know who it was from and he debated on reading it or not. Harry reached for the letter to read it when a doorbell sounded. He sighed and hastily put the letter in his trunk with all the others and hurried downstairs to the door and opened it. Professor Snape stood there, on his front porch, glaring down at him. Harry couldn't help but gape at his professor. For one thing, he was on his porch. And for another, he was wearing Muggle clothes. Now that was a laugh. His professor arched an eyebrow at him questioningly as he cleared his throat. Excuse me, but am I right to inquire that this is the Dursley residence? The question was spoken politely and Harry had to stifle a laugh, knowing that Professor Snape would go ballistic if he found out that he had been talking on civil terms to the boy who lived. Harry would have loved to continue this little charade, but he could tell that his professor was getting annoyed and Harry really wanted to get out of here as soon as he could. Professor, it's me, Harry, he murmured, and to avoid confrontation he immediately pulled up his bangs to reveal the lightning bolt-shaped scar. Snape's eyes widened comically as he yelled, Potter. Snape looked at him up and down. Harry took in the shocked expression his usually emotionless professor wore. Snape seemed to overcome his shock quickly and hid it behind his usual mask. Well, aren't going to invite me in, Potter? Or do you need to call on a servant because you're too above it? He said tauntingly, and a smirk appeared across his face as Harry's look of amusement turned to a scowl. Oh, please come in, Professor. Make yourself at home. Sarcasm laced Harry's voice as did a mock bow. Snape sneered. You'd best watch yourself, Potter. You may want to shut that mouth of yours unless you want your house to start the year off with negative house points, he said softly and strode in the house haughtily. Snape sneered at the tidiness of the house and turned to Harry. Well, get your things. Unlike you, don't have all day, he said bitingly. Harry rolled his eyes and walked to the kitchen. Bye, Aunt Petunia, he said quietly to her. She turned and showed him a half smile. Bye, she said before turning back to the dishes she had been washing. I already have all my things, sir, Harry said with mock respect as he walked back to the doorway. Snape looked as if he were going to say something but instead merely scowled. Well, come on then, hurry up. He then turned and hurried out the door, and had he been wearing robes, Harry was positive they would have been billowing. Severus, unlike Harry, was having a rather peaceful holiday, just the way he liked it, without those sniveling little brats making a racket that always gave him a bloody headache. And they wondered why he acted like a git all the time. But he did love Hogwarts. People always got the impression that he hated this place, and didn't want to be here, but that was far from the truth. The truth was that Hogwarts was his home, and had been his only home ever since he first set foot in the castle, when he had been in his first year at Hogwarts. His mother had died when he had been 6, she had been the only person in his family that had loved him. His father had abused him and his mother, and it had been one of the main causes of her death. Afterward, his father had remarried to a woman who introduced them to Voldemort. Of course, she hadn't been any nicer to Severus than his father had. But his stepmother didn't bear any children, so it was up to Severus to uphold the new family tradition, thus leading him to joining Voldemort. Severus had tried so many times to impress his father, but his father always called him a disappointment and a disgrace to the Snape line. When he had been 3, he had learned to read and write. His mother had been proud, but his father had brushed it off like it was nothing. He had even started to do magic at a younger age than what was normal for a wizard. When he had been 5, he started to read on dark arts, and when he had been 8, he had practiced them, but still, his father would merely sneer and walk away. By the time Severus had started Hogwarts, he had known more spells and charms than most second years did, and he knew all about the dark arts, but by then, he had finally given up trying to earn his father's respect. That is, until he was old enough to join Voldemort's ranks, and in a last attempt to please his father, he had joined. How stupid he had been at that age. It had only been a couple months after he had been initiated that he realized that not only was it pointless to please his father when his father didn't even care about him, but that he had made the biggest mistake of his life. He had to watch innocent men, women, and children being tortured and killed mercilessly at his own hands. Even now, their screams still haunted him in his sleep. So after 2.5 months of being a Death Eater, he decided to become a spy for Dumbledore. Of course, at first, he had just intended on Dumbledore turning him into the Ministry. It was what he deserved after all, but Dumbledore, being the man that he is, spared him and instead made him a spy, which he was only too happy to comply to. "You had such a sad childhood," that's what Albus had always told him, but he didn't want the older man's pity. He hated when people pitied him. It was so pointless. Severus strode down to his precious dungeons, having just had dinner. The castle was so much quieter during the summer, most of the teachers having gone home to their families or going on vacation. He, like Dumbledore, was one of the only ones that stayed over the summer. He had, of course, inherited the Snape Manor when his father had died, but Severus didn't really like to go there much, due to unpleasant memories. The last time he had been there was when he had transferred all of his things to Hogwarts. When he had first became a teacher, it had been about a year after his father's death. On the way to his dungeons, Severus nodded to Minerva, who was the only other teacher, besides Albus and himself, which stayed over the summer. "Severus," she called to him, before he started down the stone steps. He turned back to her. "Albus wishes to speak with you in his office." Severus sighed but nodded as he changed his direction. The headmaster probably wanted him to go on another mission for the Order. He was completely devoted and faithful to the Order, he just wished that they would at least let him have some holiday. Teaching those annoying brats should have been enough, but he also had to attend Death Eater meetings every once in a while, coming back injured and twitching after effects of the Crucio curse. He hated it, but he knew that he owed Albus this. Severus made his way to the stone gargoyle and muttered the password, "pumpkin pasties," and walked up the stairs and into the circular office. "So good of you to be so prompt, Severus," came Dumbledore's wizened voice. He was sitting behind his desk, holding a letter. "What do you need me to do now, Albus?" Severus murmured, rubbing the place between his eyes tiredly. He just wanted to get this thing over so he could go back to his dungeons. Dumbledore sighed and put the letter he had been looking at down. Severus arched an eyebrow at it. "Who is it from?" "Mr. Potter's aunt. It seems his uncle has been rather unkind to him since he arrived home." Severus growled angrily. Of course, not only does he have to see the big-headed, pampered little brat every day of the school year, but now he's ruining his summer. Did the boy get into trouble all the time just to make his life hell? "I would like you to take Mr. Potter for the rest of the summer." "What?" Severus roared, leaping to his feet. "Are you mad? I want nothing to do with the sniveling little brat. I hate him, he hates me, end of story." He took several deep breaths after his rant, which Albus had sat calmly through, a pensive expression on his face. "Severus, if you do this one thing for me, I promise you won't have to go on any other missions for the Order. You'll only have your spying and teaching job, and that's all." Albus offered. Severus rolled his eyes. "No. And did you forget, Headmaster, that I also have to make that bloody potion for Lupin again? He's your golden boy, you take care of him." The headmaster sighed. "Please, Severus, just do this one thing for me," he pleaded desperately. Severus raised his eyebrows at the pleading tone. He growled again. The man could be so manipulative when he wanted without even knowing. Fine, he growled finally, and the headmaster smiled instantly, the twinkling in his eyes going on full blast. Severus noticed this and immediately snapped, but don't expect me to get all cuddly with the brat just because Black is gone and he's moping around. Dumbledore continued to smile. Good, I need you to pick him up from his aunt and uncles as soon as you can and bring him over to the Snape Manor. Severus' eyes widened. Why can't we just stay here? Dumbledore sighed. You know that the minister doesn't like students staying over the holidays. Also, the Aurors are coming tomorrow to strengthen the barriers and we don't want to risk anything. Severus groaned at the thought of returning to his home. You will be all right with that, right, Severus? The older wizard asked softly, his blue eyes looking saddened. Severus nodded slowly. I know I'll have to do it anyway. I would also like you to continue teaching him occlumency. Severus groaned again. This was going to be a long summer. Asterisk. Severus sneered at the street of Privet Drive. How he hated his job at times. He was in Muggle clothes, of course, as he could already see that the Muggles that lived here would judge you by your appearance. How he hated their customs. His hair was pulled back into a tight ponytail. He had on black slacks and a black turtleneck, despite the fact that it was summer. He walked up to the house with a number 4 on it and rang the doorbell. He only had to wait a few seconds before the door was pulled open to reveal a tall boy with long, black hair and familiar green eyes. The boy looked remarkably like himself, actually, right down to the arched eyebrows and sharp features. He arched an eyebrow and asked politely, "Excuse me, but am I right to inquire that this is the Dursleys' residence?" The boy looked as if he was trying to suppress a laugh and he had resist the urge to sneer. Professor. It's me, Harry." The boy then pulled up his bangs to reveal the lighting-shaped scar. Severus' eyes widened as he yelled, "Potter." He looked at the boy up and down. This couldn't be Potter. Potter looked like his father. This boy looked like, well, himself. Severus quickly overcame his shock with his usual emotionless mask at the boy's amused look. "Well, are you going to invite me in, Potter? Or do you need to call on a servant because you're too above it?" He smirked as Potter scowled. "Oh, please come in, Professor. Make yourself at home." He gave a mock bow. Severus sneered, seething inwardly. "You'd best watch yourself, Potter. You may want to shut that mouth of yours unless you want your house to start the year off with negative house points," he said softly and strode in the house haughtily. Severus sneered at the tidiness of the house and turned to Potter. "Well, get your things. Unlike you, don't have all day," he said bitingly. The boy rolled his eyes and walked to the kitchen for a minuet before walking back to the doorway. "I already have all my things, sir," Potter said with mock respect. Severus gritted his teeth angrily. How dare the brat? He was giving up his summer just because the boy's aunt didn't feel like putting up with him. He turned to the boy to tell him so, but thought better of it and scowled before snapping, "Well, come on then, hurry up," and hurried out the door. Asterisk. Harry and Severus landed with a soft thump in front of the Snape Manor. Severus tucked the portkey back into his pocket as Harry shook his head slightly to ward off unpleasant memories. "Hurry up, Potter," Severus snapped harshly at the boy as they made their way to the entrance of the mansion. "Put your things here, a house elf shall bring them up to your room later," Severus commanded as they walked into the entrance hall of the manor. Harry looked around the gigantic hall in amazement. It was beautiful. The entranceway broke off into a huge room that was dimly lit with a large chandelier emitting the giant room hall in an orange glow. There were 3 staircases descending from 3 different upper corridors, one directly in front, one to the left, and one to the right. There was a large photograph of a very stern-looking man that looked a lot like Snape hanging on the corridor wall in front of them, whom Harry suspected was one of the first of the Snapes. Severus cleared his throat loudly and Harry realized that he had been gawking, his mouth hanging open slightly. "Well, what did you expect? All silver and green with bones laying all over the place and snakes painted on the walls." Severus snapped and Harry jumped. No, I just didn't expect it to look so homely. Just because the dungeons are dark and musty doesn't mean I have to live like that." The potion master snapped, obviously in a bad mood already. Harry sighed. Had he done something wrong already? He didn't really think that Snape was the person who would hit him, but Harry had thought that Vernon wouldn't hit him, but he had. Both Vernon and Snape had bad tempers and he didn't like them that much, but he wouldn't have thought that Vernon would have hit him. He wondered if it was only a matter of time before Snape got so annoyed with him that he would too. Harry was snapped out of his thoughts as his professor and temporary guardian began to speak again. To the left upper corridor are the rooms. Your room is across from mine. At this Severus sneered. Apparently, Albus is afraid that you'll have nightmares. He drawled as if it wasn't important. But don't you dare set a foot in my room under any circumstances, understand? Exclamation mark quote. Harry nodded. There is a bathroom connected to your room. You need not go into any of the other rooms, they will be locked anyway. The right upper corridor is the kitchens and the potion lab. You are not allowed to go into either one. The upper corridor in front is the library, which you may use. Damage any of my books and you shall be punished. Quote. Harry shuddered slightly, knowing that Snape didn't mean punished as in being hit, but it still sent shivers down his spine. The door to the left, Severus gestured to the one of two doors on their level, leads to the prisoners' chambers below the manor, which haven't been used since the 1800s. You are not allowed to go down there. Quote. Harry nodded slowly, another shiver going up his spine, thinking of all the people that were probably tortured and killed in this very mansion. The door in front of us. Severus nodded at the second of the two doors. Leads to the dining room and the living room. Breakfast shall be served at 7:30 sharp, lunch at 11:30, and dinner at 5:30. If you are late, you do not eat. If you miss either one, you may not go to the kitchens for more food, as Albus allows you, Weasley, and Granger to do so. This is my house, so you shall follow my rules. It is time you learned some obedience, and any disrespect whatsoever shall not be tolerated. Do I make myself clear? Harry nodded once again. Yes, sir. He murmured softly. Severus nodded, accepting his answer, and said, You are to stay out of my way, and I expect you to follow the rules, because unlike Albus, I will not allow you to get away with breaking any of the rules. We shall also be resuming occlumency. You will meet me in the living room every Monday after dinner. You are not allowed to wander off the grounds. Yes, sir, Harry said once again, severely wishing he were anywhere but here. Any questions? Harry glanced up. Why didn't the headmaster let us stay at Hogwarts, sir? Severus sighed. Now that's really none of your business, Mr. Potter, is it? He said coolly. Harry merely shook his head. Well, what are you waiting for? House elves to escort you to your room. I already told you how to get there, now move. The man snapped and hurried away to the potions lab, his robes billowing behind him, which had magically transformed from Muggle clothes when they had entered the Snape Manor. Harry slowly looked around the main room of the manor, still slightly amazed at how human it looked. Harry hurried up the left stairway and walked down the corridor, staring at all the Snape portraits on the walls. He tried opening the first door on the right. There was a door on the left across from it, to find that was indeed his room. The room had a small chandelier hanging from the ceiling, admitting his room in an orange glow, much like the one in the entrance hall. There was a large, king-sized bed to the right, the gold colors shining slightly in the light. On the left was a desk. All his spell books and letters had been put neatly onto it. The parchment and quills had been put in the drawers of it by the house elves, and a large dark wooded dresser. His Muggle clothes had been put into it, complete with a large mirror and a hairbrush and comb. There was a door beside the bed, which led to a large closet. He found his robes had been put into it, and his gifts he had received from his friends were put at the bottom of the closet. Another door was located across the room, which, of course, led to the bathroom. Harry looked around the room that he would be spending the rest of his summer in. So what if he had to put up with Snape? He had a bedroom, 3 meals a day, and a library filled with books. Perhaps the summer wouldn't be that bad after all. Okay, I might have gone a little overboard on the details, but oh well. Details are good, aren't they? Okay, I am thinking about adding a tiny bit of romance to the story, not with Severus but with Harry. Don't worry, the story is going to, of course, be mainly about Severus and Harry, so if there is any romance, it won't be a big thing in the story. So tell me if you want Harry or Ron to be with anyone, no/though, and who it should be." Severus sighed as he entered his potions lab. Just his bloody luck. It just had to be Potter, his most hated student. He knew Albus only assigned him for the job because the old man wanted him and Potter to bond, or some other sentimental crap. What did the old man think that the two had in common? Did he think they had the same childhood? They were the complete opposites. Potter was spoiled, he had been ignored. Potter was pampered, he had been abused. Potter was loved, he had been hated. Potter was adored, he had been rejected. Oh, and he could just go on with the differences the two had, but he most certainly wasn't going to waste his little spare time he now had, thanks to Dumbledore, on thinking about the damn brat. There was one thing that made him curious, however. The boy's appearance. It had most definitely changed, and Severus, when he had first saw the boy in his newest appearance, had found himself looking into a 16-year-old version of himself, with the exception of the green eyes, straight nose, and non-greasy hair. He had written to Albus about it in his curiosity and had yet to receive the headmaster's letter. Had the boy perhaps done accidental magic to unconsciously disguise himself? No. That couldn't be it. The ministry would have noticed. Then what had happened? He sighed and rubbed his eyes tiredly. He needed a vacation, a real vacation, without having to babysit Albus, golden boy. The boy's appearance wouldn't have bothered him so much if the boy didn't look so much like himself. He just wanted to know what he had to do with all of this. Why him? Why couldn't the boy have looked like the werewolf or someone like that? Severus sighed tiredly as he pulled out a rather thick book called Charms and Spells, the Encyclopedia, Volume 1. Severus knew that he wouldn't be able to relax for a second if he didn't figure this out, and he'd be damned if he allowed the golden boy to prance around looking like him without some sort of reasonable explanation, and even then he still didn't want the boy looking like him. Harry had never had such an interesting summer. Well, perhaps when he had been at the Weasleys, but still, this summer was turning out rather well so far. Harry had never realized how much he truly enjoyed reading until this summer, when he had read all of his fifth-year books over again to find them quite interesting, potions especially. He imagined that he really would have done much better in that subject if it hadn't have been for his biased potions master breathing down his neck and punishing him for the slightest flaw. His OWL score told him so. Harry had read his fifth-year schoolbooks over and over again, now understanding things that he had had problems with before. He also now understood the thrill Hermione got whenever she read a new book or learned something new. Maybe she was starting to rub off on him or something because he really didn't understand his new hobby. He knew Hermione would be delighted, but he doubted Ron would be too thrilled about it. Especially since the first place Harry would probably go the first chance he got was the library at Hogwarts to check out some more books. The reason why he was so overjoyed now was the Snape Manor Library, which he found was filled with thousands of different books on different things. The library was separated into many different parts. There were sections on potions, charms, hexes, jinxes, curses, spells, enchantments, healing, dueling, magic creatures, herbology, transfiguration, history of magic, and many more. The room was huge, with bookshelves that reached so high that you needed to climb up 4 staircases and 2 ladders to get to the top. There were 4 floors with marble staircases leading up to each, and on the main floor you could look up to see each floor, like a loft with many floors. On each floor were big, squishy, comfortable-looking chairs that were randomly placed, and the ceiling was bewitched to look like the sky, like at Hogwarts, and when it was dark out, torches that were placed on the walls would come to life. There wasn't a chandelier. Harry loved it and had spent the last couple of days in the library, continuously reading. He had already learned about 20 spells, though he needed to wait to get to Hogwarts to try them, that he knew would be useful in a duel. Harry probably would have stayed in the library at night, but Snape would usually come in to get a random spell book and would yell at him for staying in the library too long, saying that he was up to something. His first occlumency lesson was tomorrow night, which he was dreading terribly. He knew that Snape would probably make him pay for looking into his pensieve the previous year. Harry hauled Snape's old 6th-year schoolbooks he had found in the library and would read on until he got a chance to go up to Diagon Alley, up to his room for a bit of light reading. He pushed the door open and dumped the thick books onto the golden bedspread and sat on the bed for a moment, thinking. Harry jumped slightly as he remembered that letter he had been sent and mentally smacked himself for forgetting. He made his way to the desk and sifted through the pile of letters that lay on the top. He carefully slid the old, raggedy-looking envelope and peered curiously at it. He really had no idea who it was from. It looked rather old. He turned the envelope to the back and stared at the wax seal. It was a P, with a small lion surrounding it. Potter, Harry thought desperately. With trembling hands he broke the seal and opened the envelope. His heart was racing. This was something that his mother or father had written, their last words to him, not knowing what lay ahead of them. It read, "My dearest son, today is your 16th birthday, happy birthday. Know that I love you always, my Harry, and I always will. If you are reading this, James and I are probably dead. ... We are in hiding now. Voldemort, an evil, terrible monster, is after us, you. I pray that you don't know about him, or that he isn't still living. James and I know that we will probably die, but it is a sacrifice that we will both take willingly if it means your safety. Also, if we are dead, know that Sirius Black, your godfather, if he is still alive, search for him, did not betray us, Peter Pettigrew did. I have a bad feeling that that rat literally is going to betray us though. Harry, you are my world and I love you so much, and so does James, and no matter what happens, we will always love you. I am here, right now, watching you sleep in your cradle without a worry in the world, and I want it to stay that way. But I fear it will not, for you may be the prophesied one to defeat Voldemort forever. I hope and pray that you are not. I want you to grow up a normal, carefree life. I don't want you to live with my sister and her family where they will treat you horribly, which I know will happen if you are chosen. I must tell you something though, my son, and no matter what this information brings to light, know that James and I will always love you. Harry, James is not your biological father. I know this may come as a shock to you and you might not believe that it's real, but it is. You probably look like James, right? Well, I was always rather good at charms. Your appearance is nothing but a charm, Harry. A charm, to protect you and your father from the likes of Voldemort. Please understand that we did this for your safety and the safety of your father. Understand, also, that it is not his fault, even though neither him or I loved each other, we were good friends. You see, I thought that he had drugged me at first, but I then found out that he had been put under the Imperius curse, unknowingly of course, by Lucius Malfoy, who was punishing him for not killing a small girl on their last mission. Your father, Harry, is Severus Snape. Please don't blame him for what happened. I don't. James and I were the only two who knew of your true parentage, not even Albus Dumbledore, if he is alive, find him, knew. I know that Severus would never do a thing like that, even if it would have meant his life. I pray that he, at least, is still alive. If he is, he most likely is still working at Hogwarts as a potions master, so you probably already know him. He is a spy, Harry, so please don't think that he is for the dark side. He probably isn't very nice to you because of you supposedly being James's son. The two didn't really get along. Please, Harry, get to know him, give him a chance and get to see the man under the mask. You deserve a family, as does he. You can both be happy. I would write him a letter, but it would be too risky to send 2 letters with valuable information in them. I am already risking too much by sending you this, but you had to hear this from me. Please, tell him. He needs to know also. James will always love you, Harry, even if he isn't your biological father, he is still your dad. Please, be safe. Love you always. Your mother, Lily Ann Evans Potter. Harry sat there, staring at the old letter. He didn't realize the teardrops that had fallen onto the letter while he had been reading it. Only one thing stayed in his mind. Severus Snape is my father. There was an odd ringing in the back of his head as he tried to comprehend the words. No, this couldn't be real. It was a joke from Fred and George, a birthday joke. He knew it wasn't though. They wouldn't do something like this. Besides, he could almost see his mother, sitting in a rocking chair beside his crib, writing this as she peered down upon him fondly. His breath hitched as more tears came, his vision blurring horribly. He wasn't Harry James Potter. No, that boy never existed. He was Harry James, Snape. It even sounded wrong. My father hates me, he thought, and was suddenly assaulted by many questions. What would Ron think? Hermione, Remus, Snape. How could the greasy git be his father? Dumbledore. Wasn't the old man supposed to know everything? Sirius. What would Sirius have thought if he had known that his godson was really the son of the person he hated most? At the thought of Sirius, the dam finally broke and Harry collapsed on his bed, sobbing hysterically, clutching the letter, the only thing he had left of his mother, like it was his only anchor to life. He wasn't Harry Potter, the Quidditch star seeker, the Gryffindor golden boy of Hogwarts, beloved son of Lily and James Potter, no. He was Harry Snape, son of the most hated teacher in school, the accident, who was even hated by his own father. Would Dumbledore and his friends abandon him? Would Snape abuse him like the Dursleys had? Harry sat for, he didn't know how long, sobbing. Everything always went wrong, it always happened to him. He hated his life. So what did you think? I'm not good at letters. I'm also not a good rater. Do you think this story is PG-13? I doubt it, but I really don't feel like having my story kicked off because I can't rate good. Also, I heard that the 6th book, as well as the book, Muggles and Magic, is coming out shortly after the movie does. Do you know if it's true or just a rumor? I really don't want to get my hopes up for some stupid rumor though, so please, tell me if you know if it's true or not. Severus strode through the halls of the Snape Manor haughtily as he made his way downstairs for breakfast. He was in a really bad mood. He had been looking through as many books as he could on the mystery behind Potter's new appearance and hadn't found anything. He had gotten a letter back from Albus saying that the headmaster would try to figure out what had altered the boy's appearance when he could. That, of course, wouldn't help that much considering the wizened headmaster was constantly working for the Order in the upcoming year, so Severus was stuck wasting his holiday trying to figure out what the stupid brat had done to himself. He also had to reteach the boy occlumency starting tonight, which he was looking forward to about as much as he looked forward to Death Eater meetings. Severus entered the dining room and noticed that Potter wasn't there. Strange. Potter never missed a meal, at least not when he had been with Severus, that is. Severus sneered. The boy had probably stayed up too late. Oh well, what did Severus care if Potter missed a meal? It wasn't like he was going to starve. Besides, it was the boy's responsibility to discipline himself to get up at the appropriate time to eat. Severus filled his plate and started to eat. As he was finishing up, Harry finally made his appearance. Severus looked at the boy up and down, taking in the boy's appearance. Potter looked terrible. He had bags under his eyes, which were extremely bloodshot and looked paler than normal. The raven-haired boy avoided Snape's calculating gaze as he sat down at the table and started to put food on his plate. And just what do you think you're doing, Potter? Severus said coldly. Harry flinched, still keeping his eyes on his plate, and murmured, "Eating, sir." Severus arched an eyebrow. Do you think you are above the rules here, Potter? He said calmly. Harry gulped. No, I'm just. What did I say about being late for meals? He snapped harshly. Harry gulped again, still avoiding his father's eyes, burning with hatred. That I wasn't supposed to eat if I were late, sir. He whispered. That's right, Potter, you will follow my rules whether you like it or not, if you even want a crumb to eat. Do I make myself clear? Harry nodded. Yes, sir. He reluctantly pushed the plate away. Severus sneered. It's time you learned some discipline, Potter. You're just like your father, Potter, thinking you're above everyone and that the world will follow your every whim. He never had any discipline either, and look where it got him. A scrapping noise filled the room as Harry slid out of his chair and was out of the room before Severus could even remind the boy that occlumency was tonight. Harry ran as fast as he could to his room. His lungs felt like fire when he finally collapsed into a heap on his bed, tears once again blurring his vision. He once again found himself wondering why this had to happen to him. If only Snape knew. Would the man still ridicule and hate him? Would he ignore it? Harry knew that he should tell Snape that he was, well, his father. His mother wanted him to. She had said so in her letter. Yes, he would tell Snape, but only because his mother had wanted him to. After all, He didn't expect Snape to welcome him with open arms or anything. He wasn't even sure if he wanted him to. After all, he hated Snape and Snape hated him. End of story. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Severus looked up as he saw Potter walk into the living room, having just finished his dinner. The boy had barely came out of his room since the little incident that had happened during breakfast. Severus didn't know what the boy's problem was, he really didn't care, but it really annoyed him when the boy moped around just because he couldn't take an insult. And this boy was supposed to be the savior of them all. Hey! I pray that you have at least attempted to try this time, Potter. Or have you not learned your lesson yet? He said coolly. Harry shuddered slightly as he closed his eyes and cleared his mind. Legilimens. Harry braced himself as the spell hit him, but it still didn't help him as memories were soon flashing before his eyes. He was 5, on his first day of school, wearing Dudley's old hand-me-down clothes. He had been so excited, yet his hopes were dashed as all the children started pointing and laughing at his raggedy clothes and taped glasses. He was 12, watching as Dobby the house elf jumped on his bed. He was 13, fighting of the Dementors to save Hermione and Sirius, his mother's scream echoing strongly in his ears. He was at the Department of Mysteries once again on that fateful night as Sirius slowly fell into the raggedy veil, shock and fear mixed on his face. No, Harry screamed and he suddenly found himself back in the living room. Harry curled up into a ball as a fresh wave of tears blurred his vision. Snape stood there, merely watching the boy who lived sob on the floor, a mixture of disgust and displeasure written on the potion master's face. Severus growled angrily, "Are you done, Potter?" Harry sniffed and glared up at him, looking him in the face for the first time all day. "And here I was beginning to think there was some human in you, Professor," the boy growled. Severus growled angrily. The nerve of the brat, he thought, his eyes flashing dangerously. "Like I said before, Potter, fools display their emotions, it's what makes you weak." "No, it isn't," Harry snapped. "Professor Dumbledore says that our emotions are our biggest weapon," he said spitefully. "Half the people that died would be alive today if it wasn't for his damn emotions, boy." Severus hissed back with equal spite. Harry blinked at him. Had Snape just insulted the headmaster? Now again, legilimens. Harry didn't even have time to brace himself as the spell hit him at full force, probably due to the man's anger. He was in his second year. Ron and Hermione were telling him that Salazar Slytherin could be his great-great-great-grandfather. He was in his fourth year, having just heard that Cho was going to the Yule Ball with Cedric, his heart bursting with jealousy. He was reading the letter his mother had sent to him, his heart nearly stopping when he read the line, "James is not your biological father." "No, no, no," Harry screamed as he found himself in the living room once again. Harry was on all fours, panting. He couldn't believe that he had just let Snape see that. Severus stared at the boy's crouching form, the most recent memory playing in his mind. Potter isn't a Potter, he thought incredulously. No, that was impossible. Potter looked just like his father. Well, he used to anyway. Severus looked at the still crouching boy up and down. He looked nothing like his father, he still looked like Severus himself. He had a horrible sinking feeling in the pit of his stomach. No. No, that couldn't be possible, it just couldn't be, could it? The letter that was obviously from Lily had said that James Potter wasn't the boy's father. And Potter now looked like him, with a few minor differences, that is. Still, Severus stood stock still, frozen in thought as it all became clear. It all added up, but he had never, him and Lily had never, he never would have, she had always just been his friend, so it was impossible. Harry swallowed and looked up at the brooding potion master who stood completely still, a pensive expression on his face. "Is it true, Potter?" Severus whispered finally. He had to know. Harry merely looked up at him, a frightened look on his face. "Well, is it, boy?" Severus yelled furiously, his self-control snapping. The boy cowered. "Please don't let it be true," Severus prayed mentally. "Oh please God, Jesus, please don't let it be true." But he knew from the terrified look on the boy's face that looked so much like his when he had been 16 that his suspicions had been confirmed. He felt like he had just been doused with a bucket of cold water. He didn't think about how it had happened, that it was impossible, just that the brat was his son. His son. This spoiled, arrogant, self-centered brat was his son. His and Lily's. The boy, his son, was looking at him now. Looking at him with fear in his eyes, in her eyes, in Lily's eyes. Lily. His friend. Severus' mind was going a mile a minute. Why hadn't he known about this? Why didn't Lily tell him? Why? This boy, Potter, was his own flesh and blood, and he hadn't even known it. He hadn't even recognized his short temper mixed with her fiery temper the boy had obviously inherited from the two of them. He had always hated the boy. He had always hated anyone that had a temper like his, just like he had hated Lily at first, because her temper could match his. Professor. Severus turned his dark eyes toward the emerald eyes of his son. Why was the boy calling him Professor? He was his father, for goodness sakes. But then again, at the thought of Potter calling him father, or dad, sent shivers down his spine. He wasn't thinking straight. Professor, are you all right? Potter whispered fearfully. Do I bloody look all right? Severus yelled at the cowering boy. Get out, Severus ordered quietly, rubbing the place between his eyes. But Aklu, I said get out, now. Harry frantically jumped up off the ground and ran as fast as he could, barreling through the door like a rampaging hippogriff and running to the rooms. Harry passed by his room hurriedly and ran down the corridor to the last door, which was on the right. He pushed on the door, but it didn't budge, so he ran into it as the lock gave way and hurried into the room, sitting in the corner farthest away from the door, drawing his knees up to his chest. His heart was beating wildly, and Harry sat there, holding his breath as he stared at the now closed door, waiting. He breathed a sigh of relief as he didn't hear any footsteps coming for him, but he stayed in his place. Snape had the same temper as Vernon. Snape hated him like Vernon did, but would the man really hit him? Would Snape really hit his son? He still hates you, said a voice in the back of his head. He doesn't care, and remember how angry he looked when he figured it out. Harry agreed mentally with the voice, also remembering the incident with Snape's pensive. He had looked crazed almost and had bruised his arm. Vernon had started out with a simple smack, and before that he had always pushed Harry into things, small stuff like that. Would Snape eventually start hitting him like Vernon did? Even if Harry was his son, his own flesh and blood. Harry shivered slightly as he felt tears sting his vision. Little did he know was that a certain potion master was thinking about him as well, but in a completely different manner, of course. Severus paced angrily in his potions lab, completely lost in thought. What was he supposed to do? He had hated Potter ever since he had laid eyes on the brat, all because of the boy's father, but James wasn't Potter's father. No, he was. He didn't have a reason to hate him anymore, or an excuse. Severus scowled and growled. He did have reason to hate the boy. He was an arrogant, snobby, spoiled, and pompous little know-it-all brat. Of course, when he had first met the boy, when Potter had been 11, he hadn't truly hated the boy, just who he reminded him of. James Bloody Potter, the ringleader of a group that had made his life a living hell when he had been in school. Afterward, when Potter started to actually defend himself, the hate had actually became real because Potter had started to really act snippy and cold to him, not without a reason, of course. Severus had to admit, though, if he had treated the boy like a teacher should really treat their student, then there might not be so much animosity between the two of them. So it was his fault. Severus sneered. The boy was still an arrogant, snobby, spoiled, and pompous little know-it-all brat, though. Severus sat down on a stool beside a cauldron and absent-mindedly started to make the dreamless sleep potion. Making potions always seemed to calm him down and take his mind off of the pressures of his life. So he had a son, and he was a father. Merlin. He was a father. Never in his life would he ever have thought that he would be a father, let alone James Potter's supposed son. He never had really found anyone to love. Considering his childhood, he often thought that he'd forgotten how to love. He sighed as he remembered the look of terror on his son's face when he had yelled at him. He knew that look. He had worn it himself when he had been younger, as if you were expecting to be struck. Severus felt a rather weird feeling in the pit of his stomach as well as a fresh wave of anger at the thought of someone striking the boy, his son. Snape finished his potion and bottled it. His life was so complicated sometimes, he hated it. He had always wanted a son. Someone who would love him unconditionally, who was his own flesh and blood, who would hopefully break through his walls and see him as a person, not a greasy git who was against all Gryffindors and favored Slytherins. Of course, he had given up that dream a long time ago. But now, he had another chance, but this was Potter, his most hated student. What if the boy rejected him? Severus didn't know if he would be delighted or crushed if that happened. Harry sat on his bed as he read his father's old sixth-year potions book. His father, he shivered at the thought of Snape being his father. Snape, he couldn't believe the way he had acted in front of the man when he had been yelling at him, but images of Vernon had came into his mind and he had reacted as if Snape was going to hit him. It scared him to think of how little control he had of his actions anymore. He wasn't really reading the book, it was merely a distraction, so no one would see the tears in his eyes if they came in. Harry thought once again about how he had acted in front of his father. Not only would the man never let him live this down, but he would also use it as more ammo to humiliate him in class. Harry knew that Snape and his newfound relationship wouldn't change anything. The man would probably act worse, knowing that he had more power of Harry now that he found out that he was his father. Harry wasn't sure if he wanted to accept the man as his father, if Snape were willing to. Everyone always thought that Harry had everything he wanted and that his life was perfect. Oh, how little they knew, if only they knew that their savior was the son of an ex-Death Eater, though many believed Snape still was one. Harry felt pathetic. Here he was, crying because of this revelation, acting like a baby. He always wanted to be treated like an adult by Dumbledore and the Order, but here he was, acting like an immature brat. Sure, someone would be shaken up by this kind of revelation, but he, Harry, wasn't even going to try to make this work. Harry sighed and wiped furiously at the tears, trying desperately to make them stop. This wasn't a time for crying. Snape was right. Fools display their emotions for their enemy to see. If he hadn't displayed his emotions so much, then Sirius might still be. A sudden knock on the door snapped him out of his thoughts. The house elves usually just popped in, and only if he had summoned them. Then it could only be one person. Snape. Oh boy, here we go. Harry thought to himself as he murmured a faint, "Come in." The door creaked open softly and there stood Snape, who looked rather normal besides the lack of scowl or sneer on his face that Harry had been so accustomed to seeing. Snape cleared his throat lightly and walked in and sat in the chair by Harry's desk. He cleared his throat again and Harry had to wonder why the man hadn't blown up yet. "I would like to apologize for my behavior in the living room, it was rude and uncalled for," Snape said abruptly. Harry blinked. Snape just apologized. "I must have been more hysterical than I thought." Harry then realized that Snape was expecting him to say something. "Oh, it's okay, I guess," Harry said awkwardly to his professor. Snape looked slightly relieved. "So, you're my father, huh?" Harry blurted out before he could stop himself, but Snape didn't really seem to get mad over the simple question, though he did flinch slightly. Snape sighed. "Yes, Potter, it is true, though I don't know how." Harry swallowed and said quietly, "Well, in the letter, Mum said that you were under the Imperius curse and you, drugged her." Snape arched his eyebrows, trying desperately to search his memory only to find that he really couldn't remember back that far. Well, if Lily said it was true then he would believe her. She always was the cleverest witch in their class. "So, what are we going to do?" Harry asked, gaining a little more confidence. Severus sighed. "Well, we can't tell anyone about this discovery. Because of you being a spy," Harry said slowly. Severus nodded. "Yes, and because you were the boy who lived and I am a Death Eater." An awkward silence fell over the two of them, neither one knowing what to really say. "Well, the charms that Lily put on you were pretty complicated. I don't think that I or anyone else can restore them." Harry looked up. "So what are we going to do?" Severus sighed again. "I have sent an owl to Albus. I don't think he would want us to hide the truth, as he would say." Severus sneered at the last part. "So I'm going to pose as your son," Harry exclaimed. Severus sneered again. Don't sound so excited, Potter, it's not as if you're pretending. Harry blinked. So if I do have to be your son, will I be able to tell Ron or Hermione about it? No. When I say no one is to know, I mean no one besides those who are vital to know, like the headmaster. What? But Ron's going to hate me. He hates everything about you, so he will surely hate your son. Harry blurted out for the second time. There was a moment of silence where Harry realized what he had just said and flushed slightly. Sorry. Severus merely rolled his eyes. And you say that Slytherins are prejudiced, Mr. Potter? Would you stop calling me that? If you haven't realized I'm not a Potter. And here I thought you hated me, Mr. Snape. Harry flushed deeper as Severus stood up and strode out of the room. And I expect you to be back tomorrow night to finish your occlumency lessons. He heard the older wizard yell. Harry glanced down at his hands as he contemplated over what had just happened. Snape was always going to be a git to him. Okay, maybe the conversation had gone civil for the most part, but the man made it clear that he still hated him. Severus Snape was not a happy man. For one thing, he was stuck with a spoiled little big-headed brat who he had just found out recently was his son. Okay, yeah, he had always wanted a son when he had been younger, before he had retreated into his hard cold shell isolated away from everyone else, but this was just wrong. He imagined Dumbledore would be having a good laugh about this unfortunate irony. Yes, the old man would probably be smiling at the two of them with twinkling eyes, offering them a drop. Oh, how he hated Albus Dumbledore at times. He had received the headmaster's response only a couple minutes ago, which had been about an hour after breakfast, and the professor's response had been anything but apologetic to him, which is what he had expected it to be. Instead it had been rather cheery. The old man had been practically congratulating the both of them, though Severus couldn't say that he saw one good thing that could come out of this misfortune, and he was positive that the boy felt the same way. When he had first found out about Potter being his son, him being shocked was an understatement. He had actually considered to accept Potter as his son for Merlin's sake. He really must have been historical. One good thing that had come out of the aftershock was that he had actually managed to carry on a civil conversation with the boy. Well, Severus hadn't said anything to cause lasting damage, at least. Damn Dumbledore. Damn Malfoy. If it hadn't have been for the Dark Lord's favorite bootlicker, then this whole predicament wouldn't have even happened. Thus Potter wouldn't have even been born. At least it would have solved a dozen of his problems, which most of them revolved around the brat. Damn Harry bloody Potter. He most definitely would more satisfied by spending his time doing what he, Severus, wanted than babysitting some sniveling little brat that he found out was his son. Harry Potter, the Gryffindor golden boy, the boy who lived, his son. Severus sneered, how bloody disappointing. And him being a Gryffindor. The Snape line was ruined. Severus mentally chuckled, the Snape line ruined. Oh, how his father would be furious if he were still alive. Albus was going to meet him and the boys sometime today to discuss the matter at hand. Severus headed to the boy's room to inform him of the headmaster's upcoming arrival. Harry scowled to himself as he thought about Snape. The nerve of the man. He thought Ron and Hermione wasn't important to him. He still couldn't believe that the git hadn't even asked him if he wanted to pose as his son before deciding. Of course, Snape had completely ignored him during breakfast, though when Harry had first arrived at breakfast, he had seen Snape's eyes widen when he first saw him. He was donned head to toe in black, making him look like a Snape replica, much to his and his father's disgust. Harry had smiled smugly in seeing Snape shocked for the first time. Of course the man had covered it up with a sneer. Though Harry hated to admit it, he was positive that Professor Dumbledore would agree with Snape and make him pose as the Potion Master's son. He wouldn't even to be able to tell his two best friends. He'd have to start over again, befriend the two of them once again and get them to trust him, which of course would be much harder since he was a Snape. But no, nothing would be the same. He could never get them to trust Harry Snape. As they did Harry Potter. They had been through too much together, so they'd never look at him the same, or trust him or confide in him as they did now. Before, even if he did somehow befriend them again, nothing would be the same. Hey, Harry Snape. It probably wasn't even going to be his name. And what about Ginny? Ever since the end of last year the two of them had grown closer, especially over the summer. They had been sending letters back and forth to each other. Harry certainly knew that she wasn't the shy, blushing, little girl she used to be. Instead she had transformed into a beautiful young woman whom he could look to for comfort if he needed it, when the others wouldn't understand what it was like to feel like you were being controlled by Voldemort. She was the only one who knew, the only one he could turn to with something like that. But now he would lose her too, or she would probably dislike him too. He and Ginny had sent more letters to each other, more than even Ron and Hermione had sent to him over the summer. His two friends had sent him only 2 other letters besides his birthday card to him over the summer. Mainly because of the activity, and because of danger of letter interception. Ron and Hermione had finally seemed to realize their feelings for one another, according to Ginny. The Weasleys and Hermione had once again spent their summer in the Order's HQ, researching ways to unstuck Mrs. Black's portrait. Harry had only received a letter from Ginny since he had been at the Snape Manor. In it she told him that she would give him his birthday present when they saw each other. Fat chance. She would probably not see him for a couple years, knowingly that is. Harry sighed. He wished he could at least see Ginny, he missed her. Harry was startled out of his thoughts as he heard a hesitant knock on the door. "Come in," sighed Harry, knowing who it was. Severus opened the door and walked in the room for the second time in 2 days. He looked around the room and sneered at the untidiness of it. Indeed, Harry had somehow managed to completely trash it since the night before. He had specifically restricted all house elves from cleaning his room. He liked it messy no matter how strange that sounded. "How you managed to make this room comparable to a hippogriff stall in such a short amount of time I will never know," Severus said coolly. Harry sighed. "What, do you need something?" Severus' sneer deepened. "Manners, Potter manners," he said softly as he strode around the room to the chair, noticeably stepping over Harry's things that littered the floor. "Professor Dumbledore will be arriving soon. I expect you to make yourself look at least halfway decent, though you may find it almost impossible for a feat such as that to be accomplished," Snape said, eyeing Harry with disgust. Harry flushed slightly. "If I may, sir, are you or are you not aware of how identical we now look?" Harry smirked victoriously as he saw a light blush cross his father's face. Severus quickly covered it with a sneer and said, "I was merely speaking of those horrid clothes you are wearing. Tell me, Potter, were they previously owned by some breed of elephant, or is that the new look teenagers are now sporting?" Harry flushed deeper and opened his mouth to let out a rather nasty comment when an old, slightly amused voice suddenly called out, "Am I interrupting something?" Both Harry and his father looked to see the headmaster standing at the doorway, an amused smile playing on his lips. "Professor Dumbledore, how are you?" Harry exclaimed happily. The wizened man smiled gently at him, his blue eyes twinkling with delight. "Just fine, my boy. I take it you two haven't been able to work anything out now, have you?" he replied cheerfully. The two of them responded with identical scowls toward the headmaster, who chuckled at the two. "You two may be more similar than you think," he said, his eyes twinkling even more. Severus scowled. "As amusing as this is to you, Headmaster, shouldn't we be discussing what to do about this bedlam?" he snapped. Dumbledore smiled. "Of course, Severus. Harry, you do know that you will have to pose as Severus' son, right?" he asked Harry softly. Harry nodded, his eyes firmly fixed on the floor. "He also said that I couldn't tell Ron or Hermione, is that right, Headmaster?" he murmured dully. The headmaster nodded, a sad smile now on his wrinkled face. "I'm afraid so, my boy. I'm sorry, but it is for your and your father's safety." Harry sighed. It was always for his safety. He never got to do anything because he always needed to be safe. It drove him crazy. Severus shifted slightly at the title. "So, we need to make a new name for you and a cover-up story as to where you've been all this time," Dumbledore said almost in an excited tone. "You know, Severus, this will be a great chance for you to really open up to someone." "Headmaster," Severus snapped in a slightly appalled voice, "if you honestly think that just because the brat's my son that I'm going to suddenly change my whole demeanor, then you are sorely mistaken." Dumbledore sighed and rubbed his eyes warily. "You could at least try, Severus," he said softly. Severus merely sneered in response. Harry, who had been watching this whole ordeal silently, couldn't help but feel a slight pang in his heart by what his father had said, but as soon as it came it was gone. Harry gave himself a mental shake. He really didn't care if the man still hated him, did he? It wasn't as if Harry was going to suddenly play the nice respectable son to a greasy git who just happened to have the same DNA as him. James Potter was always going to be his real father, no matter what. Yes, I have the papers for his birth certificate right here, Dumbledore said as he pulled out a pile of papers. I've filled out everything already except his name. Severus grimaced. What about his mother's name? Dumbledore nodded. All taken care of. Let's see. He sifted through the papers. Born August 12, 1980 to a Mr. Severus Snape and a Ms. Lindsay Doyle. Severus stared. Who in the hell is Lindsay Doyle? Dumbledore gave him a reassuring nod. A Muggle. She died of a freak accident on August 1, 1996. She had one son, but other than him, she had no living family. Never heard of her, Harry murmured. The old man smiled. Of course you haven't. I made her up. Now your mother, Lindsay Doyle, kept you from your father because they weren't wed and didn't love each other. Severus found out about you when she died on August 1st and you attended a private wizarding school in America up till now. Now, surely headmaster, if someone looked into that information they would find that this Doyle girl didn't even exist. Not to worry, Severus, it's all taken care of, Dumbledore said reassuringly. I swear, Muggle profiles are so easy to get into. Well, now that that's all explained, we need a name. But headmaster, what if someone looks into the records at my, supposedly, old school? They'll find out I never attended. The headmaster gave them a knowing smile once again. Street James Academy closed down over the summer, so there wouldn't be a record of your stay there. Well, you certainly have this sorted out, Severus breathed. Albus nodded. It was quite simple actually. Now a name. Severus, you're his father. What do you wish to name him? Harry chanced to glance over at his father. The man looked slightly sickened but said solemnly, I suppose I should name him after someone in my family. Though I don't think there's one person who deserves being named after. Nevertheless, I suppose I'll have to make do. It is a tradition after all. Dumbledore smiled, though it was slightly saddened. Well, Severus, the sooner we get his name, the sooner this thing will be out of your hair, for now at least. Severus nodded slowly. Okay then, I wish to name him. The platform bustled with excitement as children from ages 11 to 17 boarded the steaming train to once again make their way to the remarkable place known as Hogwarts. Little 11-year-olders were seen leaning out the window, waving goodbye to their parents who were proudly watching their children. The platform 9 3/4 was loud with yells, laughs, and joyous cries as friends met up with each other once again after 2 long months of being away from one another. Is that right? 2 months of summer holiday. One lone figure stood away from all the loud chatter of the happy family and friends. It wasn't that he didn't want to go out there and join them, it was just that he couldn't, because he knew he'd see his friends and probably blow his cover. He sat in an empty compartment, reading the most recent weekly potions magazine called Brewers. The boy had long, straight raven black hair and glowing emerald green eyes, and if any of his fellow classmates would have happened to peek inside on him, they would have noticed a certain familiarity between the new kid and their potions master. Indeed, his eyebrows arched above his eyes, his features were sharp, his cheekbones more prominent. On the boy's forehead was a scar that looked as if he had been sprayed by broken glass. It was merely a bunch of crooked lines all jumbled up together. It wasn't that noticeable though. People who had managed to get a peek at the boy before he retreated into the compartment hadn't even noticed it at all. Damien Snape listened as the chatter slowly died down and it was made apparent that all the children were finally boarded. His peaceful silence was suddenly interrupted as the compartment door flew open and he looked up to see a freckled red-headed boy and a bushy-haired girl staring down at him. They were holding hands but looked very upset about something. The red-headed boy gaped at Damien in shock. Damien, I am going to mainly be calling Harry Damien from now on, raised an eye at the two of them. May I help you? He stated coolly, eyeing the two with slight disgust. The boy looked as if he were about to say something rather rude when the girl cut him off by saying, sorry to bother you, we're just looking for one of our friends. Have you seen Harry Potter around? She asked curiously. Damien arched an eyebrow. No, I haven't. Is that all? The boy looked as if he were about to say something again but was cut off by the girl again. No thank you. My name is Hermione Granger by the way, and this is Ron Weasley. We hope you will enjoy it here at Hogwarts. You are new, aren't you? You certainly don't look like a first year. She said this all rather fast, but Damien managed to catch it. He nodded slowly. Yes, well, I suppose Hogwarts will have to do, he said in a drawling, bored voice. Damien Snape, he said to the two. The boy looked absolutely repulsed, but the girl nodded and held out her hand. Nice to meet you, Damien. Damien took it awkwardly before looking expectantly at the boy, who merely scowled at him before turning and walking out the door without another word. You'll have to excuse Ron, Hermione said in an wary voice. He's a bit prejudiced of Slytherins, and well, since you are related to the head of the house, he is well. Hermione blushed slightly at her boyfriend's prejudice. Is Professor Snape your father? She asked hesitantly. I would think that was a bit obvious considering how much I look like him, Damien said, arching a calculating eyebrow at Hermione. She blushed even deeper. Well, I'll see you later, Damien. And with that she went off after her boyfriend, shutting the compartment door as she went out of it. Damien sighed and leaned back against the seat. He couldn't believe he had just pulled that off. His father had taught him how to hide his emotions well over the summer. Most of it was because of occlumency, which he was getting better at. He would have to be a completely different person with a completely different personality, which meant he had to be a little more sarcastic and haughty. It pained him to be horrible to his two friends, but he had to, or he would blow his cover. The compartment doors flew open for the second time and Damien stared up into Draco Malfoy's pale, pointed face, who was as always, flanked with both Crabbe and Goyle. So it's true then, the drawled, and a smirk formed on his pale face. Professor Snape's son has come to Hogwarts. Is it really that hard to believe that my father can reproduce? Damien said coldly, but this time the hatred was real. Because I don't really like to be looked at as if I am an animal at the circus. Malfoy smirked in satisfaction and nodded. I'm Malfoy, Draco Malfoy. He held out his hand and Damien had a flash of their first year, but this time, he instead took Malfoy's hand with feigned sincerity. Damien Snape, pleasure to meet you, Draco, he said. Oh yeah, and this is Crabbe and Goyle, he said, gesturing to the two tree-sized boys behind him. Damien gave them each a nod and returned to his book while Malfoy left for prefect duties, Crabbe and Goyle following him. Well, at least that's over, he thought. The lady from the food trolley came, but he was too nervous to eat anything. A couple minutes later the door flying open for the third time again interrupted him. He sighed, expecting to see Malfoy, but instead looked up into the pretty face of Ginny Weasley. Damien swallowed and prayed that he wouldn't have to be too hard on her. The redhead looked at him up and down and smiled. Hermione told me there was a new kid on the train. Are you really Snape's son? Damien merely stared at her and she blushed. I'm sorry. I don't mean to make it sound like you're some kind of entertainment, it's just hard to believe. Damien nodded. Might as well get used to it, huh? He cracked a small smile at the girl as she sat down across from him. Ginny giggled slightly. That's not the only reason people are going to be staring, at least for the girls, that is. Her hand suddenly flew up to her mouth and she blushed deeper. I did not say that out loud, she murmured through her hand. No, you didn't, I can just read minds. Damien Snape, by the way. Nice to meet you, Ginny, Damien replied, smirking. Ginny looked as if she were about to say something else, but the door flew open and a very angry Ron Weasley stomped in. And just what do you think you're doing to my little sister, you Slytherin trash? The red-faced boy roared. Ron, leave him alone, we were just talking. Ginny snapped and Ron turned toward her. As for you, you go to my own and mine's compartment. Don't tell me what to do. Ginny shouted back. I don't need you holding my hand, I'm not a little girl anymore. She snapped as she stood up and Damien noted in amusement that Ron actually shrunk back slightly. Well, they all knew who Ginny inherited her temper from. But Ginny, he's a Slytherin. Not yet, he's not. He might as well be one considering who his father is. Who gives a crap who his father is? How can you judge the son by the father, Ron? For all you know, Damien could be nothing like Snape. B.U. Ron. A new voice sounded and an angry Hermione appeared at the door. What is with all this yelling? She hissed. You are a prefect. You are supposed to set a better example for littler kids. Well, Ginny was in here with the Git's son. Oh, not this again, Ron. When are you going to see through your stupid prejudices? Ron opened and closed his mouth several times before whirling around and storming off. Hermione sighed and turned to Damien, who had watched the exchange play out silently. You'll have to excuse Ron, he's a little shallow-minded. Hermione sighed. He really isn't that bad. I guess he's just worried about Harry. She trailed off and suddenly turned and hurried out of the compartment. Sorry about Ron, Ginny said. Damien shrugged. Like I said before, might as well get used to it, huh? He said breezily. Ginny looked at the floor. Yeah, well, he had no right to say what he did. Well, I'd better get back to Ron before he has a seizure. I'll see you later, okay? Damien nodded and she gave a small wave before setting off after her brother. Damien got off the train and heard Hagrid's familiar yell of, "Furs years. Furs, years over, air." Hagrid raised his bushy eyebrows at Damien. "You'd a new key." Damien nodded. "Well then, you're to follow me in the boats with de Furs years now." Damien loaded the boat as they began to sail over the dark lake. He heard the intake of breath at the first year's first sighting of Hogwarts. They stepped up the stone steps and waited until Professor McGonagall marched up in her dark emerald robes. "Welcome to Hogwarts. In a few minutes you shall pass through these doors and join your classmates, but you first must be sorted. The houses are Gryffindor, Hufflepuff, Ravenclaw, and Slytherin. Your triumphs will gain your house points, any rule breaking and you shall lose points. At the end of the year the house with the most points shall be awarded the House Cup." Professor McGonagall glanced over the crowd, stopping her gaze on Damien. She looked at him for a minute before nodding and saying, "Follow me." With that she opened the large oak doors to the great hall and the chatter stopped almost at once as the first years and Damien filed into the enormous room. Damien knew that most of the eyes were on him. He could hear whispers all around him as they stopped in front of the stool where the Sorting Hat lay. And I'm not going to do the songs since I'm not that good at them. The students and teachers applauded as Professor McGonagall started to read out names. Abbott, Jason, Hufflepuff, Burke, Marcus, Slytherin, Chong, Charlie, Gryffindor, Caput, Alexander, Hufflepuff, Eden, Selena, Ravenclaw. Damien listened patiently as the first years were sorted and the crowd around him thinned. He suddenly felt very nervous. More people were staring at him. Finally the sorting was finished and Professor Dumbledore stood. Damien schooled his expression to remain emotionless. "We have an exchange student who has come from a private school in America which has recently shut down. Due to that, and other events, his father, which I am sure you all know, has requested for him to instead join us at Hogwarts, so I hope you will make him feel very welcome here." He then nodded to Professor McGonagall, who cleared her throat and said, "Snape, Damien." Damien held his breath as he slowly approached the stool. He caught a glance of his father's face, which like his remained emotionless. He sat on the stool and heard the tiny voice in his head. Well, what do we have here? Come to be sorting again, Mr. Potter. Or should I say Mr. Snape? Ah yes, well, you never were at your best potential in Gryffindor. I stand by where you should have been in your first year, Mr. Snape. So better be, Slytherin. Whatever. Damien murmured as Malfoy drawled away on his opinion of letting filthy mudbloods attend school with purebloods who were the ideal wizard. Everyone was just finishing up their food and the welcoming feast was almost over. Damien was supposed to meet with his father to discuss his classes after the feast. And what's with that jumped-up Granger? Someone should put a leash on the mudblood, always tagging along with Weasley and Potter. Of course, now that Potter's abandoned them, they don't act so tough anymore without their ringleader telling them what to do. Damien clenched his fists under the table. After the sorting ceremony, Dumbledore had announced that he, Harry, had gone off to do some secret training. Damien personally thought that the headmaster could have came up with a better excuse. One thing was that all of his friends could still owl him as to not raise suspicion of Damien Snape's sudden arrival and Harry Potter's sudden disappearance, but by Hedwig only. Dumbledore had ordered the owl only to drop off the letter in Harry's room. Slytherins, unlike Gryffindors, got their own room, so he could respond to them. The hardest part was that Damien knew he would have to change his handwriting for classes. And half-bloods, what's the deal with them? They don't belong with us either. They may be part wizard but they still have filthy muggle blood in them. Damien glared at the, I am a half-blood, I hope you know, he said coldly. Malfoy stopped talking immediately. Why, you are, well, excuse me, he said coolly and got up a couple minutes after his father had. He felt eyes watching him, as if expecting him to suddenly take out his wand and jinx them all. Damien walked out into the great hall to see his father waiting for him. Snape nodded jerkily to follow him and Damien obeyed silently as they walked down to the dungeons. They entered Snape's private rooms and Snape froze. Suddenly he whirled around, pulled out his wand, and shouted, Legilimens. The whole thing had taken less than 5 seconds but Damien, who had learned to always be on his guard over the summer, was ready for him. Damien braced himself as the spell hit. He was 13 and Aunt Marge was floating up to the ceiling, her dog barking while Uncle Vernon was shouting. Damien squeezed his eyes tightly shut and concentrated so hard that his head hurt. He was getting very good at occlumency but his father was practically giving it his all, making it all harder. It was during this past summer. His father was smiling at him, actually smiling for the first time. They had been making the dreamless sleep potion and Damien had gotten it right for the first time. His father had looked almost proud. Damien felt a surge of happiness flood through him at the memory of his father looking at him with something akin to pride, which hadn't happened once since that time, and concentrated even harder. He wanted to make his father proud of him at least a little. Damien focused and could finally make out his father staring at him, muttering under his breath. Damien yelled, Stupefy. Did I spell that right? And they were suddenly standing in his father's private rooms again. Snape stumbled back, nearly losing his balance. They were both panting at the energy it had taken, though Snape wasn't as drained as Damien was. Severus nodded in satisfaction toward Damien. Better, but you still have some work to do. I want you here every Wednesday after dinner, all right? Damien nodded. I also want you to continue clearing your mind every night. Damien nodded again. His father straightened his robes that had become slightly rumpled and stepped up to his desk. He nodded to the chair across from it and Damien gratefully sat down, suddenly feeling very drained. Well, that was unexpected. I expected Gryffindor or even Hufflepuff or Ravenclaw, but Slytherin. His father looked slightly amused at Damien's blush. Yeah. Well, in my first year, the Hat wanted to put me in Slytherin and I thought it might be suspicious if the head of the Slytherin house's son was put in Gryffindor, so I let it. Severus' eyebrows disappeared in his hairline and Damien had to laugh at the shocked expression that was rarely seen on his father's face. Well, that's certainly unexpected, Severus murmured thoughtfully. Damien felt a slight warmth inside of him. At the end part of the summer, he and his father had to spend more time together for occlumency and teaching him how to control his emotions so they won't show on his face. His father and him had also dueled, and, to Damien's surprise, the man had also taught him some jinxes and hexes that would be useful in a duel. Mostly Damien and Severus, as he had called him over the summer since Professor was too formal and Severus would kill him if he called him Father, had seemed to have formed a silent truce and had actually formed a kind of, well, friendship, you could say. After all, you couldn't help but form a friendship with someone who you had seen 14 hours a day for almost a month who just happened to be your father. Severus had been almost nice to him ever since the meeting with Dumbledore, and it made Damien feel comforted by the fact that his father was actually trying. Of course, Severus also had to change his attitude toward Damien during class. I mean, who would be as cruel to their son as Severus was to Harry Potter? Okay, I've got you down for defense against the dark arts, transfiguration, potions, herbology, charms, and care of magical creatures. Severus glanced up. You may trade COMC for another subject, he said quietly. Damien thought for a moment. Well, he never really liked COMC anyway. He only stayed in it for Hagrid, but now since he wasn't Harry Potter he could take whatever class he wanted. I think I'll take Ancient Runes, it sounds interesting and I'm sure it'll come in handy for being an Auror, plus I'll have it with Hermione. Severus nodded and marked out COMC and put Ancient Runes in its place. Don't forget though, Damien, it may look weird if you are all chummy with Harry Potter's friends. We don't want to give anyone any reason to suspect. Yeah, I know, I know. Damien murmured. I don't think they'll be suspecting me anytime soon though. I met Ron, Hermione, and Ginny on the train. His father looked up, an odd expression on his face. Well, how did you do? Good. I was more sarcastic and rude, but I didn't act awfully bad. Damien trailed off and Severus smirked faded. What? He asked, looking at Damien carefully. Damien swallowed. Ron acted as if I were Voldemort. Don't say his name. Severus snapped furiously and Damien flinched, shrinking back slightly. Severus sighed and rubbed the place between his eyes wearily. He had forgotten about his son's reaction to harsher yelled words, which he knew why Damien acted that way. Severus knew that those relatives that Damien had lived with had beaten him, well, his uncle and cousin had, and it pissed him off to no end. He had talked to the boy over the summer and had gotten little info out of him. He wanted to know what that bastard had done to his son. Severus really wasn't sure what he felt about Damien. Once he had gotten to know him, the real him, he had grown fond of his son. Not like he was ever tell the boy that though. Then again, he was Harry Potter, his most hated student, wasn't he? But when it came to something like someone laying a hand on his son, it made him furious, and he swore that one day he would get that bastard back for what the Muggle had done to his son, if only Damien would let him, that is. Severus still acted rather harsh to the boy, but he really didn't know how to act around his son. But whenever he thought that someone was harming Damien, it made him feel angry, very angry and protective, as if he should always make sure that nothing bad ever happened to the boy, not that he was going to tell the boy how he felt. But he hated him, didn't he? His feelings for the boy would never change just because Damien was his son, would they? But he found out that the boy wasn't really all that selfish and was nothing like his fath James Potter. Severus was torn out of his thoughts as he looked into worried green eyes that were now closer due to the fact that the boy had leaned across the desk in concern. Of course Severus didn't blame him. He hadn't moved for about 5 good minutes. Severus cleared his throat. I apologize, Mr. Pot Damien. Damien ignored the slip and nodded slowly as he looked at the floor. It's okay, Severus. Severus sighed. You know you will have to call me Professor, or Sir, in front of everyone else, so don't slip up, okay? Damien nodded, smiling slightly. Well, I'll escort you to the Snake Pit. The Snake Pit. That's what we call the Slytherin dorms. Damien nodded and the two walked out. They walked in silence and stopped at a stone wall. The password is Pureblood. Good night, Damien. Night, Professor. Severus. Severus showed the smallest flicker of a smile before turning around and stalking away without a glance back at Damien. Damien took a deep breath and stared at the wall. Well, here goes nothing, Pureblood. The wall slid into itself and Damien walked into the Snake Pit for the first time in 4 years. Damien stepped into the Snake Pit and looked around. It really hadn't changed that much from his second year, all donned in green and silver. All the conversation stopped almost instantly as every eye was fixed on him. Damien glared right back at them coldly. Well, are you just going to stand there, or am I going to have to find my room myself? He snapped. The murmur started up once again. They obviously seemed to accept him, at least a little. Only one person approached him though, most were glancing at him cautiously. Draco Malfoy smirked and signed for Damien to follow him. And here I thought you didn't want to be seen with a half-blood such as myself. After all, you are the ideal wizard and you wouldn't want to be seen with a half-breed like myself. Malfoy, however, continued to smirk as he led the way up to the 6th-year boys' rooms. Well, some half-bloods are all right, as long as they can prove their worth, that is. Not that you need to or anything. Well, here we are, Damien. The two stopped at a circular room with several paintings on the walls. This is yours. You can choose the password once you get inside. Right now it's Serpent. Malfoy gestured to the painting of 2 boys dueling. By the way, the said, turning to Damien, I know it's not your fault that you're a half-breed. What do you mean? Damien asked in an offended tone, arching an eyebrow at the. Malfoy smirked once again and Damien suddenly wanted to smack the other boy. Well, I know you can't help that your father BP'd your mother. He was probably following the Dark Lord's orders, so I can't really blame him. After all, it's not as though he loved her or anything. Damien felt a well or anger beyond anything that he had ever felt before. The arrogant smirk was still on the Malfoy's face and he wanted to slam his fist into the pale boy's pointed face. He did too. He turned around and punched Malfoy in the nose as hard as he possibly could. Malfoy staggered and fell to the floor, but Damien had already entered his rooms. He thought of the first word that came to mind and told the painting to change the password to Sirius, before shutting the painting in the now standing boy's face. Damien looked around the room. It was almost exactly like the room he had occupied over at the Snape Manor, except it was smaller. There was no bathroom, and it was silver and green instead of gold. Damien sighed and flung himself onto the velvet green covers, trying to prevent the tears from falling. Damien had never really thought of his conception as Beep. Well, maybe at first when he had been really angry at Severus he had, but hadn't his mother said that he, Damien, should forgive Severus? It wasn't his fault after all. Well, Damien guessed that drugging someone like Severus had his mother, and doing what he had done to her was considered as Beep. But it wasn't his fault. He was under the Imperius curse. By Lucius Malfoy too. It was hard to imagine that he, Damien, would have even existed if it hadn't have been for the man. Was he a bastard? After all, he was the product of Beep. He suddenly felt anger well up in him once again as he thought about Snape, the snarky potions master, raping his mother. He felt sickened by the thought and buried his head into his pillow as he felt the familiar hot tears fall down his cheeks. He shouldn't be mad at Severus. Damien knew the man would never do something like that, especially to his friend. Over the summer Damien had actually discovered a human part of Severus. He smiled slightly at the thought amongst the tears. Flashback. Legilimens. Severus roared once again. Harry gasped but braced himself as he felt the spell hit him. Once again he was plunged into memories of his horrible childhood. He was 8 and running from Dudley's gang. His lungs were burning from the lack of air, his legs aching horribly as he made for an alleyway. He felt the bruises that already littered his back, courtesy of Dudley, making it much harder to escape the clutches of his demented cousin. He finally collapsed and looked up in horror as Dudley and his gang surrounded him, all smirking, jeering at him. Harry squeezed his eyes shut as his cousin threw the first punch. Suddenly the memory faded away and they were back in the living room. Harry was panting, his cheeks wet as he shook violently. Severus looked at him for a couple minutes, having ended the spell early. "Did they often chase you?" he asked, his voice strangely free of emotion. Harry swallowed heavily and nodded. "That was a lucky day," he murmured. "It was usually worse." Harry didn't know why he was telling Severus this, but it somehow made him feel better. Severus nodded slowly. "That's enough for today," he said quietly, his intense gaze fixed on Harry, never leaving him. Harry looked at him in confusion. The last spell had only been the second time this evening. Usually they did it around 10 or 15 times or until Harry finally collapsed, but 2 was just nothing. "Are you sure, sir?" he asked slowly. "I mean, you don't want me to come back tomorrow or anything, do you?" Severus shook his head slowly. "No, I would have told you now, wouldn't I have?" he said with a bit of impatience in his voice. Harry flinched involuntarily, the memory of Dudley and the other boys playing in his mind. Severus sighed and said, "Unfortunately we are going to be spending more time together thanks to certain people." Severus scowled at the last part. "It is after all holidays, so just call me Severus." Harry openly gawked at the man. "Call me Sevy, Dad, or anything remotely similar, then I'll rip you limb from limb though, got it?" Usually Harry would have been terrified of a statement such as that one coming from his rabid potions master, but right now he felt amused slightly. "All right. Then call me Harry, since Potter isn't really my name." Harry frowned at the last part but put in a threat to for good measure. "Call me Mr. Snape though and all." He paused as Severus raised his eyebrows at the last part. "Or else I'll do something really bad," Harry finished with feigned intimidation. The man laughed at the sad threat and it was Harry's turn to raise his eyebrows. He had never heard the man laugh. He didn't even know Severus could. Harry had to smile at the difference it made on the man. He actually looked human and almost happy too. Severus smirked at Harry and eyed him up and down as if sizing him up. His smirk widened and he nodded as if in satisfaction before whirling around and striding to his potion lab, his black robes billowing dramatically. End flashback. Damien smiled at the memory and wiped away his tears stubbornly. The headmaster's words suddenly popped into his head, "It does not do well to dwell on the past and forget to live." Damien straightened and got into his bed, fully clothed. He was suddenly very tired. Next day. "Hey look. Look over there." "Where?" "Over there. That boy sitting next to Malfoy. Did you hear who he is? Did you hear who his father is?" Whispers followed Damien and Malfoy, who insisted on sticking with him, saying that they punch in the nose had just been a misunderstanding. His father's orders, no doubt. The next day, and Damien had a flashback of his first day in his first year when everyone had been whispering and following him. But this was different, way different. Some of them were just curious, but most were rather cruel instead of awed and flattered. Though Ginny had been right, many more girls were staring at him than boys. But then again, when a boy stared at Damien, they sneered and scowled at him, but when a girl did, she completely stared open-mouthed at him for a moment before blushing and hurrying away. Professor Snape was passing around the schedules for everyone. He handed Damien his schedule and nodded at him. "Mr. Snape," he greeted evenly. Damien nodded back. "Sir," he said, his voice equally even. The sixth-year schedules were different from the schedules before. They had fewer classes, that was one thing, but they also had the same classes more times a week than before. Damien looked at his schedule with little interest. Monday, 9 a.m. Transfiguration, 11 a.m. lunch, 12:30 p.m. herbology, 2:30 p.m. double potions, 6:30 p.m. dinner. Tuesday, 9 a.m. ancient runes, 11 a.m. lunch, 12:30 p.m. double defense against the dark arts, 4:30 p.m. double charms, 6:30 p.m. dinner. Wednesday, 9 a.m. charms, 11 a.m. lunch, 12:30 p.m. double herbology, 4:30 p.m. double transfiguration, 6:30 p.m. dinner. Thursday, 9 a.m. potions, 11 a.m. lunch, 12:30 p.m. double ancient runes, 4:30 p.m. defense against the dark arts, 6:30 p.m. dinner. Friday, 9 a.m. ancient runes, 10 a.m. potions, 11 a.m. lunch, 12:30 p.m. charms, 2:30 p.m. herbology, 3:30 p.m. transfiguration, 4:30 p.m. potions, 5:30 p.m. defense against the dark arts, 6:30 p.m. dinner. Please note that you are now in academic classes of each subject due to your OWL results, and that you will be taking this class with any other sixth year that has also achieved the required results on the OWLs. Well, that's certainly different, Malfoy murmured as he stared at his schedule, which was exactly like Damien's. He turned toward Damien. "You are in sixth year, aren't you?" he asked the Snape. Damien nodded. "What, don't I look like one? I'm taller than you are," he said coolly, not quite forgiving Malfoy for his comment the other night. "No, just wondering. Hey, our schedules are exactly the same, except the Ancient Runes class," Malfoy said in an excited voice. "Oh joy," Damien murmured sarcastically as he rubbed his eyes tiredly. This year was going to definitely beep. "Okay, I don't know if I did the schedule right or not, and if I did, I'm sorry because I kind of like the way I did it." Damien hurried to Transfiguration, trying desperately to get away from Malfoy for at least a minute. He walked into Professor McGonagall's room and realized that he was the only one there. Well, he was about 15 minutes early. He carefully slid his bag into one of the seats and sat down, resting for a moment and grateful to finally have some time to himself. It was short-lived though, as he heard McGonagall walk into the room, stopping as she laid eyes on him. "Well, Mr. Snape, I never thought I'd have a student who would be 15 minutes early to class. Miracles do happen, I suppose." She smiled slightly at him, looking at him up and down. Damien shifted slightly under her calculating gaze and she sighed and looked away. "I'm sorry, Mr. Snape, but I just can't see Severus as the father type." Quote. Damien merely smiled. "You're not the only one," he thought to himself. "Have you gotten lost at all? Any problems with the other students? They can be quite prejudiced," Professor McGonagall said with a sigh. "I can tell," Damien murmured disdainfully. The witch glanced up from her lesson plans. Has anyone said anything? Whoever it is will be severely punished, no doubt about that. She sighed. I don't think Severus would be pleased with the fact that students are being rude to his son. He would give them a suitable punishment, I'm sure. McGonagall smirked. She smirked. Damien blinked at her. He had never seen Professor McGonagall act like this, at least not to Harry Potter, that is, but to Damien Snape she seemed sympathetic and more free-spoken, as if she didn't care if Damien saw her act well, human. He smiled and said, No, I've just heard from Malf Draco about the prejudice against Slytherin. McGonagall nodded. Yes, people do seem to have it for them just because you know who was in that house. She trailed off as the shuffling of footsteps and a dull murmur was heard. The Transfiguration professor immediately straightened up and her gaze hardened slightly, making her look like the McGonagall Damien was so accustomed to seeing. She turned to the papers on her desk. Damien quickly took his seat and morphed his face to a bored, annoyed expression. The door flew open and the sixth-year students flocked in. There were students from all houses instead of just 2 now. Malfoy immediately hurried over to Damien and sat down beside him, smirking as if he knew something that no one else did. Damien rubbed the place between his eyes tiredly. Hermione and Ron were the last to file in, both of them looking grim without their third friend with them. They walked over to the last available seats, directly behind Malfoy and Damien. Damien took a deep breath. He could do this. He could pretend to act cold to his best friends if it meant that he wouldn't be revealed. Right. Now, you have been chosen to be in my top class because of your results on your owls, so I expect you all to achieve at least an E or higher on all of your work. I will not tolerate students who slack off and don't work, so if you are going to not work, then you should get out now. She paused, but no one moved. No one dared to. Indeed, she looked quite a bit more stricter this year. McGonagall cleared her throat. Now, today you will be learning a useful little transfiguration spell that would come in handy in a battle. Now, Mr. Thomas, pass out the rocks. Go on now. Damien smirked slightly as Dean passed out rocks of all different sizes. Finally, they would be using something useful for once. Professor McGonagall walked to the front of the class. Now you must tap the rock 4 times before saying the incantation, which will turn your rock into a sword. She then took out her wand and pointed it at a rock laying on her desk. Watch closely now. 1, 2, 3. Swordonia. She tapped the rock with her wand 4 times, and on the 4th the rock morphed into a long, dangerous-looking sword. It was silver and looked quite sharp, its well-polished gold handle gleaming brightly even though the lighting in the room wasn't that good. Professor McGonagall turned to the rest of them. Well, what are you waiting for? Go on now. You can't learn a spell unless you try it. There were murmurs of interest and excitement about the prospect of learning something that could actually be used in a real duel or battle. The room was soon filled with many Swordonia's, though no one prevailed. Hermione had definitely perked up. While Professor McGonagall had been demonstrating the spell, she had been practically sitting on the edge of her seat in exhilaration. She was now watching as Ron murmured the spell over and over, each time failing with slight amusement. What are you smiling about? Ron snapped, obviously miffed about his girlfriend finding entertainment in his flaw. Hermione merely shook her head, still smiling though it didn't reach her eyes. Damien could tell that she was trying her hardest to be cheerful for Ron's sake, though it wasn't working much. Hermione sighed. Honestly, Ron, one day you're going to blow something up by saying the incantation wrong or doing the wand movements improperly. At that precise moment a loud boom filled the room. The students looked over to see Seamus, his hair tousled and his face blackened. Damien once again had a flash of déjà vu from their first year when they had been practicing the levitating charm. I think we're going to need another rock over here, Professor. Dean Thomas said sheepishly as he eyed the remains of Seamus' rock sadly. The Slytherin snickered gleefully. Damien merely rolled his eyes and turned back to his rock, which he hadn't even tried transfiguring yet, as he heard Professor McGonagall rant to Seamus about how he should pay more attention to the incantations and wrist movements before taking 10 points from Gryffindor. The Slytherin snickered even more loudly as Seamus flushed. Hermione gave Ron a knowing glance as if to say, you see. That could be you. Ron looked highly insulted. Well, you try it then if you're so smart. Go on, he said heatedly to the Muggle-born witch. Hermione smiled again. Now Ron, you know very well what will happen. I'll perform it correctly and you'll get mad, and there isn't Harry around to help you distract a mountain troll this time. She trailed off as if waiting for Harry to laugh or make a comment, but of course none came. Ron looked at the ground and awkwardly put an arm around her. I miss him too, he said quietly. Hermione sniffed and nodded before whipping out her wand and muttering, Swordonia. And sure enough, the rock morphed into a sword, though it was smaller than Professor McGonagall's. Damien looked determinedly at his rock as he fought the lump in his throat. His eyes started to burn terribly. He took a deep breath before blinking a couple times and turned his attention over to Hermione and Ron once again, the former earning 10 points for Gryffindor while being praised by her fellow classmates except the Slytherins. Speaking of Slytherins, Damien then realized that he hadn't seen any of Malfoy's bodyguards around since the welcoming feast. But of course the oafs didn't get into the Newt classes and Damien felt rather relieved about it. Malfoy growled, obviously furious at Hermione for perfecting the spell before him. Filthy little mudblood, he spat angrily. Always has to be the know-it-all. HMPH. Probably the only reason Weasley and Potty even put up with her is so they'll be guaranteed a passing grade. It's no wonder Potty abandoned the Weasley and his jumped-up pet. Probably had enough of being second best. Damien felt a surge of anger course through him as he squeezed his eyes shut again, clenching his teeth, and trying desperately to control his emotions, but it was in vain as his rock in front of him exploded into bits of pebbles and dust. A couple students screamed and some ducked for cover. Even Malfoy backed off a bit. Professor McGonagall had paled as she stared at what was left of Damien's rock. Mr. Snape, please see me after class, she said shakily. He nodded slowly. He hadn't meant to lose control and he hated when he did. It scared him slightly to think that he didn't have control over some of his power. Of course the students gradually went back to their work, throwing terrified glances at Damien every once in a while. Great. All he needed was for everyone to be scared of him. Great first day this was turning out to be, and this was only the first class. Sighing in exasperation, Damien tapped his wand on Malfoy's rock and said, Swordonia. The rock morphed into a sword, which Damien noticed was longer and looked more striking than Hermione's. He glanced at his two old friends behind him to find that Ron was glaring at him in hatred and Hermione was throwing uneasy looks at him. Way to show, Granger, Malfoy whispered gleefully to Damien. The rest of the class was rather boring to Damien as he watched Malfoy struggle to transfigure his rock, which Professor McGonagall had restored to its natural form, not bothering to even help but rather watching in amusement as Malfoy fumed over not getting the spell correctly. Professor McGonagall assigned a 12-inch essay on the history of the sword spell for everyone but Hermione and Damien, who had been the only ones to get it right. The bell rang and the class filed out except for Damien and Malfoy. Damien sighed, not really up to putting up with the. McGonagall luckily saved him. Go on, Mr. Malfoy. You'll see Mr. Snape at lunch. Malfoy looked quite disgruntled but walked out of the classroom nevertheless. Professor McGonagall signed for Damien to sit down. He complied wearily. Professor McGonagall cleared her throat. Well, Mr. Snape, I must say I am impressed. Damien blinked. He had expected for his professor to start lecturing him on controlling his magic or something like that. You performed the sword spell perfectly and on your first try. Damien blinked again and feigned ignorance. What about that girl? Hermione is it? She got it right too. Professor McGonagall gave a small chuckle. Yes, Miss Granger almost always gets spells correctly on her first try. She is a very bright girl. She has a lot of potential, that's for sure. Of course, she might have some competition this year. She smiled at Damien. Well, that is all. You may go. But what about my rock exploding? Professor McGonagall smiled once again. Even the greatest wizards can lose control sometimes. Now hurry up. You don't want to be late for lunch. Damien thought about Professor McGonagall's behavior toward Damien Snape. As he smirked slightly, she seemed to like him a lot. That was good. At least he had one teacher who liked him so far. Damien decided to skip luncheon instead, heading for the library to check out some books. He rounded the corner and suddenly bumped into someone. He heard a small shriek as they were both sent sprawling to the floor. Sorry, Damien murmured indifferently as he started to walk away. Hey Damien. Damien froze and turned to see Ginny Weasley smiling up at him. Oh hi Ginny. Sorry about that, he said, scratching the back of his head. Ginny giggled and he desperately hoped he wasn't blushing. Where are you going? She asked. Library. Wasn't hungry. Well, I'll escort you, shall I? After all, you don't know where the library is, do you? Damien shook his head and she smiled. Follow me. They walked to the library in silence and Ginny suddenly turned on him, her brown eyes suddenly serious. You seem very familiar, she said, her tone slightly suspicious. You remind me of someone. Damien swallowed nervously. Did she know? How would she know? Was he that obvious? Who? He asked hesitantly. She eyed him. One of my friends. He's gone to train somewhere this year. Strange though, how you suddenly show up when he suddenly disappears. Damien's heart jumped to his throat as he wrung his hands, which were behind his back, nervously. She went on. Ron and Hermione don't suspect because for one thing, they're too caught up in each other to notice you that much, and for another thing they're too worried about him. Who's him? Damien asked. Ginny didn't answer but instead said, You can't fool me. By that time they were in the library. Damien's insides felt like ice. How had she known? She knew him better than he thought. After checking out his books he walked back to the snake pit, which was empty since lunch was still going on, and headed up to his room. Damien was so caught up in his thoughts about Ginny and his secret being revealed that he hadn't even realized that Ginny was still with him. He whirled around, almost knocking her over. The painting that blocked his room was open now. What are you doing here? You can't be in the Slytherin dorms, they'll kill you, and I really don't think that Ron would be happy if you were up here with me alone in my room. He said hurriedly, before the other Slytherins wandered up to get their books for their classes. Ginny narrowed her eyes. And how do you know about all that? You speak of it like you're used to it. Before Damien could respond, Hedwig, who had been waiting patiently on his bed, flew up to greet him with a bundle of letters. Damien automatically reached out his arm for her to land on. Hermione's neat handwriting and Ron's sloppy handwriting were evident on a couple of envelopes, along with some of Ginny's small handwriting as well. Ginny smiled widely. Damien felt as if his insides had turned to lead, and he knew that he had paled at least 3 shades, if that were even possible. I'm sure I have no idea what you're talking about. Weasley. Damien tried to recover by acting cold. All I know is that Dumbledore's golden boy is off training somewhere. You disgust me. But the damage was already done. Ginny smirked knowingly and folded her arms, seemingly unaffected by Damien's rant. I know it's you. I sent that letter to Harry yesterday, and Ron and Hermione sent those to him earlier this morning. You're him, I know you are. Why are you trying to hide it? Don't your friends meant anything to you? Damien lowered his head in shame and sadness. Ginny wasn't mad at him, just disappointed. I wanted to tell you and Ron and Hermione that it was me, but Dumbledore and Severus wouldn't let me. Ginny blinked. But why? Why did you need to hide in the first place? And why on earth are you calling Professor Snape by his first name? And why did you pose as his son? And where were you this summer? She said this all very quickly and in one breath. Ginny looked at him pleadingly, expecting to get an answer from him. Damien sighed. He might as well tell her. She deserved to know. After all, she did figure it out. Gin, I'm so sorry. I really wanted to tell you guys, but... He trailed off and sighed. He had to get this over with. Gin, I went over to the Snape Manor this summer and just got used to calling Professor Snape Severus. Ginny's eyes widened. Why didn't you tell? I wanted to. Damien burst out and Ginny jumped slightly. I really did. I practically begged Dumbledore and Severus, but they said it wasn't safe. Why isn't it safe? Why did you have to go over there? Damien paused and looked down at the floor. He felt Ginny's hand under his chin as she gently pushed his head up to meet her gaze. She was looking at him in concern. What happened? Was it your relatives? She whispered. What did they do to you? Damien swallowed and looked away from her concerned chocolate-colored eyes. They were unkind to me, he murmured quietly, and Ginny gasped. Why, you mean they hit you? She whispered in shock. Damien didn't say anything and she suddenly threw her arms around him. I'm so sorry. Ron and Hermione and Fred and George and me all knew that they were doing something bad ever since the beginning of my first year. We tried to tell them we really did, but they wouldn't listen. They kept saying that it was for the best. Oh Harry, I'm so sorry. She ranted as tears poured down her face. Damien felt comforted by her concern and felt a warmth in the pit of his stomach. It's okay, Gin. I'm all right. Ginny released him and wiped her eyes. Are you sure? What about Snape? He wasn't too horrible to you, was he? Damien had to smile at her caring nature and he shook his head. No, Severus was, almost, nice I guess. Ginny gave him a look as if to say, yeah, and you know who needs a teddy bear to get to sleep. Damien chuckled slightly at her dazed expression. Her gaze turned serious again. Why are you hiding? And why are you pretending to be Snape's son? Damien hoped that she had by some miracle forgotten about this. Would she hate him? No, not Ginny. He knew she wouldn't. She was always so kind and caring and understanding. She would understand. Gin, I'm not posing as Severus' son, he murmured, looking her square into the eye. Ginny's eyes quickly reached the size of golf balls. She gasped and her hands flew up to her mouth. She sat there like that for a couple of minutes, her eyes comically large and her hands glued to her mouth. Damien felt a slight sinking feeling. Ginny slowly lowered her hands, her eyes gradually returning to normal. She blinked. Well, that's certainly irony, eh? Are you sure? I mean, this isn't some joke that Fred and George put you up to, is it? She said this all in a quiet, dead serious voice. Damien shook his head. No, this is my real appearance. My mother was good at charms. Ginny continued to stare numbly at him. Oh okay, I think I'll go to class now, Toodles. She seemed to be in a daze of some sort as she glided out of the room, much like Professor Trelawney did. Gin, wait. Damien called desperately as he hurried after the girl. He caught her in the hall that passed by the snake pit. Gin, please don't tell anyone about this. You can't. Both me and Severus would be in a lot of danger if this information came to light. Ginny seemed to snap out of the daze that she was in and she gave her head a small shake. So, you really are his son, aren't you? She whispered finally. Damien nodded, praying that she would run away, terrified. She didn't. Indeed, Ginny just stared at him for a couple minutes before a slow, awkward smile came across her young face. Well, that explains your temper at least. Damien nearly hugged her. He had never felt so relieved. So, you're okay with this? Of course I am, Damien. It's definitely going to take some getting used to, but I'll manage. A wide grin appeared on Damien's face. Thanks, he whispered. It's good to have someone else who knows and is okay about it. She smiled and they both turned to the sound of footsteps and talking coming their way. You'd better go, Damien said to Ginny. Don't want you to get in any trouble. She smiled and started to walk away, but turned and hurried over to him to give him a hug before saying quietly, It's good to have you back. I was worried. Your secret's safe with me. With that she gave him a key on the cheek before turning and hurrying away, blushing. Damien stood there, frozen in spot as he slowly reached to put a hand on the place where Ginny had keyed him. A wide grin once again spread across his face, much larger than the one before. He was however startled rudely out of his thoughts when Malfoy came up to him and said, Come on. We're going to be late for herbology. The previous night Sev's Pav. Severus bid farewell to Damien before whirling around and heading for his dungeons. He only hoped that the boy could keep his cover from being blown. He did have confidence in Damien though, the boy had most definitely proved it over the summer. Flashback. Severus growled as he checked the living room clock. Great. Potter was late. The boy had skipped dinner, but Severus really didn't care about that. All he cared about was teaching his son Occlumency so that their cover wouldn't be blown at Hogwarts. He needed to teach him how to control his emotions. Harry got angry way too easily and Severus needed to teach him how to mask his feelings so they didn't show on his face. Severus had vowed that he would go slightly easier on the boy due to the rather disturbing memory of Harry's that Severus had experienced last week of the boy being beaten up by his cousin's gang. Severus flinched at the thought. How many times had Potter and Black done the exact same thing to Severus himself? Harry of course had seen one of the many memories of Severus being humiliated by the two. Severus had never thought that he would have seen similar memories between Harry and himself, but now that he had, he felt like it may have done Harry some good to know that he wasn't the only one who knew how it felt to be humiliated and beat up. Severus was startled out of his thoughts as an out-of-breath Harry flew into the living room. Severus arched an eyebrow at the raven-haired boy, who was now panting heavily as he kneeled over. "Sorry, Severus, I fell asleep." Harry paused to take in a couple more deep breaths before looking up at his professor. Severus raised his eyebrows at the boy. "And why were you sleeping? Staying up too late, are you?" Harry closed his eyes briefly before saying, "No, sir. Severus the First just don't sleep very well, you know my nightmares." He trailed off and Severus scowled in anger, "Still having nightmares? I told you to clear your mind before going to bed every night. Do you listen to anything I say, Potter? I would have thought that you might actually put at least a little effort into occlumency considering what happened last year." Severus sneered at Harry. "Apparently I was wrong." Harry stared at him for a couple minutes but didn't react. "I do practice, sir," Harry said in a calm voice. "They're not Voldemort related, they're about Sirius." "Don't say his name," Severus snapped predictably, and Harry sighed. "How many times do I have to tell you not to say his name?" Harry said nothing. He didn't even flinch. Fools wear their emotions on their sleeves, he remembered Severus telling him. No, he wouldn't make the same mistake again. He wouldn't display his emotions if it meant the safety of his friends. Legilimens. Harry was startled out of his thoughts as the spell hit him. Damn, he should have been on guard. It was the summer after his 4th year. He was in the Order's HQ screaming at Ron and Hermione for leaving him in the dark. He was in Dumbledore's office, staring at the pensive at a small, misty figure of Professor Trelawney. The one with the power to vanquish the Dark Lord approaches. Born to those who have thrice defied him, born as the 7th month dies, and the Dark Lord will mark him as his equal, but he will have the power the Dark Lord knows not, and either must die at the hand of the other, for neither can live while the other survives. The one with the power to vanquish the Dark Lord will be born as the 7th month dies. Suddenly Harry found himself once again back in the living room. Severus was staring at him, an odd expression on his face. That prophecy, was it? It was referring to you." Harry slowly nodded, studying the expression on his father's face. Severus paled and turned away quickly. An idea suddenly struck Harry. "Is it true? Before my birth did you defy Volume you know who 3 times? Severus sighed and turned back around to face Harry. "I don't know, but it really wouldn't matter." Harry blinked. "Yes it would. It would change everything. You don't understand." "I understand perfectly, Potter," Severus growled through clenched teeth. "The prophecy says, born to those who have thrice defied the Dark Lord. I fathered you, Potter. Yes, but you were not born to me, you were born to Lily and James." Harry looked at the floor. "Oh." Severus sighed. "We've wasted time." Legilimens. Harry braced himself this time as the spell hit him. Unfortunately, no matter how much he braced himself, it would never prepare him for the first memory that surfaced. Once again, Harry found himself at the Department of Mysteries. He watched as the second spell hit Sirius in the chest, and he watched helplessly as his godfather flew through the ragged veil once again. Harry clenched his teeth against the cry of agony that welled up in his throat. No, he had to stay focused. He couldn't let his emotions get the better of him. Concentrating with every cell of his being, Harry fought the burning sensation in his eyes as he finally made out Severus muttering under his breath, "Stupefy." He yelled, barely even remembering taking out his wand. The memory faded away and the both of them were soon back in the living room once again. Severus frowned thoughtfully at Harry. He had expected the boy to give up after he relieved the memory of Black dying, but he had kept on going and had even managed to ward Severus off. Severus felt a faint glow of pride inside of him, but it was gone as soon as it came. Harry was standing exactly where he had been before, staring straight ahead, his face controlled and emotionless. Severus nodded. "Well done, Harry." Harry nodded, his face still impassive, but Severus could almost feel the turmoil of pain and agony radiating off from his son. Severus walked over to Harry and slowly, very hesitantly placed a hand on the boy's shoulder. Harry looked at him with glazed eyes, trying his hardest to not break down once again. It was all in vain though, as Harry blinked and a couple tears sprung from his eyes and slowly poured down his cheeks. Suddenly Harry found himself sinking to the floor, sobbing. He hadn't even cried for Sirius ever since the man had died. He had always kept it locked up inside of him, and now the dam finally broke and all the pain and sadness that Harry had been experiencing since that night had suddenly broke free at the first gesture of even the slightest bit of affection from his father. Severus was at loss. What was he supposed to do now? He couldn't very well leave him there, but Severus hadn't opened up to anyone in so long that he now thought that he had forgotten how to comfort someone, especially a child, a broken child who had been through so much. Slowly, trying to keep his distance from the boy but also trying to be close enough to comfort him, Severus bent to Harry's side and moved his hand that had been on the boy's shoulder to Harry's back and started to pat it gently in what he hoped was a comforting manner. "Harry, even though I say that you shouldn't display your emotions, it doesn't mean that you should keep them locked up inside of you. It'll eat you alive. I should know. I did that to myself when I was your age, and now look at how I am. Do you want to end up like me?" Cold and emotionless, he said this in a placid voice, trying to calm the hysterical boy in some way. Harry continued to sob quietly though, and Severus didn't know what else he could do, so he merely sat there, a hand on the boy's back as he allowed the boy let all of his emotional turmoil out of him that had been haunting him for months. Finally, after what seemed like an eternity, Harry started to calm down, and Severus noticed that the boy was starting to lean on his hand slightly. For some reason this startled Severus and he quickly pulled his hand away. Unfortunately, Harry was leaning on his hand and fell onto the floor unceremoniously. Harry looked up from the floor to Severus, who had stood up so Harry wouldn't fall on him, with hurt in his eyes. Severus sighed and nodded to Harry. "Lessons are over for tonight," he told the teen quietly. Harry slowly stood up, looking quite embarrassed from his breakdown but still a little hurt because of the fact that Severus let him fall to the floor. "Good night, Severus," Harry said emotionlessly when they reached their rooms. Severus nodded. "Good night, Harry," before turning around and all but slamming the door in Harry's face. Harry sighed and turned to his room, closing the door quietly. Severus sighed as he sank into his bed once he was in his room. He was starting to get attached to the boy, there was no denying it, no matter how much he wanted to. Severus hadn't been close to anyone in a long while. Ever since his mother died, no one had shown that they actually cared about him, except Albus, that is. Severus now felt uncomfortable to be so close to someone now. This was Potter after all. Not anything special about him now, was there? Was there? Of course there wasn't. No, there was no way that he was going to actually follow Albus, plan and get attached to the boy. No way in the hell. End flashback. Severus smirked slightly at his antics towards the boy over the summer. He had been so cautious because he was afraid that he was going to follow the old man's plan and that he was going to get attached to the boy. Hey, he had sworn that he wouldn't get attached to the boy. Even now he swore he wouldn't get attached to his son, even though he had grown fond of Damien. But you really couldn't help developing some kind of fondness for a person that you had spent a month with and who you had seen every day of the month. Severus shook his head. He had these damn paternal feelings. Sometimes he wished he could just go back to the uncaring, cold bastard. At least it would be a lot easier and less complicated. What would Lily think of him now? She would probably beam at him and say something like, "I'm so proud of you, Sev. You actually grew feelings. I knew you would eventually." Severus snorted at the thought of his feisty red-headed old friend. He missed her. Severus was suddenly startled out of his thoughts as he felt a familiar pain shooting through his arm. Damn it! Severus stepped into the meeting room of the Riddle House after apparating to the place. He glanced around to see every Death Eater from the Dark Lord's inner circle formed in a ring around the Dark Lord himself. Severus took a deep breath before occluding his mind, stepping up to his master, and kneeling down to key the monster's robes. "Ah, come at last." Voldemort's voice was cold, barely above a whisper as he glared at the potion's master. Severus knelt down farther, his hands pressed flat against the wooden floor. "Forgive me, my lord. I was on a mission for Dumbledore during the summer with the werewolf. I couldn't slip away unnoticed. Forgive me, master." Severus said this all in an emotionless voice, spitting out the headmaster's name like a swear word. The Dark Lord loved it when his servants were scared and Severus wouldn't give the bastard the pleasure. Crucio. The Dark Lord hissed lazily. Severus braced himself for the expected curse that was flung his way, clenching his teeth so tightly that he feared they would crack from the force. A scream welled up in his throat, but he stubbornly forced it back down. He wouldn't give the bastard the pleasure. Severus, my SS Slippery, were you planning to tell me about this SSSSON of your SSS? The Dark Lord hissed after lifting the curse, his crimson eyes narrowed in suspicion. Severus closed his eyes briefly before beginning. I was unaware of his existence, my lord. I had a brief affair with a Muggle woman. She never informed me about his birth. He has been living with his mother, attending a private school in America all his life. Until she died a couple months ago, he was then sent to live with me at the end of the summer. Severus mentally prayed that the monster would believe the story. Voldemort had stayed silent through Severus' explanation. He was looking at Severus through narrowed, red, calculating eyes. Finally he snapped. Tell me, Snape. Severus flinched when he heard the Dark Lord call him by his last, a good sign. Since when do I allow my Death Eaters to do such a disgraceful thing as to lower themselves so much that they interact with filthy creatures shooch-ass muggles? Voldemort sounded absolutely repulsed. Severus both mentally cheered and flinched. The Dark Lord believed his story, but he sounded furious with him, never a good sign. Forgive me, my lord, I wasn't myself that evening, Severus said with feigned sincerity. Out of the corner of his eye, Severus saw a Death Eater shift slightly, a couple strands of silvery hair escaping the silver Death Eater mask. Lucius Malfoy. Crucio. Severus once again squirmed on the ground painfully until Voldemort released him of the dreadful curse. I am debating on whether or not I should believe you, Severus, the creature hissed threateningly. You have been forcing me to question whom your loyalties lie to Snape. Severus paled under his mask. Prove yourself to USS that you are SS still loyal. Bring your SSSON to be marked when Lucius brings his hiss on the first meeting in December, and you shall have proven yourself. Or have you forgotten that all Death Eaters' children get marked when they are in their SS 6th year? Severus could have sworn that his heart had stopped for a full 5 seconds after the Dark Lord's order. He had forgotten that Damien was to be marked since he was a Death Eater's son. He shivered at the thought of Damien having to go through what Severus had been going through all these years. Merlin, what was he going to do? Nevertheless, Severus nodded respectfully and murmured, Yes, my lord. I live to serve you and only you, master. The Dark Lord narrowed his eyes. Crucio. Voldemort looked at Severus' squirming form with slight interest before lifting it once again. We shall see whom you are loyal to, Severus. You're dismissed. Severus stood up shakily and bowed before the monster once again before apparating with a crack. Damien hurriedly made his way to the hospital wing as he anxiously wrung his hands every once in a while. He had had a vision, of course, and had seen everything that had happened to Severus, which was strange because Damien thought that he wasn't supposed to have visions if he occluded his mind every night. Well, Voldemort was most likely better at occlumency than Severus was, no doubt about that, and it was possible that Voldemort had unknowingly given him the vision. Damien, of course, had immediately hurried to the headmaster's office to see if he could catch his father, only to find the headmaster coming back from the hospital wing. Professor Dumbledore had told him that he had found Severus unconscious in the entrance. Voldemort hadn't taken Damien's existence well. So, after hurriedly telling the headmaster what he had seen in his vision, Damien had made a dash for the hospital wing. He walked quickly through the doors that lead to the wing and immediately set eyes on Severus' pale form. Madame Pomfrey had obviously given him a couple of potions, which Damien could now identify as a potion for the Crucius curse and a sleeping potion, and Severus was now asleep. Poppy bustled in. Well, it's nice to see that Severus finally has some company. Poor man, he deserves someone to care for him after all he does. The nurse shot a pitying look at Severus' form before flushing slightly as she realized what she had just said. She immediately switched into nurse mode. If he does happen to wake up, make sure that he does not get out of bed. I need to go to refill my potions supply since our potions master is going to be out of commission for a bit. He needs his rest, and Lord knows that man will escape the first chance he gets. Honestly, Severus can be so stubborn at times. And with that she walked into her office, grumbling angrily about Severus. Damien felt relieved that the nurse had left. He didn't think he could have standing her constant clucking. Damien pulled up a chair beside Severus' bed and sat down as he thought about what the nurse had said. For once, Severus risked so much yet no one realized it, and almost everyone treated him like a bastard. Damien knew. He used to be one of those people. But now he knew that there was more to Severus and that he actually could act human, even almost kind at times. Damien felt a tingle of fear course through him as he remembered what had happened at the Death Eater meeting. So he was to be marked come December. And if he didn't get marked, then his father would be tortured and killed. Wonderful. Damien huffed. Even as a different person with a different name and a completely different life, everything still always happened to him. He was suddenly startled out of his thoughts by a movement on the bed in front of him. Severus was stirring slightly, obviously dreaming. His face was shifting between fear and pain as he beeped slightly. No. He beeped, clutching the sheets so tightly that his knuckles were white. No, I'm sorry, me. Damien blinked and shook his father gently. Severus, he said gently. Come on, it's only a dream. Wake up. The man's eyes flickered open slightly and focused on Damien, who was leaning over him, looking at him in concern. Are you all right? Damien asked quietly. Severus shot up immediately, his onyx eyes darting around in panic until he laid eyes on Damien and instantly relaxed. Are you all right? Damien asked once again, and Severus nodded slowly before sinking back into the comfort of the bed only to shoot up once again. I have to report to the headmaster, he said hurriedly as he made to get out of bed. Damien gently pushed him back down. Don't worry, it's all taken care of. How? I had a vision. Severus looked at him with wide eyes. Why, you saw? He murmured, sounding slightly faint. Damien nodded. Yes, and it's okay. For now, besides I am under strict orders to keep you in bed. Damien smiled slightly and Severus once again sank gratefully back into the bed, though he looked slightly bothered. Go to sleep, Severus. Damien ordered the man, and Severus started to protest before he obeyed appreciatively. Severus let his eyes fall shut again and started to fall asleep, feeling a slight warmth inside him at the thought that there was someone actually waiting for him to recover other than the headmaster. At least he felt like he was actually protecting someone with these damn spying duties. Damien, for once in his life, felt thankful that Malfoy woke him up. He probably would have been late. Damien had stayed in the hospital wing all night and had fallen asleep on a very uncomfortable chair only to wake up at 3 in the morning with his back screaming and not able to get back to sleep till 5. So he was having a bad morning with a sore back and lack of sleep. Malfoy apparently seemed to sense that since they didn't question him at all. Owls flooded in the great hall as usual, bringing mail, and a tawny brown owl dropped a letter by Malfoy's toast and perched himself on the S shoulder. Malfoy reached up to pet Talon, before another owl, a gray common one, landed by Malfoy with the Daily Prophet. You still get that junk? Damien murmured, and Malfoy shrugged. I like to see if they're having a go at Potter sometimes, he said, smirking slightly, and Damien felt anger well up in him. He forced himself to chew on his bacon instead of slamming the other boy's face into the table. Malfoy pulled out a leather wallet to get a canute for the owl, and Damien raised his eyebrows. Wizards use wallets? He asked curiously, and Malfoy shrugged. Some do, but I prefer them. The boy pulled out a bronze canute and put it into the owl's small bag that was tied around it. The owl immediately took flight, and Damien watched as Malfoy fumbled his wallet and dropped it onto the table, some sickles and pictures slipping out of it and onto the floor. Damn! Malfoy growled and scooped up the money quickly before any other Slytherin saw it. Damien reached under the table to get the fallen coins and pictures. Thanks, Malfoy grumbled, and Damien was too distracted to be shocked as he stared at one of the pictures with interest. It was a picture of a very pretty woman. She looked in her early 20s and had straight, shiny, white hair that fell down to the end of her back and curled slightly at the tips. Her eyes were blue, but not like Draco or Lucius Malfoy's cold, ice-blue eyes. Instead they were a deep sky blue that seemed full of life and kindness. Her skin was pale, but it just made her look more like an angel. She had a blue summer dress on that matched her eyes perfectly and was waving and smiling at the camera happily. Who is that? Damien asked Malfoy as he stared at the pretty woman. Malfoy took the picture and sighed. She was my aunt. Damien blinked. Dot was. Well, she would have been. She died before I was born. Her name was Cassandra. She was my father's sister. I don't really know much about her cause father doesn't like to talk about her much. She's a traitor and he hates her. How did she die? Damien asked. The Dark Lord. Malfoy said with a shrug. You see, she was all for the light side because she couldn't stand hurting people. She tried to convince my father the same but he wouldn't listen. He tried to tell her that the Dark Lord would kill her if she kept supporting the light side but she didn't listen. Father sometimes says that she was too stubborn for her own good. Anyway, father was furious with her and they lost contact with each other and grew apart. And then one day, when father was called to a meeting, she was there. They tortured and killed her. Father helped. After that, mother told me that he became so cold and uncaring and threw himself into devoting his life to the Dark Lord. Damien pondered slightly through Malfoy's tale. So that's why the senior Malfoy was so cold. Because his sister had betrayed him and he had killed her, leaving him like an empty shell, with no emotion. Damien shivered at the thought of doing something like that to Hermione, whom he loved like a sister. Hey, you play Quidditch? Malfoy asked, changing the subject as he hastily shoved the picture back into his wallet. Damien's emerald eyes lit up in excitement. Are you kidding? Everyone plays Quidditch. Malfoy smirked at the other wizard's comment. Obviously you haven't seen Weasley fly. He's the Gryffindor keeper and he's only caught one ball. It was just his luck that it was the Quidditch final. I still think that he had to sell his house just to buy the stupid broomstick. And he's riding one of the older models. I mean, why buy a broomstick when it's the slowest one on the market? Exclamation mark. Then again, you can't expect more from a Weasley. They got more children than they can afford. Maybe they should put Weasley or his sister up for adoption. They'd probably make more money from that than their bum of a father could make in a decade. Honestly, working with muggles, how pathetic can you get? I am ashamed to call them pure bloods when they act as if they're mudbloods. Malfoy ranted furiously and Damien had to clench his fists to keep from punching Malfoy's pale, pointed face. Kindly cease from insulting Ron, Ginny, or Hermione. I don't understand what you have against them. I met them on the train and they didn't seem so bad. Damien said in a mock confused voice. Malfoy looked at Damien as if he had grown two heads. Are you nuts? Do you realize what kind of reputation you have here? Exclamation mark. Almost everyone in the school fears you because of your father. Do you want to throw that all away because you've been hanging out with a mudblood and two mudblood lovers? Damien sighed and rolled his eyes. I will never understand what Gryffindors and Slytherins, and purebloods and muggle-borns have against each other. Malfoy looked at him once again as if he were a basilisk. Damien shrugged. Hey, you know I can't help it. I was raised by a muggle, remember? Malfoy just shook his head. You are one weird kid, Damien, he murmured faintly. Damien merely shrugged. Halloween came and went quickly, sneaking up on them like a cat, and soon, Damien found himself replacing his short-sleeved t-shirts with turtlenecks. The Forbidden Forest was beautiful during the autumn, the leaves on the many types of trees no longer the rich green but instead the apple red and golden color that compared greatly to the sunsets that would bathe the grounds of Hogwarts in a red-orange glow, and students were once again getting settled into their classes. Damien and Malfoy, who still insisted on following him like a lost puppy, arrived in the Great Hall in the now usual fashion, with Malfoy chattering continually and Damien ignoring him. Damien glanced around uneasily at everyone. They seemed more excited for some reason, kids whispering excitedly to one another. Wonder what's going on? Damien murmured, meaning for the question to be rhetorical, but as usual, Malfoy answered, your guess is as good as mine. Maybe they're finally sacking that oaf, Hagrid. He's a horrible teacher, be glad that you don't have him. Damien sighed as he fought down the dull anger. He was now pretty much used to Malfoy comments. He did his best to ignore them. After having a quick meal, the two boys started to make their way to their first class when a feminine voice called out, Hey Damien. Malfoy glanced over at the youngest Weasley girl who was making her way toward them and murmured, Incoming weasel, watch it, you might get rabies. Malfoy, would you please keep to yourself for once? Damien hissed at the He hadn't talked to Ginny in forever, not counting letters, and he didn't want the git to scare her away. He smiled warmly to the redhead as she approached them. "Hey Gin, how've you been doing?" She returned the smile. "Fine, Damien, but there's a Halloween dance coming up." Damien arched an eyebrow. "Really? We've never had one before." He immediately cut off as Ginny stepped on his foot, glancing at Malfoy cautiously. Damn, the didn't seem to notice. Either that or he thought that Damien had been talking about his old school. Good you've given the morning report, so shoo now. Go on," Malfoy said dismissively, waving his hand as if Ginny were one of his house elves. "Please excuse him, Gin, he doesn't have any manners," Damien said, throwing Malfoy a glare. The bell rang and Damien sadly bid Ginny goodbye as he and Malfoy made their way to their first class of the day, potions. As they made their way toward the dungeons, Malfoy asked, "Why are you suddenly all chummy with the Weasel Girl?" Damien closed his eyes briefly before replying, "She just doesn't seem all that bad, and she was one of the first people I met here." He trailed off, thinking of Hermione and Ron. He really missed them and hadn't spoken to them much since the train ride. Well, at least not to Ron. He and Hermione had paired up a couple times in Ancient Ruins and they had talked, but Damien didn't share the bond with her that Harry did. Correction. Yes, Ron had talked to him a couple of times. Whenever Damien was seen with Ginny, he always yelled at him, if that counted. They entered the classroom to see that they were the last ones to arrive, but luckily, Professor Snape hadn't arrived yet. Damien took his usual seat in the back, across from Ron and Hermione. Malfoy sat beside him as usual, and the door banged open loudly, causing all of them, except Damien, to jump as Professor Snape entered. He looked exhausted and grouchy. Severus had been up most of the night trying to figure out a solution to their main problem, how to avoid getting Damien marked but still seem loyal to the Dark Lord. They had talked about it a lot with the headmaster and had yet to come up with a plan. Damn, Damien was to be marked in a little more than a month. Damien shot a concerned look at his father as the man merely waved his wand at the board and mumbled, "Invisibility potion. Instructions on the board. End of class. Turn in." With that said, he seated himself at his desk gratefully. "Tired, Severus?" Damien smirked at his father's slightly disheveled look as the rest of the class filed out. The man merely sneered as he sorted through the newly made potions. Severus picked up one of the corked vials and showed it to his son with a sigh. "Honestly, how Longbottom can make a potion gray when it's supposed to be pink, I will never know." Damien huffed, scowling in a very Snape-like manner. "Well, maybe if you didn't single him out so much, then he'd be able to work without trembling, those not dropping too much of an ingredient into his potion." "Well, I can't just stop picking on him, then I'd lose my stress reliever. Besides, I'm a Death Eater, remember? Keeping up appearances for certain people doesn't include singling Neville out. You only need to favor Slytherin and treat Gryffindors like scum. You don't treat other Gryffindors like you treat him, and like you used to treat me." Severus eyed his downcast expression. "Ah, well, you were a special case. You are to be here after dinner for your occlumency lesson." "But why?" Damien asked. "I thought we only did them once a week now, and I've already done it this week." Severus nodded. "Yes, Damien, you are very good at it. It's just, you need to practice as much as you can." Damien sighed but nodded. "Fine. I'll be here after dinner." He packed up his books into his bag. "I'll see you later, Severus." Severus nodded to him as he walked out of the classroom, determined to talk to Ginny before lunch started and Malfoy started to track him again. "Would you like to go to the dance with me, Gin?" Damien asked quickly, avoiding the blushing girl's eyes. Ginny blushed even deeper and smiled at him. "Sure, I'd love to, har Damien, but won't it look kinda weird?" Damien shrugged. "They can go boil their heads in snake venom for all I care." Ginny blinked and giggled. "I think the serpents are getting to you, Damien." He merely smiled charmingly at her. "I'll take that as a compliment." The couple headed into the Great Hall. "I'll see you later, Damien." Ginny said, "You'd better get to your table before Ron sees you." He smiled and gave her a quick key on the cheek before heading to the Slytherin table where Malfoy was gawking at him. "Seems your son has a thing for Miss Weasley, Severus," Minerva said with a grin on her face as she watched a rather red but perky-looking Ginny Weasley head over to the Gryffindor table, all smiles. Severus. Lips quirked a millimeter. Yes, he does seem to be quite the charmer for the ladies. He watched in amusement as a small group of Ravenclaw girls giggled as Damien passed and a group of Hufflepuff girls glared daggers at Ginny as she passed. He was glad that Damien had someone to talk to now. Oh yes. Damien had told him about Ginny finding out about their secret and he got a little ticked off. Indeed, he ranted to Dumbledore for hours about his son's irresponsibility whenever he saw a cute girl and had probably yelled at Damien for maybe 2 hours, which finally ended when Severus pounded his fist on the table, causing Damien to flinch violently and making him realize that he couldn't act this way in front of Damien after all the boy had been through. "What is up between you two?" Malfoy hissed as Damien sat down. "Do you want to ruin the reputation you have here just because of the weasel?" Damien scowled at Malfoy. "Kindly refrain from insulting Jin like that. I still don't understand what you have against her, Ron, and Hermione as well as the other Gryffindors." "Damien, for one thing they are Potter's friends and he's our future master's enemy, okay?" Malfoy spoke in a very slow and clear voice as if Damien were a child. Damien stood from the table and snapped, "I really don't appreciate being treated like a child, Malfoy. I got it enough from my mother and now I get it from my father and I don't need it from you." With that he strode out of the Great Hall and headed to Ancient Ruins. "Hey wait, Damien," Malfoy called, running after him. "Hey look, I'm sorry, okay? I just don't want the Dark Lord to torture you to insanity for going to the dance with one of Potter's friends, which is a possibility." Damien stared at the Malfoy had apologized. Now he'd seen it all. "I don't need you looking after me all the freaking time, Malfoy. I can take care of myself and I can bear the consequences myself. I know what's at stake and frankly I don't care." Malfoy stared open-mouthed at him as he hurried up the staircase to get away from the Malfoy. "You mean you don't care if he kills you?" Damien shrugged. "We all have to die someday, don't we, Malfoy?" He grinned at the other boy. "It isn't something to joke around about, Damien." The other snapped harshly. "If you do something that the Dark Lord doesn't like, then he will make you pay. And your father won't help you if he does." Damien whirled around furiously. "Good. I don't need his help." He left Malfoy gawking at him in the hallway as he headed for Ancient Ruins in hopes of talking with Hermione. Actually, the truth was that he did care if the Dark Lord killed him. I mean, who wouldn't? But he wasn't about to let them know. He didn't really like Malfoy that much, but he didn't want the boy to throw away his life like Severus did just because he wanted to impress his parents, which was exactly the path that was leading himself to. Damien sighed and murmured, "Things to do. Number 1, try to convince Malfoy that he shouldn't join the Dark Lord. This is going to take a while." Damien knocked on the door to his father's classroom. He heard a tired enter and walked in the room. His father looked worse than before. His greasy hair was matted against his forehead with sweat as he added the last ingredient to the pepper-up potion he was making. "Long day?" Damien asked teasingly as he walked in. The man merely sneered at him as he carefully ladled the potion into separate jars. "You know I could just come back another day," Damien said, smirking at Severus. "Oh no, you're not getting out of this that easily." "But Severus, the first need to practice for the Quidditch trials tomorrow," he whined in a childlike voice. "You do want Slytherin to win the House Cup, don't you?" Severus sighed and wiped his hands on a rag. "And here I thought you didn't want to go against Gryffindor." He smiled at his son. Damien shrugged carelessly. "I really don't care now, as long as I can play Quidditch." Severus smirked at him and raised his wand in one fluent motion and shouted, "Legilimens." Damien barely had time to brace himself as the spell hit him. He was 4, trembling in terror as he was being yelled at by Vernon because he had burnt their breakfast. He was 13, in the shrieking shack with Sirius as he broke free of Ron and Hermione and yelled, "He killed my mum and dad." Damien struggled to take control of the spell, but try as he may, he couldn't make out Severus yet. He was 15 in the Dursleys' kitchen shortly after the Dementor attack, staring at a howler that was addressed to Aunt Petunia, which promptly exploded, "Remember my last Petunia." He was at the Department of Mysteries, hatred coursing through his veins like liquid fire as he yelled at Bellatrix Lestrange, "Crucio." "What?" Damien felt as if he had been shoved forcefully in the chest as he stumbled back and hit a shelf of ingredients. Severus was staring at him with unmistakable fury and terror. You performed the Cruciatus curse on Lestrange. He bellowed and Damien flinched. What the hell is wrong with you? You never perform an unforgivable curse on another human being, you hear me, Damien? It's dangerous. What if someone had seen you? You'd be sentenced to Azkaban for the rest of your life. Do you want that, Damien? To be thrown in Azkaban after all we've done to protect you? How can you be so selfless? After saying all that, Severus took several deep breaths. Was that the only one you've cast? He said faintly. Damien, who had by that point sunk to the ground trembling, nodded, terrified. The man had almost looked crazed. Severus groaned and paced back and forth with his hands on his face. Oh Merlin, what am I going to do? He beeped faintly and Damien finally got up the courage to speak. I'm sorry. I was just so mad. She was saying horrible things about Sirius. That's no excuse, Severus snapped, whirling around, and Damien trembled even more. Severus softened slightly and took another calming breath. I just don't want to lose you, Damien. You don't realize what you've done. You've performed an unforgivable. You've done something unforgivable. You are no longer pure. Now you are forever like me, infected with the notion that you have done something inexcusable. Damien stared at Severus and started to shiver, even thought he had his coat on. Inexcusable, unforgivable. He had acted like the Death Eaters. He had performed an unforgivable. Damien put his head on his knees, which he had pulled up to his chest, wrapping his arms around himself in dejection. He felt a warm touch on his back and looked up to see his father squatting next to him, almost unsure of his actions, giving him a reassuring look. It's going to be okay, Damien, we'll get through this. But I'm just like them now, and I'm going to be marked soon too, and there's nothing we can do, 'cause if I don't get marked then you'll get killed, and if I do get marked then I'll be more like them and I'll have to torture and kill people and I'll turn evil like them. He continued to babble inanely as his father sat beside him. It'll be all right, Severus told him gently. It will all turn out all right in the end, it always does. Damien hoped he was right. Damien jumped slightly as someone shook him awake. He glanced up to see his father peering down at him with an arched eyebrow. I thought you had gotten up 15 minutes ago. You're going to be late for your first class. Damien groaned and struggled to sit up as his father went back to his breakfast, which he had ordered from the kitchens. Damien rubbed his eyes as he stretched and finally sat up. He didn't really remember much from the night before, merely being exceedingly exhausted after Severus had finally calmed him down. They had walked up to Severus' rooms afterward and Damien must have fallen asleep there. You may use my bathroom if you wish, since you won't have enough time to go all the way up to the snake pit to shower. Severus' smooth voice snapped Damien out of his thoughts. I don't have any clothes, or my books, he murmured feebly, still feeling rather faint from the night before. The house elves brought them up for you. They're in the bathroom, Severus said plainly, returning to the Daily Prophet, which he was now reading. Damien nodded and walked into the bathroom. Are you ready yet? His father yelled to him. We're going to be late. Damien walked out of the bathroom calmly, looking rather groggy. He hated Fridays. He used to love them before this year, but now, he had every single one of his classes, and potions twice. Oh, this was going to be a fun day. Damien bid his father goodbye before setting off to his first class of the day, Ancient Runes, which thankfully meant no Malfoy. He walked into the class and took a seat beside Hermione, who greeted him readily. Good morning, Damien. Did you understand the homework assigned to us yesterday? Yes. Why did you have trouble? Didn't think such a feat was possible for Hermione Granger. He sighed overdramatically and said, You're slipping, Granger. Hermione chuckled and slapped him playfully on the shoulder as the professor walked in. Pass your homework to the front. Come on now. We don't have all day. The professor turned toward the class sternly. We shall be studying about the pyramids of Egypt and the hieroglyphics left there by the Egyptian wizards. Egyptian hieroglyphics will be seen a lot on UNEWTs, so pay attention. By the end of this year you all should know what each and every symbol means. Damien exchanged grins with Hermione, who seemed just as eager to learn. You need to pay close attention now. Egyptian hieroglyphics are very, very old and can rarely be found in a book in the library. The Gryffindor and Slytherin twosome exchanged scowls at that, and for the rest of the lesson, the class took notes on what some of the symbols meant. Damien thought that they would be as lucky as to not have homework for the weekend, but unfortunately, 5 minutes before the bell rang, the professor told the class, "I will be giving you each a different page of Egyptian hieroglyphics to decipher," the professor informed them as he passed out a sheet to each student. "You are to turn in your translation by Tuesday." Class dismissed. Hermione turned to Damien, smiling. "I have been waiting for forever to study the Egyptian hieroglyphics. Isn't it exciting?" Damien nodded. "Yes, it is. I just really feel like actually relaxing this weekend, you know." Hermione nodded. "But the NEWTs are coming up and we need to be prepared." True, but I haven't had a single weekend of relaxation since the start of school." The two continued to talk as they made their way to potions. "Do you know why we have potions twice on Fridays?" Hermione asked Damien as they met up with the other students. Damien shrugged. "Probably because potions is one of the most important things." "I don't know." "Well, we have it more than our other classes. We only have an hour for each class. I hardly think that's enough to make a potion." Hermione shrugged. "You know, I really don't get why we are having the Halloween dance tomorrow. Halloween was on Tuesday. Why didn't we just have the dance then?" "Probably because we had classes the next day, ya think." Damien sneered playfully and Hermione blushed. "Like I said, I think you're slipping." They both stopped talking as they entered the potions room and went their separate ways. Damien groaned as he saw that the only seat left on the Slytherin side was next to Malfoy, of course. He dropped into his seat with a huff as the door flew open with a bang, and Severus glided in with a scowl on his face. He turned to address the class and everyone immediately fell silent. "I had expected better from the lot of you," Severus said coldly to the class, as he passed back homework glaring at them, "except the Slytherins. I have no idea how some of you dunderheads managed to even score an acceptable on the owls, let alone an outstanding. Nevertheless, I am required to teach you the art that is potion making, however hopeless that may be for most of you." At this he glowered at Neville and Ron. Poor Neville had somehow by some stroke of luck gotten an O in potions. Needless to say, everyone was, well, astonished. Neville had been seen telling his fellow classmates about how proud his grandmother had been of him, but that was short-lived when he stepped into potions class and he was once again reduced to a quivering, terrified boy. Damien felt a rush of pity toward the poor boy. He really wished, however cold this might seem, that Neville hadn't scored an outstanding on the owls. Everyone knows that Neville was absolutely horrible at brewing potions no matter what, and it really was pitiful that he had remembered so much from potions classes. Neville had scored an outstanding on his written and an acceptable on his practical, according to Hermione. Usually a student would be given an exceeds expectations, but Neville had apparently scored a near perfect on the written exam, which was a heck of a lot more possible than him scoring an O on the practical examination. After all, Neville was only horrible at making potions. No one ever said that he was bad at memorizing them. "I do hope that you idiots are capable enough to understand the difficulty of making this potion." Severus paused for a moment. "You are now in Newt Potions class, and now you, unfortunately, shall be dealing with the more dangerous of potions, so I expect you all to pay attention." Neville gulped audibly. Ron glanced nervously at Hermione. The whole class seemed to be holding their breath as they waited for their professor to go on. "Veritaserum can be very dangerous, not the potion itself, but rather the ingredients required to make the potion. One slip-up could mean very dire consequences." Neville looked as if he were going to collapse and Ron looked to Hermione again for support. "It will take you about a month to brew this potion, due to the fact that the full moon was yesterday." Damien winced sympathetically as he thought about Lupin. "Instructions," Severus continued and waved his wand, "are on the board, began." Damien collected the required ingredients along with Malfoy as the two began their potions. Damien had never seen more complicated instructions. You had to drop some ingredients into the potion a certain distance away from the cauldron and you had to stir all the ingredients in with the same amount of force. The classroom immediately silenced as students began to prepare their ingredients. Damien finished preparing them quickly and started to mix in the ingredients. He dropped the monkswood into the potion precisely 2 centimeters away from the cauldron, and while he waited for it to start simmering, he looked around at how everyone else was faring. Hermione met his eyes and she gave him a flicker of a smile. She was also waiting for her potion to start simmering, it seemed. Beside her, Ron was still carefully crushing his scarabs. Neville seemed to be doing all right, but then again he was still preparing his ingredients, but hey, so far so good, right? From beside him, Malfoy was adding his scarabs into his mixture, before dropping the monkswood into the potion like Damien had done. They looked up at him and smirked, mouthing the words, "Too easy." Damien merely rolled his eyes as his potion started to simmer. Severus glared coldly at the trembling students with pleasure. He loved to panic them like that, and he could only imagine what dreadful death they were thinking would happen to them if they made one slip up. Oh, he loved to see them squirm. Severus gazed around the room, noticing how the Gryffindors, Hufflepuffs, and Ravenclaws had separated themselves from the Slytherins with fury. The only reason he did act like a bastard to everyone but the Slytherins was because all the other houses treated his Slytherins like shit. He hated prejudice. It was one of the reasons they were having this bloody war in the first place. He glanced up at the clock to see that there was only 5 minutes left until the class let out. Thank Merlin. He stood. If you are past the 4th step, which you should be, then you may bottle your potion. It will not ruin the potion if it cools, but it will be ruined if it is left out, so bottle all of it, label your name on it and put it on the desk. Damien followed the instructions obediently, bottling his entire potion and labeling his name before setting the now blue potion on his father's desk. He gave his father a small smile, which the man returned uncertainly, and turned to see Malfoy smirking at Neville's gray potion. He was holding something in his hand. Damien quickly walked over to the, "What are doing?" he hissed, eyeing the porcupine quills in Malfoy's hand. The boy smirked and said quietly, "Fireworks, anyone?" With that he threw the porcupine quills into Neville's cauldron and Damien gave a yell as the potion started to bubble furiously. Neville paled and started backing away just as Severus turned toward the scene. "Neville, move!" Damien yelled as he shoved the boy roughly out of the way. He barely had time to cast a shielding charm over the potion before it exploded. Hey, I should have stopped here. Needless to say, they wouldn't be having potions for a while. Hermione Granger had broken her arm when she had been knocked over her desk from the impact of the explosion. Ron Weasley was lucky to have his eye. Neville Longbottom, while managing to escape the brunt of the explosion, was facing immense guilt due to the fact that the person who had practically saved his life was one of the people that his house taunted the most, and who was also now in a coma. Damien had, of course, been the closest and therefore had received the most damage. He had been burned severely, but along with that, had broken 3 ribs, had attained many cuts of flying debris, and had been knocked into a coma, only a minor one, but a coma nevertheless. 70 points had been deducted from Slytherin, and Draco Malfoy was sentenced to 2 months of detention with Filch, was banned from Quidditch for the rest of the year, and was not allowed to attend the Halloween dance, which had been postponed due to the number of students that would be unable to attend. Everyone in the class, along with Professor Snape, had had to stay in the hospital wing for at least a day to recover, and some, such as Damien, had to stay longer. The Gryffindor common room buzzed with confusion. They were rather surprised that a Slytherin had saved one of their own and had risked being injured greatly at the same time. Who ever heard of a noble Slytherin? Especially when that certain Slytherin was the head of the house's son. He probably threw it in there himself and just wanted to cover up his tracks, if you know what I mean. Ron told them all the next day and they agreed. After all, nobility was supposed to be their representation, wasn't it? And Slytherins and Gryffindors are nothing alike. Hermione glowered inwardly as she listened to what the other Gryffindors were saying about Damien. Ron sat down beside her. Did you really have to give them that dim-witted idea that Damien did it on purpose? She hissed at him. What? The redhead asked her with a shrug. It's probably true. Hermione snapped her book that she had been reading shut and glared at her boyfriend. And you call him prejudice when you don't even know him. You've only met him once, on the train. Oh yes, and the many times that you've yelled at him for no reason. Ron stood up. Are you forgetting that that git is Snape's son? Snape, the man who has made our lives a living hell ever since we came to Hogwarts. Hermione also stood up. Hasn't it ever occurred to you that maybe Damien is nothing like his father? That maybe he's more like his mother because. I don't know. Hermione feigned ignorance. Maybe. Because he was, well, raised by her. Ron looked at Hermione suspiciously. You're awfully chummy with Snape Jr. now, aren't you? You two are good friends, aren't you? Oh, for heaven's sakes, Ron. Hermione snapped. You honestly think that I'm cheating on you? You should know me better than that. Besides, he's with someone else, thank you very much. Ron blinked. Who? Hermione faltered slightly. Now that's none of your business, Ronald Weasley. Oh come on, Hermione. Whose side are you on anyway? Exclamation mark quote. Side. We are only in school, Ron. You make it sound as if we are at war with each other. Hermione screeched. Ron shrugged. Well, we kind of are. And you honestly think that Damien is scheming against us, do you? Hermione glared at Ron furiously. Well, he is the son of a Death Eater. Ron snapped to her quietly. Hermione glanced around to notice several faces staring at them, but found that she really didn't care. She turned back to Ron and said in a harsh whisper to him, Snape is a spy, remember? A spy? We don't know that for sure. Ron retorted. They were finally interrupted as Ginny came down from her dorm and glanced uneasily at the two of them. Did I miss something? She asked quietly, eyeing Hermione and Ron's slightly red faces. Hermione glanced around at the faces still staring at them. There's nothing to see here. She snapped heatedly to them and the chatter immediately started up again. Okay. Well, I'm going to visit Damien. Ginny said. What? Ron roared, causing the chatter to stop once again. I thought I told you not to go near him, Ginny. It's dangerous. Ginny whirled around and snapped. He hasn't done one dangerous thing, Ron. Not one. You are a very bad judge of character, so stop trying to judge people you don't know. Not all Slytherins are like Malfoy, Ron. Ginny paused and snapped, and Damien happens to be very nice, thank you. And with that she whirled around and stomped out of the common room. Ron turned red again and opened his mouth to say something, but Hermione pulled out her wand and muttered, Silencio. Ron mouthed wordlessly and turned even more red as he glared at Hermione, who in turn sighed, Look, Ron, I'm sure everyone's heard enough of your mouth. Just hush for once, please. She turned toward everyone else who was watching once again and snapped. I thought I said there was nothing to see here. Severus sat in a chair by his son's bed with a scowl on his face. He always knew that Draco Malfoy was a spoiled brat, but this was just pushing it. He had deliberately made a bomb out of Longbottom's potion. And because of Malfoy's arrogance, his son had almost lost his life. Severus turned to the figure before him. The boy was way too noble for his own good, and that nobility was going to get him killed one of these days. That thought suddenly sent shivers down Severus' spine. Damien. Dead. He felt his heart twinge as he imagined Damien's body, limp and unmoving, his emerald eyes dulled and lifeless. The thought of that seemed impossible. Severus looked down at Damien, studying his son's features thoughtfully. The boy really did look like him. A lot. Him and Lily. He suddenly thought about Lily, one of his best friends. He remembered seeing her body at her and James's funeral. Her beautiful green eyes, once so filled with life and happiness, dull and blank as they stared up at him almost accusingly. He never wanted to see that look in his son's eyes. Severus remembered when the potion had exploded. The boy had been smart to throw a shielding charm over the potion, otherwise they all probably wouldn't even be here right now. He was startled out of his thoughts suddenly when Damien started to stir slightly. His eyelids fluttered slightly and Severus stared at him curiously, though not really expecting the boy to wake up. Poppy had told him that he might stir a little, but he wouldn't be waking for a couple of days. Damien settled again and Severus absent-mindedly reached out to brush a loose strand of hair out of the boy's face. He pulled back almost as soon as he realized what he had been doing and almost felt guilty for doing so when the boy leaned his way for a moment as if longing for the gentle touch before returning to his normal position. The boy deserved someone to care for him after all that he had been through. Severus cared for Damien greatly, he just didn't want to admit. He felt as if the Dark Lord would take Damien away from him if he admitted that he did care for the boy. He didn't know what he'd do if something like that happened, which was why he was so frightened by the fact that Damien would be marked soon. Professor, a small voice said hesitantly, and Severus turned to see Ginny Weasley standing in the hospital wing doorway. "What, might I ask, are you doing here, Miss Weasley?" he said in an indifferent voice. I wanted to see Damien, sir," the youngest Weasley said, looking at Damien's pale form in concern. Severus hesitated. He had wanted to spend a little more time with his son. He nodded to the girl and got up to leave. "You don't have to leave, sir," Ginny said to her professor. Severus glanced uneasily at the Weasley girl. He had almost forgotten that she knew who Damien really was. "It's been a long day, Miss Weasley," he said in a tired voice before nodding to the girl and walking out of the hospital wing, pausing for a moment to glance at Damien before continuing to walk out. "I never really thought that Ron could be so shallow," Ginny said gloomily to Damien as she sat in the chair that her professor had occupied mere minutes ago. Ginny didn't really expect a response from the unconscious boy, but it felt good to talk without someone answering. Plus, Madame Pomfrey had told her that Damien could wake up sooner if someone talked to him. "He's been such a git. I mean, I knew he hated Snape, but this is just ridiculous," she huffed. "Anyway, Hermione's furious with him as well, and now Ron thinks you two have been snogging in ancient runes or something stupid like that. Hermione told him you were taken." Ginny smiled warmly at the form before her. "She's right, you know." She reached out her hand and gently stroked Damien's cheek for a moment before drawing back. "Well, Ron is going to be pissed when he finds out exactly who you really are with." She broke off as Madame Pomfrey came in to tell her that she needed to go back to her dorm. It was almost curfew. Ginny watched the nurse bustle away to a sick third-year Gryffindor before turning back to Damien. "I'll come to visit tomorrow. Get better soon, okay? I really miss you." She kissed him on the cheek before heading toward the common room obediently. And Damien woke up on Monday, when classes were still going on. Madame Pomfrey made him stay in the hospital wing for 3 more hours to make sure he didn't have any brain damage. When she finally declared him cured, Damien walked in the Great Hall just in time for dinner. Only a couple people glanced up at him to greet him when he walked in, which he was rather grateful for. Over at the Gryffindor table, a silent but rather heated debate was going on between Ron and Ginny. Ginny had wanted to greet Damien, but Ron had commanded her to stay at the Gryffindor table. "Stop treating me like a child, Ron." Ginny snapped, her red hair slightly frazzled in her anger. "What is wrong with you, Ginny? I thought you liked Harry. Are you really that desperate that you want to hang around with a bloody Slytherin? And Snape's son also. He's nothing but a arrogant, slimy, evil bast." Crack. Ginny's eyes flashed furiously as she slapped her brother as hard as she could across the face. "Don't you dare call Damien evil, you idiotic, shallow-minded git." Ron's jaw dropped as he stared at his sister. Hermione, Neville, Dean, and Seamus stared at the normally innocent and soft-spoken girl in shock. "You dare to call him evil when you sit here judging him when you don't even know him?" Ginny stood up. "If anyone needs me, I'll be at the Slytherin table." She started to walk over to the Serpents table when Ron grabbed her arm. "Oh no, you're not. You're not going over there with the Serpents. They'll kill you." His face had a dark red spot on his cheek in a shape akin to a handprint. Ginny snatched her arm from Ron's grip. "Oh, come off it, Ron. When are you ever going to grow up?" And to their great surprise and to the disgust of Ron, Ginny walked right up to Damien and plopped down beside him. And Damien sat down at the Slytherin table, suddenly feeling very alone. Malfoy sat down beside him. They sighed. "I'm sorry, Damien. I didn't mean to make a bomb out of the bloody potion, it's just. Longbottom really doesn't belong in that class, they should take him out." Damien merely sighed and shook his head. "You really need to control yourself, Malfoy. Always acting before you think is a really bad habit to have, it could get you killed one of these days." Malfoy's shoulders slumped slightly. "I know. Father tells me that all the time." He looked up hesitantly and cleared his throat slightly, obviously feeling quite embarrassed. "So, do you, accept my apology?" he asked, his eyes glued to his shoes, and Damien knew the wasn't used to apologizing, at least not when he meant it. He sighed. "Fine, I accept your apology, just learn to control yourself for once." Quote. The boy nodded slowly before returning to his arrogant self. "Weasel visited you in the hospital wing a lot," he smirked. maybe you should go out with her and play around for a bit, then dump her, Draco. Damien warned through clenched teeth, noting that he had called the boy by his first name for the first time. Malfoy also seemed to realize that as he opened his mouth to say something, but was interrupted when Ginny plopped herself right in between he and Damien. "Excuse you," Malfoy snapped coldly. "This is the Slytherin table, you little weasel. Stick with your own kind, you don't belong here." Ginny merely rolled her eyes and ignored him as she smiled apologetically at Damien. "Can I sit here?" Ron's being a git again. Damien shrugged, secretly elated as he smiled at the red head. Malfoy was highly peeved. "No, you cannot. You're a mudblood lover and we don't allow them around this table." The other Slytherins who had been glaring at Ginny nodded at Malfoy's statement. Damien threw the infamous Snape glare at the other Slytherins. "She can stay if I say so, unless any of you wish to oppose, of course." The others glanced at each other before returning to their meal. "Well, I won't allow our house to be tainted by such disgrace," Malfoy snapped, standing up and glaring at Ginny, who looked unsurely at Damien before sighing, "Maybe I should go." "No, don't," Damien insisted before turning to his fellow Slytherin. "Remember what I said about always thinking before you act. What the hell is wrong with Ginny? Well, who cares if she likes Muggle-borns? Well there, I like Hermione. Am I not welcome here either? No, but what? Muggle-borns are exactly like us except they have non-magic parents. If it wasn't for them then we would have died out an eternity ago. But, did you know that our master is a half-blood? That he had a Muggle father? No. Then what's the problem? What does everyone have against Muggles? Doesn't anyone realizes they are exactly like us except they can't do magic? That we were once exactly like them at one time." Nearly the whole of the Slytherin table was staring at either Damien or Malfoy, both who had stood up. Ginny glanced uneasily at the many faces staring at them. "There's nothing to see here," she snapped to them, and they almost immediately went back to their dinner. "What do you mean we were exactly like Muggles at one time?" Malfoy asked slowly. Damien sneered, "Honestly, the way my father favors you, I'd think you at least knew how we originally started out." A faint blush appeared on Malfoy's face. "Didn't you know that there were only Muggles at one time? Wizards are like the evolved form of Muggles. All of us, we all have an ancestor that's a Muggle." "All of us?" Malfoy paled dramatically. But I've never heard that in history of magic. I've never heard that before." Damien sneered again, perhaps because they either forgot or are too ashamed to admit it. He snapped, "Not everyone knows that. It traces back from thousands of years ago, well before Hogwarts time." "How did you find out?" Malfoy snapped, essentially angry with Damien. "It's a little thing that I call reading. Something Hermione does more than you. No wonder she's smarter. You may know a couple of dark spells, Malfoy, but you know absolutely nothing of our history." Malfoy opened and closed his mouth several times, unable to speak before turning and hurrying out of the Great Hall. Damien turned to Ginny, who had watched the exchange silently. "You know, you didn't have to do that for me," she mumbled, blushing. Damien arched an eyebrow and glanced around at the hall to find that nearly every eye was on them. Damien cleared his throat slightly and snapped, "The show's over," before glaring coldly at them and strolling out of the Great Hall, unaware of the 3 Gryffindors that soon followed after him. Damien walked out of the hall, intent on heading toward the snake pit and falling into a blissful sleep. "Wait," a voice called out to him, and he stopped, closing his eyes and taking a deep breath before turning to see Ron walking slowly up to him, his eyes glued to the floor. Damien's old best friend absent-mindedly scratched the back of his head, looking quite embarrassed. Ron began, and Damien waited patiently. This was the first time that Ron had actually acted the least bit civil to Damien Snape, and he didn't want to blow it. "Hey, thanks for defending Ginny and Hermione like that." Ron glanced up uneasily at Damien before glancing nervously around the deserted hall, as if afraid that they were being watched. I'm sorry for treating you like I have been. Well, yeah. I'm sorry." Ron seemed very awkward around him. Damien sighed but smiled inwardly. I guess if I can accept Malfoy's apology for almost killing me, then I can accept your apology for treating me like shit. Ron blushed. Yeah, well, Hermione tells me I'm rather shallow-minded. Damien had to laugh at the other boy's comment. Yes, she's right as usual. Ron finally looked up at him and nodded. Maybe we could start over, I guess. He held out his hand hesitantly. Ronald Weasley, but don't call me Ronald. Damien smiled outwardly this time as he accepted the hand. Damien Snape. Ginny and Hermione hurried around the corner, interrupting the two. Ginny flung her arms around Damien and giggled. About time you finally came to your senses, Ron. She said happily, smiling at her brother. Ron merely shrugged. Hermione walked over to him and murmured in his ear, "Thanks for what you did." Ron shrugged again. Well, he did defend you and Ginny in front of the whole school from Malfoy. Hermione smiled warmly at her boyfriend. The dance is this Saturday. It was postponed. Ginny said, smiling. I'm going with Damien. Ron gaped at his sister and Hermione smirked deviously. Told you he was taken. But that's not a problem, is it, Ronald? Damien said, smirking. Ron was silent for a couple minutes before he sighed and closed his mouth. I guess I really can't stop you. He murmured in defeat to Ginny, who beamed along with Hermione. Ginny squealed with delight and flung her arms around her brother and her boyfriend. This is going to be so much fun. But I'm warning you, Snape. You hurt her in any way, then you'll be sorry. Ron growled, before smirking slightly and adding calmly, got it? Damien nodded and returning the smirk. He could tell that Ron was trying really hard to get along with him for the sake of Ginny and Hermione, but that still meant that the two of them actually had a chance to become friends again. And you want to what? Severus nearly shouted to Damien, who shrugged. Ron and I are actually being civil to each other now, thanks to Hermione and Ginny, that is. Still, Damien, you can't just tell him now. It would still be suspicious if you two were to suddenly start hanging out together. Damien huffed in annoyance at Severus. You can be a real pain, you know. He said to his father. You're not exactly the perfect son either, you know, his father stated quite coolly. Thanks, it's nice to know I'm loved, he snapped to the man. Well, Damien, you just about blew your cover with that little display in the Great Hall at dinner. The man said harshly. And how, might I ask, did I do that? You're a Slytherin. You were supposed to hate Muggle-borns, not defend them. Well, I was brought up by Muggles, remember. I'm not supposed to hate Muggle-borns when I practically grew up as one. You cannot be hanging around them all the time. They are Harry Potter's friends. Not Damien Snape's. Well, I'm sorry I'm not like your precious successor, Malfoy. You can't risk your life like this just because of your damn friends, Damien. It's dangerous. That's why I was sorted into Gryffindor in the first place, remember? I'm foolish and I do things irrationally and foolhardily. Damien, that's what you always used to tell me, Severus. Remember, one simple discovery does not change 5 years of hate, now does it? Damien, stop acting so foolish. You were risking mine and your life by hanging around with them. I'm sorry for being such a burden for you, Severus. If I am such a trouble, then why don't you just haul me back to the Dursleys? After all, you've done that for the last 5 years. I had no idea about your real parentage, Damien, you know that. Even if you would have known, you still would have shipped me to the Dursleys. After all, I am still James Potter's adoptive son, right? No need to give a damn about him. Silence. I will not be spoken to like that. I am your father, not one of your stupid little friends that you can just push around all the time. Yeah, well, you're not doing a very good job at being a father right now. Severus paled slightly at Damien's words. Damien felt a twinge of guilt but angrily pushed it aside. He hated it when people tried to control his life. It had been done way too many times before and it wasn't going to happen again, not if he could help it. Fine, his father growled. Fine, whatever. Do whatever you want. Blow your cover, get yourself killed. See if I care. Damien stared at his father, feeling his throat tighten slightly. Did Severus really not care if he got killed? Would the man even feel the least bit of sadness if he, Damien, dropped dead at this very moment? They had worked so hard to get past the old grudges and had tried so hard to get along and actually learn to treat one another as father and son should. All of that, all the work they had put into their working relationship seemed to crumble so easily. Fine, he said coldly. Mask your emotions, don't let them know what you're feeling. He whirled around and strode to the door, stopping to turn around and say almost breezily, "Shame I didn't die with my parents, isn't it?" Before walking through the door and slamming it shut. And Damien walked up to the snake pit with his shoulders slumped and his head bowed slightly. He tried to digest the fact that his father, a person that he had come to actually care for in the last couple of months, didn't even care if he died. He kept trying to tell himself that his father had just been angry by what he, Damien, had said, but it didn't really work. Pure blood, he murmured quietly as the painting swung open and he stepped into the common room. Malfoy walked up to him, his eyes downcast. Damien sighed. "I'm not in the mood, Malfoy," he mumbled tiredly, but shook his head. I looked in the library for books on our history, and, to see if I was lying." Damien interrupted, annoyed. Malfoy nodded. He arched an eyebrow. "Well, you were right, we do come from Muggles." Malfoy was silent for a couple of moments. I never knew. Muggle-borns are exactly how we were originally started, when a person was suddenly born with magic powers." "Yes, it was Merlin," Damien stated quietly. "Are you going to actually try to get along with Ron, Hermione, and Ginny now?" Damien asked. Malfoy shifted uneasily. Maybe I'll try, but I'm not promising anything. Especially with your little girlfriend's brother." Damien shrugged. "I think Ron is going to try to get along with me for Hermione and Ginny's sake. Now if you don't mind, I'm exhausted." The other boy nodded. "Night then, Damien." "Night, Draco." And Quidditch trials are this evening," Draco told him at breakfast the next day. Damien looked up from his toast curiously. "I thought they were on Friday." Draco shrugged. "They were, but then I kind of got suspended, and well, now they need a seeker." Damien blinked. "Maybe you should try out for seeker," the boy said. Damien shrugged. "Maybe." The whole morning hadn't been as chatty as usual, to Damien's great relief. It was almost like Malfoy knew that Damien thought of it as annoying and had kept doing it until now. "Why are you so quiet today?" he asked. Draco shrugged. "Got nothing to talk about." Damien had a feeling that Draco was afraid to lose his only friend. He did feel rather grateful that Malfoy wasn't talking all the time. It made it a whole lot more enjoyable to hang around with him. "You should come over to my manor this Christmas," Draco blurted out suddenly, and Damien blinked. "Well, aren't we going to be marked near Christmas?" Draco nodded slowly. He didn't look very pleased about it. "Do you not want to be marked?" Damien asked innocently. Draco glanced around uneasily before saying, "Come on, let's head to classes. You've got ancient runes and I've got care of magical creatures. We're going the same way." Quote. Damien nodded and the two headed out of the hall. Draco stopped in the middle of the main entrance and turned to look at Damien seriously. "I want you to swear on your mother's grave that you will never tell my father or you know who about this." "Okay," Damien murmured slowly. "Say it." "Okay. I swear on my mother's grave that I won't mention any of what you are about to tell me to Voldemort or your father." Draco paled and stared at him. "Why, you said his name." Damien shrugged. "So, fear of the name only increases fear of the thing itself." The continued to stare at him. "The Mudblue, Granger, said something exactly like that in our second year." Damien grinned impishly and shrugged. Draco went on. "Okay. I really don't want to be marked," he muttered, and Damien stared at him with wide eyes. "You don't?" The youngest Malfoy shook his head. "I don't want to serve some psycho. I don't want to come home every night looking like my father, bleeding and convulsing just because I speak out of term or forget to say, 'My lord,'" Draco sneered at the last part. "Wait, why are you telling me this? My father does work for Voldemort, do you know?" Draco shrugged. "I don't know, I just feel like I can trust you for some odd reason. You are the only friend I've had that actually responded when I talk." Damien smiled slightly. "Don't worry, I won't tell your father or Voldemort." The other smiled gratefully, and footsteps and voices were heard to confirm that breakfast was over and the students were heading to their first class. "Hey, I'll see you at Quidditch trials. They want me to help choose," Draco said before opening the doors and heading toward Hagrid's cabin. Damien smiled and hurried toward Ancient Runes to tell Hermione. "You're kidding. Draco Malfoy doesn't want to be a Death Eater. But that's impossible. He's the ideal Death Eater," Hermione exclaimed quietly at the end of Ancient Runes. Damien shrugged. "Apparently he's got more sense than I give him credit for." Hermione nodded in agreement as they passed in their translations. Draco had helped Damien catch up on work and Hermione had helped him in Ancient Runes. The bell rang and the two friends collected their things and headed for the Great Hall. Hermione headed over to the Gryffindor table beside Ron and Ginny. The latter gestured for him to sit with them enthusiastically. Damien glanced over at Draco at the Serpent's table. He was all alone. He glanced at Ginny before heading over to Draco. "You wanna sit with me at the Gryffindor table?" he asked innocently. Draco dropped his fork. "Are you nuts? They're Gryffindors. Our rival house. Don't care." Damien murmured absently and immediately perked up. "You're welcome to come, but you are going to have to deal with Ron, Hermione, and Ginny if you want to come." The other growled. "Okay, I said I'd try, but this is just too much, too soon." Damien shrugged innocently. "Suit yourself." With that he turned and walked over to the Gryffindor table, ignoring all the stares and glares he was receiving. He sat himself down between Ginny and Neville. Neville gave him a warm smile, obviously accepting him immediately for saving his life. Ginny smiled and Hermione glared at the other Gryffindors who were glowering at him. Ron looked uncomfortable before also glaring at the other Gryffindors. Many of the Gryffindors in Damien's age group seemed more curious than hostile, and nearly every jaw in the Great Hall dropped as Draco Malfoy slowly trudged over to the Gryffindor table and plopped himself down between Damien and Neville. The latter gulped audibly and scooted away slightly. Draco's eyes were glued to the floor as he reached for a knife to butter his toast, and Damien had to fight back the urge to bust out laughing at the pink flush that had appeared on the normally pale and confident face. And, I can't believe you made me do that," Draco hissed to Damien as the two, along with Hermione and Ron, headed to Dada. Damien shrugged. "And you didn't drop dead now, did you, Draco?" "No, and I'm sure no one thinks any less of you." He chuckled slightly at Malfoy's glare. "You made me sit with the freaking Gryffindors, you get." Damien continued to chuckle in amusement as Ron stared, wide-eyed at him and Malfoy. Hermione. Malfoy's acting. Human. He looked very pale. I think I should skip class." "Oh no you don't, Ronald Weasley. You are not getting off that easily, and besides, I thought Professor Lupin's class was your favorite." Ron frowned and mumbled in a dull voice, "It was when Harry was here. It's kinda boring without him now, you know." Hermione nodded sadly. "I miss him too." Damien almost immediately stopped laughing and eyed his shoes as if they were the most interesting things in the world. He wanted so much to tell Ron and Hermione his true identity, but he knew Severus would probably kill him. The two still hadn't spoken to each other since their quarrel, and Damien still felt a rather dull pain whenever he thought about Severus not caring if he died. Well, if Severus really didn't care, then fine. He would tell Ron and Hermione. They were his best friends and they deserved the truth. It was his secret to tell anyway. "All right," he told himself. "I'll tell them after Quidditch trials at dinner tonight." And Severus sat in his beloved dungeons as he finally got a moment of relaxation after teaching those ungrateful brats. In his right hand he absent-mindedly stroked the edge of his wine glass as he gazed idly into the red liquid. The clock on his mantel gonged several times loudly, announcing that it was 6. 6. What was so important about that time again? Oh yes. Tryouts for a Slytherin Seeker were at 6 and Damien was trying out, of course. Damien. He thought about what the boy had told him, about him not doing a very good job at being a father. Well, what did the boy expect? For him to be the perfect dad when he hadn't opened up to anyone in about 15 years. Not to mention the tiny fact that Damien happened to be Harry Potter, his once most hated student. His once most hated student. Yes, he certainly didn't hate the boy anymore. He cared greatly for him, maybe too greatly perhaps. He couldn't do that, it was too dangerous. Yes, Severus had learned, years ago, that it was dangerous to get close to someone. Probably because almost everyone he got close to, died. When he had first discovered that he was the father of the boy who lived, he had thought nothing of it, thinking that he couldn't love any more since he hadn't cared for someone in years. But then, over the summer, he had really gotten to know the boy. He had seen the real Harry Potter, not the heroic, fearless one that everyone saw at school. No, he had seen the boy cry, laugh, talk, rant, ramble, struggle, sleep, eat, everything that a normal teenager did. He had seen the flawed side of the boy. The side that made mistakes like everyone else, that got scared like everyone else, that lost his head at times like everyone else. He had realized that the boy was like everyone else, that he could bleed, that he could cry, that he could be scared, that he could make mistakes and tell lies. The side that the boy always had liked to keep hidden from everyone else, from all the wizards, witches, and children that looked upon him as a hero, as a flawless person. Hash 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 flashback hash 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 hash. Don't you ever want to give up? Just surrender and go into hiding? Harry asked Severus as he eyed a scar on his father's shoulder that the man had gotten from Voldemort. Severus shrugged slightly. I really don't have a choice. Even if I did, I wouldn't give up my spying duties. But why? Don't you ever wonder what it's like to have a normal life with a wife and kids, when the biggest thing you'd have to worry about was pleasing your children? Severus smiled slightly. It would be nice. He trailed off as he thought of having 3 small children, hanging all over him, asking for candy or the latest broomstick model. It was hard to imagine, and even harder to think of Harry as one of those pleading children. He snorted at the image. Harry arched an eyebrow. Do I want to know what you're thinking? He asked quietly. Severus' smile faltered slightly as he shook his head and turned back to the wolfsbane potion they were making for Lupin's first month at Hogwarts. It is hard, sometimes, thinking of how my life could have been, but it was my choice, no one else's. I was young and stupid and now I have to pay for the crimes I have committed. He turned back towards his son. What about you? You have the whole world on your shoulders and you're complaining about my spying duties. Harry's smile faltered, like Severus had as the boy's eyes became slightly glazed. I know that I am depended on by many, that people see me as their beacon of hope, and I don't like it. I hate not being able to show terror or sadness when I want to, but I suppose if I were to panic and get scared then everyone else would lose hope. I just feel like they're always watching me, the boy finished, staring at the murky brown potion, his eyes troubled. Severus put a hand on his shoulder. Well, they are selfish and weak if they feel the need to place the world on a 15-year-old boy's shoulders. They are too weak and scared, so they place the burden on the strong to keep their precious lives peaceful. Harry gave him a small smile. Thanks, and I'm 16. He murmured, arching an eyebrow at Severus. The man chuckled. Don't ruin the moment. Harry smiled at his father, enjoying seeing the man let loose and relax for once. I trained myself to smile, despite my emotions, so whenever I feel sad or scared, I will always look cheerful on the outside so no one will panic. Harry went on, and sometimes, when the pain or fright gets too much I let go of it all by. He trailed off, embarrassed. What? Severus asked. It's kind of embarrassing, the boy murmured, averting his eyes. Severus sighed. I won't laugh if that's what you're worried about. The boy looked slightly unsure but went on. Whenever I feel too troubled, I always laugh. Why? Harry shrugged. It helps. It's almost like crying. You can just let your emotions go and no one worries if I laugh. Severus scowled at Harry. That's probably really not healthy, you know. The boy who lived shrugged again. As long as everyone doesn't know how I really feel, I don't mind. Severus opened his mouth to object only to be interrupted by Harry saying, Laugh with me now, will you? Why? Another shrug. I'm kind of nervous about school and about blowing my cover. Laugh with me. No. Come on. No. It'll make you feel better, I promise. Harry. Pleeeeaassse Severus. Harry whined mockingly and Severus had a déjà vu moment as he thought about a smaller Harry, pleading for a broom. He sighed. Fine. He snapped and bottled the potion. Harry smirked victoriously. All right then, smile, come on. Severus rolled his eyes. This is stupid, Harry. Oh come on. How would you know you haven't even given it a chance? Severus sighed, knowing that arguing with the brat was pointless, and forced a very strained-looking smile. Harry sighed but nodded. Now laugh. Just like that. Yep, it doesn't even have to be real, it just has to be loud. He took a deep breath, and obvious. Harry stretched out for a moment before exploding in unmistakable laughter. Ah ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha. Severus snorted in amusement. You sound like a hyena. Harry stopped to take several deep breaths. Now you try, come on. I will not lower myself to such immature, wimp. Excuse me, wimp. How dare you call me a wimp, you little brat? Harry grinned impishly. Wimp. Severus growled. He hated being called a wimp. Potter and Black had called him that many times in their school days. Wimp. You call me a wimp? Well, how's this for a wimp? He took a deep breath. Wah ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha. He sat there and panted for a minute before smirking at Harry, who immediately exploded with laughter. What is so funny? Why, you sounded so stupid. You sounded like an elephant. You need to laugh more. Severus sneered. Ha ha. He muttered sarcastically, feeling quite embarrassed by falling for the boy's trick and acting like a fool when he was supposed to be the adult. Oh come off it. Harry snapped suddenly. Can you stop acting like a teacher for 1 minute and just act like an idiot for once? There is no one in the house besides me, so you don't have to worry. Unlike you, I must keep up appearances. For who? No one else is in the house, so why can't you take off your mask for once and just laugh and not worry about the consequences? Severus said nothing. Harry humphed. No wonder you're so grumpy. You put so much pressure on yourself to be the ideal grouch. It's like you try not to have any fun just so you will turn cold. Severus sneered. I'd rather not act like an idiot all the time like you and your idiotic friends tend to, he drawled in a bored voice. Why can't you just have fun for only this time? You don't have to do this all the time, but if you keep all your troubles bottled up, then you'll overload yourself. It'll tear you up. I don't deserve fun, Severus murmured, and Harry stared. Yes you do. So you made a few mistakes, big deal. Everyone makes mistakes, it's just some are more noticeable than others. Yes, you have killed people, but you realized what you did was wrong and you asked for forgiveness, and that's the important thing. Besides, you have helped the Order so much, you've saved probably more lives than you've taken. Treat yourself like a human being, Severus. Don't treat yourself like shit because of something that you can't change. With that, Harry whirled around and stormed upstairs to his room, slamming the door shut loudly as he went. Hash 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 and flashback hash 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 hash. Severus smiled slightly at the memory. It had been one of the first times he had ever acted out of character in a long time. He had to admit, it had cheered him up to laugh for once. The boy most certainly had made a dent the walls he had carefully built around his heart. Even though they still were having problems with their relationship, it was no doubt that they had made a lot of progress. He thought of what he had said to the boy suddenly. Fine. Whatever. Do whatever you want. Blow your cover. Get yourself killed. See if I care. Horrible thing to say to him. Damn, he was acting like a child now, and the boy probably thought he had been serious. Severus bit his lower lip and also remembered what the boy had said to him before he had left. Shame I didn't die with my parents, isn't it? Why would Damien say something like that? Did he really want to die? Was he suicidal? The answer came to him almost instantly. No. He knew that Damien wouldn't do something that stupid. Even if the boy really did want to die, then he knew that Damien wouldn't die before killing Voldemort once and for all. That was another thing that sent shivers down his spine. The fact that his son was the one to kill that monster. Why? The thought of the boy getting marked was horrible enough, which they still hadn't came up with a solution yet. Nevertheless, the boy was the destined one, and if there was anyone that he trusted enough with the power to defeat the Dark Lord, it would most definitely be Damien. Severus sighed. He needed to talk to the boy. December was approaching and fast. They needed to take action, make a plan. Severus pulled out a quill, an ink bottle, and a piece of parchment before writing a note to Damien. And You'll do fine, you know. Draco told Damien enthusiastically as they made their way to the Quidditch pitch. How would you know? You've never seen me fly. Draco shrugged. I have a feeling and my feelings are always right. Damien rolled his eyes good-naturedly as they arrived to the field. There were a group of what looked like fourth years crowded around the Slytherin team. Montague, the captain, made a loud crack with his wand and sent some sparks into the air. Quiet. He barked to them and they fell silent. Draco walked over to his side and Damien swallowed, feeling alone once again. The seventh year clamped his hands behind his back before pacing back and forth in front of the Seeker hopefuls. I expect our new Seeker to be with us at practice each and every session. If you miss one for any reason whatsoever, you will be off the team. He stopped and turned toward them, and if anyone has any problems with that, then leave now. No one moved. The fourth years looked quite terrified. Damien merely huffed and rolled his eyes. We have a whole new strategy this year. We will practice longer and more frequently. Gryffindor won't stand a chance. The team smirked confidently at that. I expect our Seeker to catch the snitch every time. If he or she doesn't, then they will suffer the consequences. There was murmuring amongst the Slytherins and Damien suddenly wished that the tryouts were over. They took turns catching the snitch. They were timed and observed by the Slytherin team and Draco. There were 8 that tried out, Damien included. 5 fourth years, 1 second year, and a third year. There was no competition really. It was quite pitiful. Only one of the fourth years were the least bit good and he caught the snitch after 30 minutes and 3 times of falling off the broom. The other 4 fourth years had apparently been the first one's friends, whom had tried out just because their friend had. The second year had kicked off from the ground and not 5 minutes later, he came tumbling down, breaking his leg. He was escorted to the hospital wing, of course. The third year was the best next to Damien. She caught the snitch in 10 minutes and flew almost perfectly, but Damien caught his snitch in less than 5 minutes. So, after discussing it briefly, the Slytherin team declared Damien the new Seeker and the third-year girl, the reserve. Draco was seen telling Damien over and over that he knew he'd make it. Damien had to smile slightly. Okay, maybe he was playing for the Slytherin team, but hey, at least he got to play Quidditch again. And. Where are you going, Damien? Draco asked him as Damien made for the portrait. My dad's, the boy who lived replied simply, careful to say, my dad's. He sent me an owl telling me to meet him in his office after tryouts. Which really beeped because Damien had been planning on telling Ron and Hermione about his real identity, but regardless of what his father had said to him, he didn't like being on bad terms with the man. It reminded him too much of his life before the discovery. He knocked on his father's door and heard a tired enter, before opening the door and stepping inside. Severus looked tired and irritated and Damien felt himself tense slightly when the man looked up at him. The irritation seemed to fade away and Severus cleared his throat. Good evening, Damien. Damien nodded and looked away. Severus sighed and stood up before rounding the desk and standing in front of Damien, who lowered his gaze. I would like to apologize for my words yesterday. They were rude and uncalled for. I had no right to say them to you. Damien shifted slightly at his father's apology. It's okay, I guess. I shouldn't have said what I did either. I'm sorry. Severus nodded in acceptance to the apology. Now, why I asked you down here tonight is to discuss what exactly we are going to do about your marking. Shouldn't the headmaster be down here too? Damien asked and Severus shook his head. No, he has things he needs to do. I shall be telling him our plan before the meeting in December though. Well, Damien started hesitantly. I was thinking of this one thing we could do, but I doubt you'll agree with it. Severus arched an eyebrow. What? Damien bit his lip nervously and Severus' eyes widened as realization hit him. No, you're not spying. But why not? I'm going to be marked anyway. No, you're not. You don't realize what it's like to be marked, Damien. Well, if I'm not marked then you'll be killed. I could just stop spying. You and I both know that Dumbledore and the Order can't afford for you to stop spying, nor will either one of them let you stop. I don't care, you're not being marked. Do you not realize how much you'd be risking your life by doing this? Well, it won't be any different from my life as Harry Potter now want it. I won't let you put your life in danger like that just to save me, Damien. I'm not worth it. Don't say that, Damien shouted. Don't you ever say something like that. Why do you always think your life is worth nothing? Why do you constantly treat yourself lower than dirt? Severus sighed. Because, Damien, I know I am not worth it. Stop saying that. You have no idea of the sins I have committed, Damien. I have committed way too many crimes to be forgiven in a lifetime. I don't care about the sins you have committed, Severus. You're a different person now. Everything you did before was in the past. In the past, you were different. It shouldn't affect who you are now. Severus opened and closed his mouth several times before realizing that Damien was right, though he hated to admit that he should forgive himself, if not for him then for Damien at least. Nevertheless, I still do not want you to spy. There are plenty of other spies that are close to the Dark Lord. Dumbledore and the Order can afford to give up me. Damien blinked and for the first time was distracted. Other spies? Who else is a spy? Severus shrugged. I have no idea. Spies are not told whom the other spies are since they could be questioned under Veritaserum. Damien nodded. That did make sense. Legilimens. Damien started when Severus suddenly shouted the spell at him. The man had been surprising him like this more often as of late. He quickly cleared his mind as the spell hit and tried to force the man out of his head. Motorcycles don't fly. Vernon roared at him on Dudley's 11th birthday while Dudley and Piers laughed openly in the background. He was in his first year, in his first potions class as Snape glared down at him with hatred in his eyes. Mr. Potter, our new celebrity. Avada Kedavra. A flash of green light, a rushing sound and Cedric Diggory lay dead on the ground. He was at the Dursleys, after his 5th year, in his cupboard curled into a trembling ball. Blood stained his clothes, as Vernon shouted at him, freak. Worthless piece of shit. You kill everyone WHO comes near you. WHO could ever love a useless freak like you. The man lifted the belt from his pants and whipped the buckle around Harry's face once again as a pale Aunt Petunia watched in horror. No. Suddenly the memory faded away and Damien found himself on the cold, stone floor, retching violently as hot tears poured down his face. Yes, he had had memories of Vernon beating him, but none as bad as this one had been. He tried desperately to hold back the sobs that shook his body and tried to quickly wipe away the tears flowing from his eyes. How could he be so weak? It was just a memory, nothing more. He had to control himself. He needed to control his emotions or he'd never learn occlumency enough to defend himself from Voldemort, and it could cost him another person's life. He couldn't let that happen. But even he had his limits, and Damien was soon gasping in desperation as he continued to try to hold back the incredible urge to just break down and cry. Everything just seemed to have built up inside of him and finally, it all seemed to be coming out. He suddenly felt an arm wrap itself around him and he abruptly threw his arms around the other person, burying his face into the soft folds of robes as he found himself weeping in the arms of his father. He suddenly felt safe, protected as his father tightened his arms around him briefly. Severus was saying words to him, soft, soothing words that were supposed to comfort him, but Damien barely understood any of them. He just focused on the soothing tone and the strong arms around him. Severus felt the walls around his heart crumble instantly as he held a sobbing Damien. He felt something different, something warm replacing it instead, something that he had never felt before. Could it be love? Could he actually love this boy, his son? He knew that he cared about Damien very much, but was it possible for him, Severus Snape, the heartless bastard that almost all of the students hated, to love? Severus stared down at the dark head nestled against him and smirked slightly as the answer came to him instantly. Yes, he could love this boy, and he did. Merlin, he never would have thought it possible. He suddenly felt a surge of fury course through him as he thought about the man responsible for Damien's distress, Vernon Dursley. Oh, he would make the bastard pay for what he had done to his son. After all, there were worse things than death now, weren't there? And. Are you sure you want to tell them? His father asked him quietly from his desk as Damien wiped his face off with a towel and put a freshen-up charm on himself to make him look like he hadn't been crying. Yes, Severus, I'm sure. I know for a fact that they won't abandon me if that's what you're worried about. I know they won't abandon you, It's just that the more people that know about your true identity, the worse. Damien sighed. They won't tell anyone, don't worry. Severus sighed but nodded. All right, I trust that you know what you're doing. Damien smiled inwardly but immediately sobered up. I do want to be a spy, Severus. I don't want you to die or suffer. Please Severus, you can't die. Severus softened at his son's plea. And I don't want you to die, Damien. You remember what it was like to be put under the Cruciatus curse. At Damien's nod he continued, well, just imagine being put under that at least twice at every Death Eater meeting. I know you want to help but it will be painful and dangerous and I don't want you to suffer either. Damien stared up into his father's dark orbs, swirling with concern and apprehension. I know it will be painful, I know what Death Eater meetings are like, remember. He reached up to touch the series of jagged lines on his forehead briefly. Severus sighed. I don't like this, not one bit. Please, I want to help. I need to help in some way. After all, I've almost mastered occlumency, you said so yourself. I can almost always block you. Severus ran a hand through his hair. Please, I won't blow our cover and I can't just sit by while you are tortured and killed. I've watched that happen way too many times and I need to take action. His father regarded him through thoughtful, black eyes. Fine, I'll speak with the headmaster about it, but if you are seriously injured in any way or if you are told to perform something that you really don't want to do. Severus, I'll be a Death Eater. You can't tell me that I'm not going to be getting injured or not going to do something I don't want to, that's impossible. Severus sighed in annoyance with the boy's common sense but nodded. Also there's one more thing, Severus. Oh boy, Severus thought mentally. Well, Draco doesn't want to be a Death Eater and I was thinking that he could be a spy too. How do you know he's not acting upon his father's orders, Damien? You can't trust someone so quickly, nowadays it's dangerous. I know everything's dangerous now. But I know I can trust him. How? I don't know, I just do. If you don't trust him then at least trust me on this, Severus. Fine, fine, I'll talk to Albus about allowing Mr. Malfoy to become a spy too. Thanks. Damien checked his watch. Damn, I'm late for the meeting with Ron, Hermione, and Ginny. They're gonna kill me. Watch your language, young man. Severus sneered playfully and Damien rolled his eyes. Yeah, he murmured, waving off the reprimand breezily. I'll see you later. Severus nodded. Good night, Damien, and congratulations on making the Slytherin team, we'll finally beat Gryffindor now. Damien smiled as he made for the door, but stopped and turned back toward Severus. I seem to have been mistaken, you're really good at being a dad. Severus blinked in shock as the boy hurried out of the room before throwing over his shoulder, good night. Dad. And. Where on earth have you been, Damien? Ginny exclaimed to him as he walked into the room of requirement. He was about an hour late due to his little quandary. He shrugged. With my dad. He said, surprised at how easily my dad had come. He couldn't believe that he had called Severus Dad. Even though Severus really was his father, it had still been kind of embarrassing. Okay, so what did you need to talk to us about, Damien? Hermione asked from her place beside Ron on one of the couches. The room currently looked like a living room. It had two big, squashy, coffee-colored couches with a couple beanbag chairs littering the room. A huge, warm fire was crackling peacefully in the fireplace. The two couches were across from each other, each side by side to the fireplace, with a dark wooded coffee table in the middle of them. On it was tea and biscuits. It was perfect. Damien plopped down beside Ginny on the other couch and glanced nervously at her. She gave him a reassuring nod and he took a deep breath before talking. Okay, what I'm about to tell you might freak you out a bit, but I am asking you to please wait until I get finished before you jump to conclusions. Hermione and Ron looked at him, confused, but nodded anyway after glancing briefly at each other. Damien took another deep breath to calm himself and Ginny held his hand and gave it an encouraging squeeze. All right, I am going to be blunt. First off, my name is not really Damien Snape, it was a cover-up name for my real identity. Ron's eyes widened and Hermione almost immediately perked up. It's you, isn't it, Harry? I've suspected for ages, I was just too afraid to ask you. Damien blinked. Well, this will make it a lot easier, he thought. Ron's jaw dropped as he stared at Damien as if he'd never seen him before in his whole life. Harry mate. Is that really you? Damien looked at his hands and murmured, yes, Ron, it's me. Silence reigned before a loud squeal hit his ears and Hermione flung herself practically across the table and onto Damien unceremoniously. Oh, Harry. I knew it was you, I just knew it. Oh, we've missed you so much. She sobbed and Damien felt the urge to chuckle. Hermione composed herself as she sat back down, still smiling. How've you been? Where've you been over the summer? Why didn't you tell us? But Damien wasn't looking at her, he was looking at Ron. The redhead was sitting stock still staring at Damien as if he were a ghost. Why didn't you tell us, mate? He asked hoarsely, repeating Hermione's last question. I wanted to. I really did. But Professor Dumbledore and Professor Snape. Why in the bloody hell did you have to pose as his son? Oh, I feel sorry for you, mate. Damien sighed. He had to tell them. Ron, I'm not posing. Ron paled and Hermione stilled. They both stared at him. How is that possible? Hermione was the first to recover. My mom put a charm on me to make me look like James Potter. Severus and my mom were really good friends, but one night Malfoy put the Imperius curse on him and made him drug mom and well they. He trailed off and Ron blanched. So he practically BP'd her. No, Damien shouted, he did not. He had no control over his actions whatsoever, Ron, so don't even think any different. Geez. Sorry, mate. I didn't mean to. It just sort of popped out. I mean, what Ron's trying to say, Harry, is that it's kind of a shock, you know. He didn't mean it in that way. I know, Hermione. I'm sorry, Ron. Both of you for not telling. I wanted to, but they wouldn't let me. Any more surprises? Ron looked slightly woozy. Damien frowned. Actually, yeah, he sighed. Do you remember the prophecy that Voldemort wanted last year? The others nodded. Well, I actually did hear it. In Dumbledore's office, after Sirius. He trailed off and Hermione nodded in understanding. So what did it say? Ron asked, looking slightly excited. Basically that I either have to kill Voldemort or be killed by him. Silence once again met his ears. Oh, Harry, Hermione whispered, her eyes filling with tears. Damien heard a sob off to the side and glanced over to see Ginny with tears pouring down her face. He had almost forgotten that she hadn't known about the prophecy either. He put an arm around her comfortingly. I don't want to put you guys in danger. I hate being me sometimes. He whispered sadly to them. Don't say that, Ginny said to him. We'll stick with you till the end, that's what we're here for. We'll always be here for you no matter what. You've got to believe that, Harry. I don't want you guys to be in danger. We're already in danger, don't you think? Hermione asked. And we're with you, aren't we, you guys? Ginny and Ron nodded. Ron looked very pale. He looked at Damien as if he were dead. We're here for you, mate. Damien felt emotion rise up in his chest as he listened to his friend's words. He loved them all, and sometimes he felt as if he didn't deserve friends like them. He almost said so out loud, but he knew he'd only be chastised if he did. There's one more thing. If I don't get the Dark Mark in December, then my father will be tortured and killed. Ginny and Hermione gasped and Ron looked thunderstruck. I never liked Snape, but I never wanted him to die. You're not going to actually go through with it, are you? He asked cautiously. I have to, Ron. If I don't, then he'll be killed. I'm going to be a spy too. But that's dangerous. Ginny shrieked. Why, you could die. Or be tortured or discovered. I have to take that chance, Gin. Don't worry, I'll be fine. I'm really good at hiding my emotions and I'm good at occlumency now. And I have a high pain tolerance level, plus I need to do something to help. But what if you have to kill someone? What then? Ginny continued to look for ways to convince him otherwise. I doubt Voldemort will make me do something that extreme. The worst I'll have to do is spy, or maybe. Damien gulped audibly as he spoke one of his worst fears. Maybe I'll have to put the Cruciatus on someone. Ginny let out a dry sob and Hermione and Ron gasped. It's going to be okay. You guys, don't worry. All right. Ron beeped faintly. You find out our most hated teacher is actually your father and that he was made to drug your mom into sleeping with her by Malfoy's father. you're made to have a new identity because of that, and you have to kill you-know-who or you'll die, and you're going to be a spy for Dumbledore by being marked. Yeah, it's going to be just peachy keen. And here I thought we would have a normal year. Damien sighed at all of his friends' distress. Look, let's not think about the future now. Let's just relax. For once in our lives we need to just relax and not think about it. Please, just for now. Ginny, Hermione, and Ron exchanged glances before they turned back to their friend. He was right, they needed to just relax for once, and Harry needed it most of all. Okay, Harry, Ginny said, though her voice had a hint of worry in it. But they had to relax for Harry's sake, he deserved it. So they all sat there, eating biscuits and drinking tea, sitting in the quiet, thinking about the good times, before the war, or maybe discussing the upcoming Quidditch match, avoiding the subject of Voldemort, getting marked, and what lay ahead in the future. And, what are you planning on dressing up as for the dance, Damien? His father asked him after the second potions lesson on Friday. Damien shrugged and smirked. It's a secret. Severus rolled his eyes. The headmaster spoke to Mr. Malfoy last night. Damien looked up from the second-year papers he was helping his father grade as he arched an eyebrow, and... Well, the Order has 2 new spies come December, Severus said with a sigh. Damien smiled openly. Finally, he was finally able to help out, to be treated as an adult. He knew it was going to be as painful as hell, but it was going to be worth it if it meant that he would be saving his father's life and possibly other people's lives as well. Severus glanced at the clock. You need to be heading to your next class. The potions class had gotten out early due to the fact that they couldn't make any more progress on their Veritaserum for a couple of days. Damien had stuck around to grade papers with his father instead of going with Ron and Hermione. He really wanted to spend more time with the man. He often enjoyed the time that they spent together. Damien carefully stacked the papers back onto his father's desk as he collected his book bag and headed toward the door. Goodbye, Damien, his father called to him. Bye, Dad. Phew, oh my lord, I thought I would never get done with that chapter. It just sort of kept on going, and when I wanted to post it, was down. Then I went to Florida for 3 days and then I didn't have the story with me to upload it. So I just kept on going. Next chapter is the dance, and if any of you has an idea of what Damien or Hermione or Ron or Ginny or anyone else could dress up as, then please tell. Also, I seriously doubt that I should, but just for your opinion, do you think this story should be moved up to rated? Or I seriously doubt it, but like I said, I really don't feel like getting my story kicked off just because I can't rate good. I know there was oopness with some people, especially in the flashback, but please, bear with me, I made then chapter extra long to make up for it. Well, I hate to say that this won't be a regular occurrence, it's almost like a once in a blue moon thing, so, yeah, sorry. Grins apologetically. Here's the werewolf challenge if any of you are interested. The story must mainly be about Harry, Snape, and Lupin. Harry is either Lupin or Snape's son, and Lily is still his mother. After Harry finds out that he is Snape or Lupin's son, he is bitten by Lupin, in werewolf form, and is turned into a werewolf. One main part of the story must be about Harry's becoming of a werewolf and how he deals with it. Ron and Hermione cannot be animagus. Harry's real parentage is kept a secret from the wizarding world. Sirius does come back, you can decide how. The main genre cannot be humor. Must take place after Harry's 5th year. You really need to get out more, Severus. Remus muttered to the scowling potions master. He had dressed as a vampire for the dance, which was about to start in 15 minutes. Severus sneered. And why, might I ask, do you say that? Remus shrugged. A vampire. Come on, a 4-year-old could come up with a more unique costume than that. The other man snorted as he eyed Remus. Costume with little interest, and I suppose a werewolf is more unique than a vampire? He asked coldly. Remus smiled thoughtlessly. Come on, I really am a werewolf. Besides, I'm supposed to act rather inaptly to you considering the animosity between werewolves and vampires. Severus' sneer deepened. At least I won't have to pretend to hate you. He murmured absently as he swept by the werewolf and out into the Great Hall, which was decorated festively for the late Halloween dance. And, I wish I could go. Draco groaned to Damien as he watched the other boy check his appearance in the mirror. They were both in Damien's room, away from the excitement in the common room. Damien scoffed, "Well, you shouldn't have made a bomb out of Neville's potion." The rolled his eyes in response as he eyed Damien's costume with disdain. "What are you supposed to be anyway?" Damien shrugged as he turned toward his mate, showing off his dark, velvet green robes, decorated with silver snakes. Salazar Slytherin. Who else? He had the Slytherin symbol enlarged slightly on his upper left sleeve and what looked like a live silver snake hanging around his neck. It was just a necklace, but looked exactly like a real snake. His raven hair was tied back into a tight braid, which dropped down to the middle of his back. Draco frowned and turned over so he was laying on his stomach. "Are you nervous about getting marked this December?" he asked his companion quietly. Damien nodded and turned toward but it helps to know that I am helping others by doing it. Draco sighed and sat up. "Well, my father. You're not going to tell him, are you?" Damien exclaimed in panic. Draco raised an eyebrow. "No," he said slowly, "why would I? You're not supposed to tell other spies that you're a spy, remember?" Before Damien had a chance to digest what the Malfoy had said, there was a knock on the door and the head boy, which was a Slytherin, called to them, "Dance is starting and I'm sure you don't want to keep your date waiting." He said that in a slight mocking way before his footsteps faded away along with the chatter from the common room. Draco sighed. "Have fun," he murmured as they walked out of Damien's room. Damien nodded. "Hey, come on. You still have the Yule Ball to look forward to." There had been an announcement at dinner that the Yule Ball would be taking place this year. "Sure," Draco murmured before heading toward his own room. Damien hesitated before shaking his head and walking down to the common room and out of the portrait. Ooh, I'm so excited, Hermione." Ginny squealed and jumped in her seat in excitement. "Ginny, stop moving. You're going to make me mess up your makeup," Hermione reprimanded as she finished the mascara and continued on with the lip gloss. "Woman," Ron muttered, rolling his eyes and tapping his foot impatiently. Ginny and Hermione were both in Ginny's dormitory. Ron was waiting just out the door and had yet to see either one of them. "Will you hurry up?" he yelled up to his sister and girlfriend. In response, the two girls started to walk down the stairs to meet him. Ron's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets as he saw Hermione. She had once again outdone herself. Her bushy brown hair was once again straight and shiny. It was put up in a French braid. She wore a strapless, midnight blue gown that looked as if it were made out of silk. "Don't gawk, Ron, it's not entirely becoming," Hermione told him as she looped her arm with his. Ron immediately shook his head slightly and turned to Ginny, who was grinning at the two of them. "What are you supposed to be anyway, Ron?" Hermione asked him, eyeing his knight outfit with a fake sword in its halter. "King Arthur. Who else?" Ron stated simply, still eyeing her up and down. Hermione huffed. "Well, you could at least say something, Ronald Weasley, instead of staring at me like I'm some type of display," she snapped. Ron blushed. Who are you supposed to be again?" Hermione let out an exasperated shriek and muttered, "Why do I even bother? For your information, I am Rowena Ravenclaw." Ron blinked. "Why, you're a Gryffindor." "I don't know, Ron. Probably because Godric Gryffindor was a man. Honestly. Besides, I was almost sorted into Ravenclaw." Ginny rolled her eyes at the two and finally spoke up, "Will you two knock it off? Damien's probably waiting for us." Ron eyed his little sister's costume. Ginny was wearing a flowing, crimson-red gown that looked as if it were made out of the same material as Hermione's. Like Hermione's, it was also strapless and it dropped down to past her legs. There was about a half an inch wide cut made that went all the way up to her left knee. Her red hair was down, dropping to below her shoulders. In her left hand was a foot-long mini pitchfork, and to top it all off, she had a red headband with two small horns sticking out of either side. "You're the devil," he exclaimed. Ginny shrugged and did a dramatic spin in her gown. "I'm only missing the tail, but it wouldn't have looked all that good with the gown. Now come on, Damien's waiting for us in the entrance hall." The others followed her out of the common room and hurried down to meet Damien, who was waiting patiently, leaning against a wall. "Hey, Damien," Ginny chirped, and Damien looked up. Ron saw with satisfaction that Damien's eyes widened at his little sister's appearance. "Hey, Gin." Damien felt as if he had just drank a butterbeer down in one gulp as he stared at Ginny. "You look beautiful," he admitted, glad that he had had guts enough to say it. Ginny blushed but smiled, looking enchanted as she walked over to him and looked at him up and down. "Salazar Slytherin and the devil. How original," she smiled at him, looping her arm with Damien's. "Shall we?" Damien asked in a mock haughty voice and Ginny giggled. "We shall." She used the same tone of voice as the two couples entered the Great Hall. The Great Hall looked similar to what it did during the Yule Ball, except instead of the white frost, mistletoe, and ivory, there was cobwebs, pumpkins, and bats flying every which way. There were hundreds of small tables that had black tablecloths and a jack-o'-lantern, don't know how to spell it, lit up in the middle. The dance floor was charmed to look like a forest floor with fog floating all around it. The sky was dark, the moon full, though it really wasn't a full moon, and there were trees and vines growing up the sides of the walls that would sometimes move or twitch. The Weird Sisters were up on stage dressed as hags, already playing music. Ginny grinned at Damien excitedly, the dim light dancing off her chocolate brown eyes, making them sparkle. "We're going to go dance." Hermione yelled to them above the music, "You two coming?" Damien, who really didn't like to dance, glanced at Ginny and nodded slowly when she did. The four of them made their way out onto the dance floor and started to dance to the music. Damien found that he was actually having fun, and after glancing over at Ron and Hermione, found out that Ron looked as if he were having fun too. Damien tried to keep up with the fast rhythm, along with Ginny, but she seemed to be having trouble also as she started to trip. Damien surprised himself by automatically reaching out and catching the girl before she fell. Ginny giggled inanely as she got back onto her feet. "I do not know how to dance, Damien, just to warn you," she told him, above the blaring music. He arched an eyebrow. "Really? And here I thought it was Neville that kept on stepping on your feet at the Yule Ball." She shrugged. "Yes, but it was me who kept on stepping out of rhythm." He shrugged. "Don't worry, I don't really know much about dancing either." She giggled even more. "We could be a danger to the dance floor, you know." Damien smirked at her. Ginny glanced at Ron and Hermione and looked back over at Damien. "At least you don't beep at dancing as much as Ron does." Damien followed her gaze and looked to see Ron, looking quite unsure of what he was doing, dancing rather hilariously. Hermione, thankfully, didn't look embarrassed at her boyfriend's antics and was actually laughing heartily at Ron's poor attempt to fast dance. Ron looked a lot more comfortable at her laughter and seemed to relax more. The song ended and another began. Ginny stopped dancing. "There is no way I can dance that fast," she sounded slightly out of breath. Damien wasn't really sure what to do. "You want to get something to drink?" he asked, hoping it was the right thing to do. She nodded and they made their way off the dance floor, careful to avoid Ron's flying arms. "Hey, isn't that your dad?" Ginny asked as they each popped open a butterbeer. He glanced up from the bottle to see his father, leaning leisurely against the wall. It was quite obvious that had he not been obliged to come, he wouldn't have. Damien let out a small laugh. "He's a vampire. Bet the first years will love that," Ginny said, sipping her butterbeer. Damien only nodded, suddenly wishing that his father had someone to dance with. He looked so alone. He walked over to his father. "Hey Dad," he shouted cheerfully, making the man jump slightly. Severus nodded. "Damien, Miss Weasley, having fun?" Ginny nodded and Severus sneered. "You two better not wander off." "Why not? Do you not trust us, Dad?" Damien asked innocently and Severus' sneer deepened. "Of course not. Who would trust two teenagers such as yourselves alone together?" Damien snickered and was about to retort when the Weird Sisters started to play a slow song and Ginny squealed, "Oh, I love this song. Can we dance, please?" she pleaded and Severus smirked at Damien. Damien swallowed but nodded as he allowed the girl to lead him out onto the dance floor. "Have fun," his father yelled mockingly after him. Damien blushed and sneered. "Don't worry about him," Ginny told him as she placed her arms around his neck. Damien nervously put his hands on her waist and the two started to dance. "Why do you care so much about what everyone thinks of you?" Ginny asked him softly. "Well, it's kind of hard not to when you're monitored every single day of your life like an experiment." Damien huffed. Why don't you just forget about the wizarding world, for just tonight and really have fun? Ginny asked him. Please, for me. There was something rather comforting about the way she spoke to him, as if her very life depended on his happiness. He smiled warmly at her. Okay, I promise. Ginny returned the smile, her brown eyes dancing merrily as she put her head on Damien's right shoulder. Damien blinked, expecting to feel embarrassed or nervous, but was surprised when he felt neither. Instead he felt a happiness welling up inside him. He surprised himself when he rested his head on the side of hers and closed his eyes, letting the soft melody wash over him. The song ended but Damien and Ginny continued to dance until Ron let out a loud, "Go Damien." Several couples that were standing nearby turned around curiously and Damien and Ginny broke apart, both blushing. Hermione huffed and swatted Ron on the back of the head. Ow. What did I do? You want to go take a walk in the garden? Ginny asked him and he nodded immediately. And Severus watched his son and the Weasley girl dance. He could easily see the obvious look of content on Damien's face and he suddenly felt pleased with the youngest Weasley for giving his son the comfort he deserved. He had heard the two teens' conversation while they had been dancing and felt that he couldn't agree more with the girl. He was rather thrilled when she had managed to finally make him feel relaxed for the first time since the beginning of the school year. When the song ended and the two were still dancing, he smiled, recalling his first dance, which had been with Lily. It had been so wonderful to have someone who cared about him, especially when he had been completely ignored at home. The first dance that they could attend had been in their 4th year, but the first time he had actually danced with a girl he had liked had been in his 6th year, with Lily. They hadn't gone as a couple, merely as good friends, and he remembered clearly the look on Potter's face when they had been dancing. That thought brought a smirk on his face. Lily had been one of the only people to care about him at that time. Only her and Dumbledore had really cared for him back then. She had been his best friend in their 6th and 7th year, after he had gotten over his stupid prejudice. He sometimes felt bad because he hadn't gotten to know her sooner. After he and Lily had become friends, it had changed Severus' whole outlook on school. School had seemed so much more fun after he had befriended her. Before, in his 1st through 5th years, he had been friends with Lucius Malfoy, but Lucius hadn't really been that good of a friend, especially when all he had talked about was how mudbloods shouldn't be allowed to attend the school and muggles shouldn't exist at all. Lily, he thought to himself as he stared at Damien and Ginny, if only you could see our son now, you'd be so proud. Severus was snapped out of his thoughts as Ron Weasley yelled, "Go Damien!" And the said boy and his girlfriend made a quick escape to the gardens. He snorted, and Damien and Ginny walked, hand in hand, around the flowers, not really looking at them. Damien sighed and sat down on a bench. Ginny sat beside him. Is everything all right? She asked him softly. He looked at her seriously. She was so beautiful, with her shiny, red hair and sparkling chocolate eyes. Damien shook his head to clear his thoughts and said quietly, "Gin, I don't think we should be doing this anymore." She stared. "Doing what?" she asked slowly. "Why, you mean, going out together? Being together?" Her voice was trembling now. Damien looked away, not able to see the look on her face. "Yes." Ginny stared at him through wet eyes. "Why can't you look me in the eyes?" she whispered through unshed tears. "Why are you doing this? Why? Is it someone else? Did I do something wrong?" Damien shook his head vigorously. "No, it's not you. It's me. It's my fault." He continued to look away. "Then why can't you look me in the eyes?" Ginny was starting to sound angry now. He said nothing. She stood up. "Go on. Look me in the eyes. Look me in the eyes and tell me you don't want to be with me anymore," she shouted. He slowly turned to look into her fiery eyes. "I don't want to be with you anymore," he told her slowly. "No," Ginny screamed suddenly. "That's a lie and you know it. What's wrong, Damien? Why can't you tell me? You always used to be able to tell me things before." He sighed. She was just too stubborn to let go. "What's happened to you, Damien?" she whispered. "Why won't you talk to me like you used to? Is it you know who? Is it your father?" Damien said nothing. "What is it?" He lowered his head. "I just don't want you to get hurt," he whispered finally. Her bad mood evaporated instantly. That's it? She asked, sounding slightly relieved. That's it, Damien yelled. Do you know what it's like to never be normal? To never have a normal life. And then whenever you get close to someone they are tortured and killed. Do you think I want that to happen to you, Jin? Ginny sat back down next to him and put an arm around him. Hey, what did me, Hermione, and Ron tell you before? We'll be here with you till the very end. But I'm getting marked, Jin. Damien burst out. And do you know what Voldemort does to people if he finds out they're spies? They not only kill them but they kill their families too. And you're my family, Jin. I don't know what I'd do if I lost you, Ron, Hermione, or Dad. It had started out in a yell but ended in a whisper. Ginny placed her hands on her hips. So you think that by distancing yourself from us then we'll be automatically safe? Damien said nothing. This is a war, Damien. A war. That means that everyone is in danger, not just your family. Not just the ones you love. She put both her arms around him and hugged him, her head on his chest. I would do anything for you, Damien, anything. I love you, she whispered, looking up at him through tearful eyes. Damien stared at her. Please, don't take that away, Damien, just because you want to protect me, I can handle myself. She told him. A slow smile spread across his face and he slowly nodded. Ginny was right. It was stupid of him to try to distance himself from the ones he loved. It would just cause more problems. He looked down at the ginger head, resting against his chest and keyed the top of it. I love you too. Oh, Ginny, Harry moment. I think I'm going to cry. Sniff. Okay, I know I went a little fast with the whole I love you thing, but they've loved each other for a long time. It's just been kinda dormant. Seriously though, I am not good at love scenes, so please forgive me. Okay, I just started another story, which is an answer to the werewolf challenge, so if anyone is interested, please check it out. And yes, it is going to be a Harry is Severus' son thing. Also, I tried to get this chapter posted quickly, so please forgive me for any mistakes I might have made. Damien was just about to go to bed when he heard someone knocking, followed by the girl in the portrait's angry yells for waking her up. He huffed and slowly opened the portrait to see Draco, hands on his hips, foot taping impatiently. Well, it's about time. Your bloody painting was starting to sound like a banshee. Draco snapped, glaring at the back of the portrait as Damien held it open. Without further ado, the then walked inside Damien's room and plopped down on his bed. Damien shut the portrait silently and turned toward his fellow Slytherin. Is there a reason that you're in here at 2:30 in the morning? He asked quite coolly. Draco shrugged and smirked. So how'd it go? Did you dump her? No, Damien snapped, sounding offended. Draco grinned with a mischievous glint in his eyes. So, what did you two do together? Alone. Damien bristled. Give me a break, Draco. I'm not stupid enough to do something like that. Draco looked slightly put out. Besides, Damien continued, Dad was watching the two of us like a hawk. The only time we got the least bit of privacy was in the gardens. Probably thinks you two are just two hormonal teenagers. Ah, love. Draco said in a mock dreamy voice. Damien laughed. Don't do that, it doesn't suit you, not to mention it makes you sound gay. Damien sneered and Draco scowled. I resent that. The perked up again. Did you key? Damien opened his mouth to say something, but decided against it and turned away. Draco busted out laughing. Ah, ickle, Damien gets his first key. As Draco said that, he reminded Damien of the Weasley twins, mocking Ron. Shut up, he grumbled to and it wasn't my first key. The other boy stopped laughing immediately and looked at Damien expectantly. When he said nothing, the snapped, well, are you going to tell me who it was or not? Damien shrugged. Doesn't matter, it's in the past. Besides, she did nothing but cry, he said bitterly, quite out of character from the typical contained boy that he usually was. Draco noticed this and got up, stretching before he started towards the door. First Quidditch match is next Saturday against Gryffindor. Damien nodded, feeling slightly content as he thought about flying again. Nervous? Draco asked Damien for the 50th time at breakfast on Saturday. No, Draco. Damien said in the same bored voice he had answered the in 5 minutes ago. Okay, good, cause when you get nervous, you lose. I know. Damien rolled his eyes. He could tell that Draco was rather nervous for him. Though Damien had no idea why, maybe because they was afraid that he wasn't going to catch the snitch and everyone in Slytherin would blame Damien and they would hate him even more. Draco was still the only one that would talk to him in Slytherin. Montague stood and nodded to the other members of the Slytherin team before starting on a rather long-winded speech as they gathered around his seat. Damien was too preoccupied with Montague and what he was saying to notice Zacharias Smith, who had brushed by their table on his way to the Hufflepuff table, slipping something into his pumpkin juice. After Montague's talk, he walked out of the Great Hall, the team trailing behind. Good luck, Draco murmured to him, and Damien took a quick bite of his toast and a sip of his pumpkin juice before following them. Cheers erupted at the Slytherin table as they left. Damien followed the others to the locker room when a voice stopped them. Damien. He turned to see his father walking over to him. He nodded. Professor, he said respectfully, since the whole of the Slytherin team was behind him. Severus nodded to his house's team and a smirk appeared on his face, crushed them into dust. The team exchanged smirks and Montague said proudly, "Don't worry, we will, sir." They all filed out except Damien, who grinned at his father. Do you usually tell them that? His father smirked in response. Good luck, Damien, Severus told his son. Damien nodded and turned to hurry after the team when Severus added. And, be careful. Damien turned to the man and noticed the man looked slightly hesitant. Damien smiled. I will, Dad. He hurried out after the Slytherin team to the locker rooms and after putting on the emerald green robes, he waited with the other team, who were all chattering to lighten themselves up. Damien spoke to no one as he waited patiently. He heard the footsteps and chatter of the rest of the school as they filed into the Quidditch stadium. He shivered, feeling slightly nervous. After all, he had never played for Slytherin before. Hey, Damien, he heard a feminine voice and he turned to see Pansy Parkinson making her way over to him. She had joined the team this year. He inwardly groaned. Hello, Pansy, he muttered outwardly. You nervous? She asked casually and Damien arched an eyebrow. He would have thought that she had come over to flirt with him, as she did so much with Draco. Do you want something? He asked, his voice having an undertone of coolness. She arched an eyebrow at him. I would have thought that you'd want some company. After all, everyone in Slytherin except Draco is either afraid of you or doesn't like you because you talk with Granger and Weasley so much. He sighed. I just think your prejudices are rather stupid. She sighed and sat down on a bench across from him. Well there, but you know, we're not the only ones who are prejudiced. They don't really treat us properly either. That's only because you guys always start it, Damien said, slightly defensive of his old house. No, not really. We come here as first years and just because the older Slytherins are bastards to them then they treat us like shit, which of course causes us to treat them like shit also, and it just starts this whole chain reaction. She explained matter-of-factly. Damien blinked. When he had been Harry Potter, he had always thought that Pansy was some kind of boy-crazy idiot who really didn't know anything and followed Draco around like a puppy, but now, she almost seemed like Hermione. Even some of the teachers treat us wrong. That's why Professor Snape favors us so much, because we are treated wrong in every other class and because we are hated by all the other houses. She tucked a strand of hair behind her ear and shrugged. Sometimes I just want to go to another school where they won't have houses like this, you know. She looked at him expectantly and he nodded. There's always going to be prejudice though, he said. If there weren't such prejudice around then we probably wouldn't have these wars. Yeah. She agreed, looking troubled. I heard you and Draco are getting marked this December. Damien nodded. Aren't you? She shook her head. My parents aren't Death Eaters and never will be. Damien almost choked on the water he was drinking. They're not. I could have sworn they were. She shook her head. Nope. My grandparents from my dad's side were Death Eaters, but when my mom convinced him not to join, they disowned him. But, you act like you support him. You call Hermione a mudblood and you kind of act like a Death Eater's child. She rolled her eyes. Well, I'd much rather be liked by at least my own house than hated by all four of them, wouldn't you? Welcome to the first Quidditch match of the season. Slytherin vs. Gryffindor. Ernie Macmillan shouted through the sonorous charm. And here comes the Slytherin team, with their new seeker due to Draco Malfoy's rather lethal stunt in potions. Macmillan, I'm warning you, Professor McGonagall growled. Okay, Professor, so after Malfoy almost killed us in potions. Macmillan, alright, so for the new Slytherin lineup this year we have Warrington, Montague, Crabbe, Goyle, Snape, Parkinson, and Bulstrode. Boos erupted from the Gryffindor, Hufflepuff, and Ravenclaws, which were soon drowned out by cheers from the Slytherins, and Damien suddenly swore to himself that he would never boo at the Slytherin team if he ever got back to his normal life. To put it bluntly, it wasn't a good feeling to be booed at by 3/4 of the school. And now for the Gryffindors, cheers erupted from all but the Slytherins, who hissed. We have Weasley, Bell, Kirk, Sloper, and the two newest teammates, Finnegan and Thomas. The cheers were drowned out by the boos and hisses from Slytherin once again. And now Captains Montague and Bell shake hands. To Damien it once again looked as if Montague was trying to break Katie's fingers, though she, like Angelina, did not flinch. Damien mounted his firebolt and rose into the air along with 14 other brooms as the whistle blew and the game began. And Bell has the quaffle. She passes it to Thomas, who passes it to Finnegan, who again passes it back to Thomas, and he shoots in. He scores. That's 10 points for Gryffindor. Pansy, who was the new Slytherin keeper, had missed by inches, though Damien could tell that wasn't going to happen very often. Warrington has the quaffle. He passes it to Bulstrode, who passes it to Montague, and Kirk hits a bludger his way, and it misses by feet. Montague goes for the score. Come on Ron, you can do it. He throws in. He scores. 10-10. Alright, Thomas has the quaffle and passes it to Bell when Warrington intercepts. He's taking it down the field, over to the Gryffindor side, and he scores. Ernie's voice sounded dull as Damien tried to block it out and search for the snitch. Ginny was trailing him, and out of the corner of his eye, she smiled and winked at him. The cheers arose from the Slytherin side, and they started up on Weasley is our king, once again. Damien rolled his eyes and flew above the game, glancing around for the snitch. Ginny flew up beside him, also looking. She smiled sweetly at him. Damien. She purred. You will let me win, won't you? Damien smirked. Gin, I love you and all, but I'm not going to let you win. Ginny smirked back at him. All right, but I'm not going to go easy on you. Damien chuckled, his eyes shining slightly as he made for the Slytherin end, looking for the snitch. Cheers erupted again from the Slytherin side as Warrington scored, and Damien heard Ernie mutter dully, 30-10 to Slytherin. The singing of Weasley is our king grew louder, and Damien suddenly found it increasingly hard to concentrate. He glanced back to the Slytherin stands to see, with a great amount of satisfaction, that Draco hadn't joined in on the singing and was instead looking at Pansy, who had just successfully caught the quaffle that had been thrown by Katie. Damien! Pansy shrieked from her place at the Slytherin goals. Damien whirled around to see Ginny, her red hair flying wildly, mere feet away from the snitch. Damien's heart fluttered as he gave a burst of speed toward her, laying flat on his firebolt. He was gaining on her. He was at her ankles. The snitch was inches away. Ginny started to reach out her hand. They were even. In a moment of desperation, Damien threw himself forward and groped for the snitch, and he felt his fingers close around the cool, golden ball, as he snatched it from the air. Ginny let out a frustrated shriek as they both flew to a stop. You were supposed to let me win. The redhead exclaimed, and he grinned cheekily at her. She continued to scowl good-naturedly, though to everyone else, it would have looked real. The cheers that erupted from the Slytherin side were deafening, and Damien felt rather overwhelmed by the noise. Ernie was shouting something, but he couldn't hear it. The noise was so overwhelming, so suffocating. To be continued. I hope you enjoyed this story. Also remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.